Elian squeezed her hand. The cold info crystal, hidden in his palm, was hotter than his own pulse. "They are looking for us everywhere," he whispered, scanning the shimmering market below them. "Yes," Kaelyn replied, her voice low like the rustle of the Kitar desert grasses. "But we are together, and they are looking for a ghost, not us." As the contraband shuttle, the Void Swimmer, roared away from the docks of the Steel Spire, leaving behind the glittering but soulless towers of the megalopolis, Elian knew. Their journey and their danger had only just begun. Their destination, the Echo Beacon, lay in unmapped hyperspace, and reaching it was equivalent to leaping into the abyss. The Void Swimmer slipped through the void between systems, its cloaking fields pushed to their limit. They spent 2 days in constant vigilance, their tension mounting, their conversations about the next move hushed and quick. Elian, an archaeologist linguist from Earth, rejected by the consulate for heretical research, stood at the viewport. Unfamiliar constellations drifted by, cold and indifferent. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Kaelyn's voice came from behind him. She was Kitar. Her copper-colored skin faintly reflected the instrument lights, and her eyes, with vertical pupils adapted to dim light, glowed amber. Her body, built for speed and stealth, was flexible as a steel vine. She wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing against his back. The stars look different from every angle, yet they are always the same stars. Elian covered her hands with his. "Where I grew up, light pollution blocked most of the night sky. I never saw stars like this until I left home." "That's a tragedy," Kaelyn said, an unusual softness creeping into her normally reserved voice. "Kitar children are taught to navigate by starlight before they learn to read the lunar runes." Their quiet moment was interrupted by the dry, uncompromising voice of Zaria, the pilot over the ship's comm. "Approaching the Echo Beacon. Prepare for deceleration." "I hope your ancient key works, Elian, because I'm not keen on orbiting this rusty tin camp for long." Elian and Kaelyn made their way to the cockpit, where Zaria, a woman with a weather-beaten face and a silver prosthesis instead of a left eye, piloted the vessel with practiced, almost automatic precision. Through the forward viewport, a colossal structure came into view. It was not a station, but rather a fragment, constructed from dark gray, porous material, riddled with cracks and antennas that had long ceased to function. It resembled the skeleton of a sea monster cast out into space. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns, very similar to those on his info crystal. "What is this place?" Elian asked, settling into the co-pilot's seat. "One of the oldest known objects in charted space," Zaria cut in. "It predates both our civilizations. The Precursors built it as a relay for long-distance hyperspace jumps, a beacon. It's essentially a cosmic roadmap. And someone maintains it?" Kaelyn asked, leaning against the back of Elian's seat. Zaria's expression grew complex and hard. "Neros, the Keeper. He is a unique, ancient AI who remained here. An old ally of mine, though unpredictable. He is the only reason the consulate hasn't razed this place, declaring it a dangerous religious site." The Void Swimmer approached a docking bay, a massive rectangular breach in the beacon's hull that opened like a wound. As they settled onto the landing pad, Elian noticed there were no other ships present besides theirs. "Not exactly a popular tourist destination," he remarked. "Keeper Neros is selective about his visitors," Zaria said, powering down the engines. "And he doesn't post his schedule on the Galactic info channel." They disembarked into an atmosphere that smelled of ozone, machine oil, and something indefinably ancient, like centuries of dust. The docking bay was illuminated by soft greenish lights that seemed to track their every movement. "The station is quasi-sentient," Kaelyn explained, noticing Elian's curious glance at the tracking lights. "It is aware of us. It is Neros's perimeter defense." A door slid open at the far end of the bay, revealing a corridor that curved gently, following the massive beacon's shape. They walked in silence, their footsteps echoing strangely, as if the sound were being analyzed and cataloged by the structure itself. The corridor opened into a vast, spherical chamber. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of the same dark, porous material, but here it was transparent in places, offering dizzying views of the starfield. At the center stood a raised platform with a massive control panel, resembling an altar. Beside it stood a figure unlike any robot or alien Elian had ever encountered. The being was tall, its form composed of vibrating dark glass fibers and light. It had no permanent face. Instead of features, complex geometric patterns and equations constantly pulsed on the smooth surface of its head. Zarya of the near sector. The voice resonated, not through the air but directly in Elian's mind. Many cycles have passed. I sense the aura of the consulate on your vessel. You bring interesting companions, a daughter of the Steppes Hunters and a son of the Digital Dawn era. You seek the knowledge held by Professor Xander. You are his heir. Elian felt a chill at the mention of his late mentor's name. You knew him. I know all who seek to understand the hyperspatial schematics, Neros replied. Your mentor was here once, seeking the key that others wished to keep secret. The key to the holographic Akasha Sphere. The entity glided smoothly closer. One of its 4 hands, woven from light, extended toward the info crystal in Elian's palm. May I? Elian did not hesitate, holding out his hand. Neros's touch was neither warm nor cold, but sent a sensation up his arm akin to a high-frequency electrical discharge. The key is intact, Neros observed, but its crucial data byte, the critical calibration byte, is beginning to rewrite your genetic structure, human. It is adjusting your neural pattern to accommodate the information. What does that mean? Elian asked, alarmed. It means the crystal has chosen you, just as it once chose Xander. You are the living repository of its main secret. Your thoughts will become the cipher. Do you seek the Akasha Sphere? We do, Zarya confirmed. The consulate's sensors pursue us. They must not obtain this artifact. They will turn it into a weapon capable of closing any hyperspace corridor at their will. Neros's glass skin pulsed with dark, complex patterns. The sensors consider themselves the rightful inheritors of precursor knowledge. They are mistaken. Their understanding is incomplete. They see the sphere merely as a lever of power. Akasha is the blueprint of creation, not a military toy. Will you help us? Kaelyn asked, watching the Keeper's movements tensely. Information has a price, Neros replied, especially information that could reshape the balance of power in this sector. And you cannot simply enter the beacon's network at the risk of infecting me with consulate tracking code. Elian stepped forward. Name your price. A test, Neros said simply, of worthiness of understanding. The Akasha Sphere responds not only to genetics or the found crystal. It responds to character. I must know if you possess what Xander had. And what was that? Elian asked. Integrity. True, human integrity. The word resonated strangely in Elian's mind, as if translated from some ancient code. The being gestured to a doorway that hadn't been visible moments before. Rest tonight. Prepare yourselves. The test begins at the rising of the nearest star. Later, in their assigned quarters, a surprisingly comfortable suite with curved walls that projected the surrounding starfield. Elian paced restlessly. What kind of test is this going to be, he wondered aloud. Kaelyn, seated cross-legged on the bed, watched him with unusual concern. She was dressed in a sleek tactical suit, but her usual professional detachment had left her. My elders say that the methods of keepers, like Neros, are unorthodox but fair. They do not set impossible tasks, she murmured. Elian sat beside her, taking her hands in his. Her copper skin was a few degrees cooler than his own, but radiated a subtle, almost imperceptible electrical charge that always calmed him. I'm not worried about fairness. I'm worried about failing. Letting down Zarya, letting down Xander's legacy, and... He trailed off. And me, Kaelyn finished. Her fingers tightened around his. You won't fail. I've seen your heart, Elian. It is complex, and it holds many shadows, but it holds to the truth. Her faith in him was both touching and terrifying. In the few days since their escape, Their connection had deepened beyond the initial, sharp physical attraction. In quiet moments, between planning and evading pursuit, they had shared fragments of their past lives. His alienation from the scientific world, her harsh, survival-filled life on the Kitar steppes. They were building something that felt increasingly like love. "Come here," she said softly, pulling him closer. Her lips found his in a kiss that started gentle but quickly intensified. The unique chemistry between their species still surprised Elian. The slight, constant tingle where their skin met, and the way her body temperature rose to match his when they were intimate. Later, lying in each other's arms, Elian felt a peace that defied their dangerous circumstances. "On Kitar," Kaelyn murmured against his chest. "We believe that souls meant to find each other will do so across any distance, against any odds. Is that what happened with us?" "I want to believe that," Elian said, stroking her short, soft hair. "The universe has patterns we can't always see, but sometimes we feel them. Your crystal, my path. We both ran only to find each other." Elian thought of the info crystal, of the strange path that had led him from dusty archives to this moment, lying among the stars with an extraordinary woman from another world. "Whatever test Neros has planned for tomorrow," he said, "we'll face it together." Kaelyn smiled, her amber eyes reflecting the starlight streaming through the wall screen. "Together," she agreed. Outside their window, a distant sun began its slow rise above the curve of a nearby gas giant, marking the approach of their moment. Elian woke to the sensation of Kaelyn stirring beside him. The starfield visible through the walls had shifted, indicating the passage of several hours. He felt rested, centered, ready for whatever test Neros had planned. "Morning," he murmured, pressing a kiss to her shoulder. Her skin glowed faintly in response to his touch, a reaction he found endlessly fascinating. "Is it morning in space?" she asked with a sleepy smile. "Or just another moment in the endless dark? Philosophical before caffeine activation. You Kitar are impressive." Elian sat up, stretching. "I should get ready." Neros said the test would begin at the rising of the nearest star. Kaelyn rose gracefully. "What do you think he will ask of you?" "No idea," Elian replied. "But I'm not afraid." He realized with some surprise that it was true. Whatever it was, he would face it. They found Zarya in the beacon's central chamber, engaged in quiet conversation with Neros. Both turned as Elian and Kaelyn entered. "The human is punctual," Neros observed, its glassy skin pulsing with patterns that seemed to convey approval. "A promising start." "I'm ready," Elian said, squaring his shoulders. Neros glided toward him. "Are you?" "We shall see." One of its four light hands gestured toward the control panel. "Place your crystal upon the interface." Elian approached the console, a smooth, dark surface with subtle indentations that seemed to shift and realign as he watched. He slipped the info crystal from its chain and placed it in a circular depression that hadn't been there moments before. The crystal began to glow, its blue core pulsing with increasing intensity. The walls of the chamber responded, illuminating with star charts that spun and realigned themselves in dizzying patterns. "The coordinates are revealing themselves," Neros said. "The location of the Akasha Sphere will soon be known." Suddenly, a deafening alarm cut through the chamber, and red emergency lights pulsed along the walls. "We are breached," Neros announced, its voice resonating with unexpected emotion, something akin to fury. "Consulate sensors. They have found us." "Ow!" Zarya demanded. "We were careful." Neros's form solidified, becoming more material and threatening. "Betrayal. There's a tracker among us. Not on the ship. Not on you, human." Its faceless head turned toward Kaelyn, who stepped back in shock. "Not her," Neros clarified. "The crystal itself." The sensors attuned their sensors to its unique energy signature. "They waited for you to activate it." Elian lunged for the crystal, snatching it from the console. "We need to get back to the ship." "Too late," Neros said. "They have already docked. Multiple vessels. This station's defenses are ancient. They will not hold against modern consulate weaponry for long." The chamber doors slammed shut, sealing them in. The star charts continued to swirl on the walls, faster now, as if the system were working frantically to complete its calculations before interruption. "What do we do?" Kaelyn asked, moving to Elian's side, her hands gripping the handles of her concealed blades. Nero's form pulsed with light. "This is your test, Elian. Not some contrived challenge I might have designed, but a true test of character and decision. The sensors come for the knowledge you seek. What will you do with it?" Elian stared at the crystal in his palm, then at the frantic calculations still processing on the walls. "I don't understand. What choice do I have?" "The location of the Akasha Sphere is being revealed," Neros explained. "In moments, you will possess knowledge that could reshape the power structures of this galaxy. The sensors will torture and kill to extract it from you. You could surrender it to save yourselves. You could destroy the crystal to keep the sphere from them." A tremendous boom shook the station, the sound of breaching charges against the outer doors. "Or," Neros continued, "you could do what Xander did. Accept the burden of this knowledge, knowing it may cost you everything you hold dear." Elian looked at Kaelyn, then at Zaria. Both women stood tall, unafraid, despite the danger closing in around them. "What did my mentor choose?" Elian asked. "He chose humanity," Neros replied. "He chose to protect what mattered most. The potential, not the power." Another explosion rocked the station. Closer this time, the doors to the chamber buckled slightly. "They're almost through," Zaria warned. The star charts suddenly froze. A single point of light pulsed at the intersection of 3 spiral arms of the galaxy. "The coordinates have been found. Decide," Elian, Neros urged. "The knowledge is yours. What will you do with it?" Elian closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the crystal in his hand. In that moment, he understood what his mentor had faced, the impossible choice between knowledge and safety, between duty and love. When he opened his eyes, his decision was made. "I choose both," he said firmly. "I won't surrender the coordinates, and I won't destroy them. But I won't let the consulate take them either." He turned to Neros. "This station, it's connected to the sphere somehow, isn't it? That's why the crystal works with your systems." "Yes," Neros confirmed. "The Echo, Beacon, and the Akasha Sphere are nodes in a network created by the Precursors. Both respond to the activation byte in your crystal. Then there's another way." Elian placed the crystal back on his finger and approached the console. "The crystal is transferring its data to me. What if I could transfer the coordinates directly to the sphere itself? Send a signal that would activate it remotely." Nero's form pulsed with surprise. "That is not a solution I had considered. The sphere is quasi-sentient like the beacon. It could indeed be awakened from afar. But the consequences will be better than letting the sensors get their hands on it," Elian finished. He placed his hand on the console. "Tell me how." The chamber doors began to glow red as cutting tools worked at their seams. They had minutes, perhaps less. It would require a direct neural interface, Neros warned. The process would be painful, possibly dangerous. And the keytar must be near you to stabilize the transmission. Your fields, your electrical charge, it is unique. "Do it," Elian said without hesitation. Kaelyn grabbed his arm. "Elian, no. We don't know what that could do to you." He turned to her, cupping her face with his free hand. "Trust me, this is what Xander would have done. He protected what mattered most. The potential, not the power." Their eyes locked, and a universe of unspoken feelings passed between them. Finally, Kaelyn nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "I trust you. I am your anchor." Neros moved swiftly, positioning 2 of its hands on either side of Elian's head. Kaelyn pressed against his back, her hands gripping his shoulders. "Open your mind to the network, human. Let the knowledge flow through you, not just to you. Kaelyn, you must focus your biological energy. Be the shield." Elian closed his eyes as Neros' touch sent jolts of energy through his skull. The pain was immediate and intense. Like lightning trapped inside his brain, seeking escape, he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. Through the agony, he became aware of something vast and ancient stirring to awareness in the distance. The Akasha Sphere was responding to his call across the void of space. He could sense its curiosity, its recognition of Xander's genetic code, its willingness to accept his intent. As the chamber doors finally gave way with a screech of tortured metal, Elian opened his eyes. They now glowed with the same blue light as the crystal on his hand. "It's done," he said, his voice overlaid with harmonics that were not entirely human. "The sphere is awake." The first consulate sensors poured into the chamber, weapons raised, only to freeze in confusion as the star charts on the walls suddenly vanished, replaced by a single pulsing symbol that seemed to burn itself into the mind of every observer. "What have you done?" demanded the lead sensor, his voice distorted by a digital filter. Elian stood tall, the crystal on his hand blazing with power. "I made your quest pointless. The sphere is no longer dormant, waiting to be found. It's active, and it has chosen its conduit. Me." The sensors hissed in fury, but before they could attack, the entire station shuddered violently. Nerosa's form expanded, filling the chamber with swirling light. "The network is realigning. The echo beacon responds to the sphere's awakening. We must depart now." Zaria grabbed Kaelyn's hand. "The ship. We need to reach the void swimmer." As chaos erupted around them, sensors scrambling to retreat, the station's structure groaning as ancient systems reactivated, Elian felt a strange calm. Whatever happened next, he had made the right choice. He honored his mentor's dying wish while forging his own path forward. With Kaelyn at his side, he ran toward an uncertain future, but one they would face together. The void swimmer burst from the Echo Beacon's docking bay as the ancient station began to fold in on itself, not collapsing, but transforming, rearranging its structure like a massive puzzle, seeking a new configuration. Behind them, the sensor ships scattered in disarray, some caught in the station's metamorphosis. Elian sat in the co-pilot's seat, his mind still reeling from the neural interface. The crystal pulsed on his finger, no longer a separate object, but seemingly an extension of himself. Through it, he could sense the Akasha Sphere calling to him across the vastness of space. "Are you all right?" Kaelyn asked, her hand gentle on his shoulder. "Better than all right," Elian replied, surprised to find it true. "I can feel it, Kaelyn. The sphere, it's alive in a way I can't explain. And it's happy." Zaria, piloting with intense focus, glanced at him. "Happy? It has been waiting for decades, maybe centuries, to fulfill its purpose." "Xander knew it," Elian said softly. Elian opened his eyes. "I know where we need to go." He leaned forward, inputting coordinates into the navigation system. As he did, Zaria gasped. That's in Ketar space, near your family's ancient lands, Kaelyn. That can't be a coincidence." "No," Kaelyn agreed, her voice thick with emotion. "My ancestors always spoke of a great stone of sight sleeping beneath the lunar lake. They called it a fairy tale." As the void swimmer changed course, accelerating toward the new coordinates, Zaria reached inside her tunic and withdrew a chain. Hanging from it was a ring identical to Elian's crystal, but with a core that glowed with a softer, rose-colored light. "He left this with me," she said, removing the chain and holding the ring in her palm. "The night before he disappeared, Xander said it was a promise that somehow, someday, we would be together again." Elian stared at the second ring in shock. "All this time, you had its twin?" "I never understood its true significance," Zaria admitted. "I thought it merely a token of his affection. But now..." The ring in her hand began to pulse in perfect synchronization with Elian's crystal. The navigation console beeped, confirming their course toward Ketar space. "Nero said the sphere responds to specific genetic signatures," Kaelyn said thoughtfully. "What if it recognizes not just Xander's code, but the specific combination of human and Ketar energy patterns? The union your parents planned, but never achieved." Elian looked at his crystal, then at Zaria's ring, a bridge between worlds. 3 days later, the void swimmer entered Ketar space. Their approach hadn't gone unnoticed. A small fleet of sensor ships pursued them, joined by other vessels Elian didn't recognize. "The sensors have called in allies," Zaria said grimly. "Former military commanders, mercenaries, Anyone who believes the sphere should be controlled or destroyed. How long until we reach the coordinates? Elian asked. 20 minutes, but they'll intercept us before then. Elian felt the crystal pulse more urgently now. An idea formed in his mind. Dangerous, but possibly their only option. I need to establish a stronger connection with the sphere, he said. If it's truly awakened, maybe it can help us. Kaelyn's eyes widened. The neural interface nearly overwhelmed you last time. This will be different. Elian turned to Zaria. I need your ring too. Both artifacts together might create a stable connection. Zaria hesitated only briefly before handing him her ring. As Elian held both artifacts in his palms, they began to glow more intensely, their light intermingling. I'll be your anchor, Kaelyn said, taking his face in her hands. Focus on me if you get lost in there. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Elian knew with absolute certainty that what he felt for her was love. Not just desire or fascination with her alien nature, but a deep, soul-level connection that transcended species. He slipped Xander's crystal back on his right hand and placed Zaria's ring on his left. Immediately, energy surged through him, far more powerful than before, but somehow gentler, more controlled. His consciousness expanded, reaching across space to touch the waiting sphere. Through this connection, he saw it clearly for the first time. Not a weapon, as the sensors believed, but an instrument of creation of immense sophistication. The Precursors had designed it to heal worlds, to restore balance, to build ecosystems, to bridge the gaps between different forms of life. And it had chosen Xander's heir, chosen humans, because of their unique capacity for both destruction and creation, for both logic and emotion. The perfect mediators between extremes. Understand now, Elian whispered, his voice resonating strangely. I know what to do. As the pursuing ships closed in, weapons charging, Elian channeled his will through the crystals. Ahead of them, at their destination, something massive began to stir. The sphere, a structure the size of a small moon, dormant for millennia beneath the surface of the Kitar lunar lake, rose from its resting place, not with violence or catastrophe, but with gentle purpose. Water cascaded from its gleaming surfaces as it emerged into the light of the triple moons. Through Elian's connection, the sphere extended its influence. The pursuing ships suddenly found themselves unable to fire, their weapon systems reconfiguring against their operators' commands. The sensor vessels attempted to retreat, only to be held in place by invisible forces. It's not hurting them, Elian explained, seeing the alarm on Kaelyn and Zaria's faces. It's showing them the truth about what it is, what it's for. The Void Swimmer approached the massive structure, a complex geometric form composed of the same dark, reflective material as the Echo Beacon. At its center, an opening appeared, inviting them in. It wants us to dock, Elian said. Zaria guided their ship into the sphere's embrace. As they disembarked into its interior, a vast chamber bathed in soft, pulsing light. Elian felt the connection between himself and the sphere strengthen further. At the center of the chamber stood a simple pedestal with two circular depressions. The crystals, Kaelyn realized. They belonged there. Elian nodded, moving toward the pedestal. This is what Xander discovered. Not just the sphere, but its purpose. The sensors wanted it as a weapon, but he understood its true nature. A tool for unity, for healing the divisions between species. That's why he gave one crystal to me. And the other to me, Zaria said softly. He knew someday they would need to be reunited. By us, Elian added, or our children. He looked at Kaelyn, who stood watching him with eyes bright with understanding. In that moment, despite the dangers still surrounding them, despite the uncertainty of what would happen next, he felt a perfect clarity. I love you, he said simply. I know it's fast. I know it's crazy, but it's neither, she interrupted, moving to his side. Kitar believed that souls recognize each other instantly. Time is irrelevant to true connection. Elian smiled, taking her hand. Then, let's finish what our parents started. Together, they removed the artifacts. Elian placed Xander's crystal in one depression, while Kaelyn, taking Zaria's ring, placed the second artifact in its matching hollow. The effect was immediate and breathtaking. The crystals melded with the pedestal, their light expanding outward in concentric waves that filled the chamber and beyond. Through his connection, Elian could feel the sphere broadcasting a message of peace and unity to all nearby worlds, including the pursuing ships. The sensors and their allies, faced with the undeniable truth of the sphere's purpose, found their centuries of dogma crumbling. This was not a weapon to be controlled or destroyed, but a gift to be shared. As the light subsided, Elian felt the neural connection gently release. The crystals remained embedded in the pedestal, their purpose fulfilled. But something of their energy had transferred permanently to him. A heightened awareness, a deeper connection to both human and Ketar perspectives. "It's done," he said, turning to Kaelyn and Zaria. "The sphere is fully awakened. It will remain here, open to all species, a neutral ground for cooperation and healing." Zaria's eyes shimmered with tears. "Xander would be so proud of you." Outside, the pursuing ships were dispersing, their weapons powered down. The immediate danger had passed, but Elian knew the journey was just beginning. The galaxy would need time to adjust to the sphere's presence, to understand its potential. "What happens now?" Kaelyn asked, her hand finding his. Elian smiled, pulling her close. "Now we build something new, together." 6 months later, Elian stood on the balcony of the new diplomatic center, built on the shores of the Ketar lunar lake, in sight of the Akasha Sphere that now served as a hub for interspecies cooperation and scientific discovery. Behind him, the sounds of celebration filtered through open doors. The official union ceremony of a human man and a Ketar woman, attended by representatives from a dozen worlds. Kaelyn joined him on the balcony, resplendent in traditional ceremonial attire that complemented her copper skin and elegant lines. Around her neck hung a pendant containing a tiny fragment of Elian's original info crystal, matched by a similar pendant around his own neck containing a piece of Zaria's ring. "Second thoughts?" she teased, slipping her arm around his waist. "Only about the guest list," he replied, nodding toward the censor delegation inside. "Never thought I'd be serving drinks to the people who tried to kill us. Former enemies make the strongest allies." Kaelyn quoted an old Ketar proverb. "Besides, they've renounced their old ways. The consulate is being reformed under new leadership." Elian turned to face her fully, still amazed by how his heart raced at the sight of her. Their relationship had only deepened in the months since the sphere's awakening, their physical and emotional connection transcending the differences between their species. "Your mother seems happy," he observed, glancing inside, where Zaria was engaged in animated conversation with Neros, who had adopted a humanoid form for the occasion. "She is," Kaelyn agreed. "She's finally found peace with Xander's memory, and she's rather enjoying her new role as chief diplomat to the sphere." Elian pulled Kaelyn closer, breathing in her unique, spicy scent. "And you? Any regrets about tying yourself to a simple, albeit highly enlightened, archaeologist?" Her laugh was like music. "Former archaeologist, current interspecies liaison, and artifact awakener. And no, not a single regret." As the triple moons rose over the lunar lake, casting their light on the sphere that had changed the course of galactic history, Elian reflected on the strange path that had led him here. It had begun with a simple question from his mentor about an ancient crystal and ended with the fulfillment of a love story decades in the making. It was not just Xander and Zaria's story, but his own, a testament to humanity's unique gift for building bridges across the stars. Through the silent darkness of space, a long silver-black spacecraft glided like a blade slicing through the fabric of the universe. Its streamlined hull reflected the cold glimmer of distant stars, while the low hum of the gravitic engines resonated through its core. Inside, the only sound was the rhythmic hiss of the life support systems. In the softly illuminated lounge, bathed in pale blue light, sat two figures, a man and a woman, brother and sister. Their faces were tense, focused, as if carved from stone. Elian, tall and broad-shouldered, with sharp cheekbones and short steel gray hair, stared out of the viewport at the infinite cosmos. His cold, storm-gray eyes betrayed nothing, but beneath the surface, a storm was raging. "I never thought it would end like this," he said in a low voice without turning. "Exiled, like criminals." Sarah sat opposite him, her knees drawn up to her chest. Her silvery white hair fell across her face, and her amber eyes burned like molten metal. "Criminals," she scoffed, her voice rough with suppressed anger. "We're the only ones who dare to speak the truth. We never belonged to them, Elian. We were never part of their so-called collective." Elian turned his gaze toward her, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and pain. "And what now?" he asked, spreading his hands slightly. "We're heading to some primitive planet, full of beings who know nothing about us, nothing about our technology, nothing about our past. Earth. Even a name sounds clumsy." Sarah rose sharply to her feet, her figure outlined by the sleek black bodysuit with silver accents that hug her athletic frame. "Better to be exiled than live in a cage," she said firmly, her voice ringing in the cold silence. "I won't regret what we did." Elian closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. He knew there was no point in arguing. His sister had always been fire, untamed, unyielding, and untouchable. He, on the other hand, was ice. Fire and ice. Yet somehow, that balance was the only thing keeping them alive. The ship's navigation AI came to life with a calm, synthetic voice. "Entering planetary atmosphere, Earth. Estimated time to contact, 3 minutes. Prepare for extreme G-forces." Elian tightened his harness, checking the seat locks twice. Sarah followed his example, but her amber eyes gleamed with anticipation rather than fear. "Have you even thought about what comes next?" he asked quietly, eyes fixed ahead. "We have no home, no status, no allies. We're strangers. We'll start over," she shot back, her tone sharp and steady. "This time, on our own terms." The moment the craft entered Earth's atmosphere, the hull began to tremble violently. Waves of heat rolled over the outer layers, plasma licking across the shields like living fire. Sarah shut her eyes, her heartbeat thundering in her ears. Then, impact. The ship tore through cloud cover and slammed into the ground with a deafening roar, carving a smoking trench into the dense underbrush on the outskirts of a massive human city. A haze of steam rose from the hull. Elian unfastened his harness and stood slowly, his muscles tense. Through the fractured canopy, the city lights glimmered in the distance. Towering structures, glowing highways, rivers of neon weaving through the darkness. "Welcome to Earth," he muttered grimly. The airlock hatch slid open with a metallic hiss, releasing a gust of warm, humid air. Outside, a crowd of humans had gathered, their primitive floodlights glaring into Elian's eyes. Armed soldiers formed a perimeter, weapons raised and ready. "Don't move," someone barked in harsh, clipped English. Elian slowly raised his hands, showing he was unarmed. Sarah mirrored his gesture, but kept her gaze cold, almost defiant. From behind the soldiers stepped a tall man in a dark suit, flanked by 2 guards. His stern face carried an edge of authority, and his sharp blue eyes studied them with a mix of caution and curiosity. "My name is Colonel Richard Crow," he said, his voice calm but commanding. "I represent the United Earth Council. Who are you, and why have you entered our airspace unannounced?" Sarah's lips curled into the faintest smirk, but Elian stepped forward before she could speak. "We didn't invade," he said firmly, his voice deep and steady. "We were exiled from our homeworld. My name is Elian, and this is my sister, Sarah. We seek no conflict." Crow regarded them for several long seconds, his jaw tight, then gave a short nod to his men. "Lower your weapons," he ordered. "They're coming with me." They were taken to an underground facility, endless white walls, mirror panels, and surveillance cameras in every corner. Elian and Sarah were separated for questioning. Elian sat across from Colonel Crow and a team of scientists, the table between them glowing faintly with holographic displays of the crashed ship and biological scans of their bodies. "So," Crow leaned forward, folding his hands, "you're telling me you were exiled. For what exactly?" Elian hesitated for a brief second before answering. "For thinking," he said quietly. "On Valterian, there is no I. There is only we. The collective controls everything. We believed individuality mattered, that freedom was strength, not weakness. For that, we became dangerous." The scientists exchanged hushed glances. Crow raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. "So you're dissidents," he said slowly, almost amused. "Interesting." Meanwhile, in another room, Sarah was being questioned by a different team. Her interrogation was more volatile, her voice sharp, her temper barely restrained. She refused to explain too much, meeting every question with suspicion. Hours later, they were finally released into a small, bare room containing 2 narrow beds and a single console. Elian found his sister seated cross-legged on one of the beds, her arms folded tightly across her chest. "They don't trust us," she muttered, staring at the floor. "And they shouldn't," Elian replied simply. "Not yet." She looked up, fire burning behind her amber eyes. "Then we'll make them trust us." Elian didn't argue, but deep inside, he knew the truth. Earth wasn't a sanctuary. It was an arena, and the real battle hadn't even begun. The first few days on Earth blurred into a haze of blinding lights, endless questioning, and constant surveillance. Elian and Sarah were confined to a secure research facility deep beneath the surface, surrounded by pale walls and emotionless faces. Humans in white coats hovered around them like curious insects, probing, scanning, measuring. Sarah hated it. She paced restlessly in their small room, fingers tapping against her thigh, her amber eyes burning with defiance. "They treat us like specimens," she hissed, stopping suddenly. "Not guests. Not even prisoners. Specimens." Elian leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gray eyes fixed on her. "What did you expect? We fall out of the sky, dress like this, and tell them we're from another star. Of course, they're afraid." "I'm not afraid," she shot back. "No," he said, his tone flat, "but you should be. Fear makes humans unpredictable. We need to be careful." A soft chime announced the arrival of visitors. The door slid open, revealing two human officers in dark tactical uniforms. One was tall and broad-shouldered with short dark hair and sharp blue eyes. The other, leaner, with tousled blonde hair and an easy expression that barely masked tension. "I'm Lieutenant Jason Cole," said the taller one, his voice clipped and professional. He gestured to his partner. "This is Sergeant Ryan Hale. We've been assigned as your security detail." Sarah arched a brow. "Security? You mean guards?" Ryan gave a small, cautious smile. "Call it whatever makes you comfortable. Our job is to make sure nothing happens to you, and that you don't accidentally start World War III. Elian straightened, studying the men carefully. He didn't trust them, but he respected honesty when he heard it. Days turned into weeks, and the initial tension between the aliens and their human hosts began to shift. Elian spent hours studying human history through the facility's terminals, absorbing everything from philosophy to warfare. Sarah, meanwhile, wandered wherever the guards allowed, testing boundaries constantly. She found herself drawn to Ryan, his curiosity, his quiet humor, his patience with her endless questions. He explained things others wouldn't. The city above, the way humans communicated without words, the strange rituals of Earth's cultures. One evening, as they stood by a window overlooking the underground cityscape of glowing corridors, she asked, "Do you ever wonder what's out there, beyond your little planet?" Ryan hesitated before answering. "Every day." His gaze flicked toward her. "But looking at you, I think I'm finally starting to understand how small we really are." Sarah's lips curved slightly, though she said nothing. Across the facility, Elian trained with Jason in one of the simulation chambers. Jason wanted to test their combat abilities, and Elian obliged without hesitation. The humans quickly learned he was faster, stronger, more precise than they could have imagined. But Elian also learned something unexpected. Jason was a soldier who valued discipline, loyalty, and strategy. In another life, on another world, they might have been allies. Late one night, alarms blared through the facility. Elian and Sarah shot upright in their beds as red lights bathed the walls. The door hissed open, and Jason stormed in. "Stay with me," he barked. "This isn't a drill." Sarah grabbed her boots, pulling them on as she demanded. "What's happening?" Jason's jaw was tight. "We don't know yet. Power fluctuations. Possible breach." Elian's stomach clenched. He'd seen sabotage before, and this felt too familiar. As they moved quickly through the hallways, Ryan joined them, his face pale but determined. He fell in a step beside Sarah, handing her a compact human-made weapon. "Just in case," he muttered. She glanced at it, then at him, one brow raised. "You're arming me?" "I'm trusting you," he corrected softly. Somewhere deep in the facility, a low rumble shook the floor beneath their feet. Elian slowed for a fraction of a second, his instincts screaming. This wasn't a human attack. Someone, or something, from Valtarian had found them, and it was only the beginning. The tension in the facility thickened over the following days. Whatever had triggered the alarms wasn't discussed openly, but Elian noticed the subtle changes. More guards, more encrypted channels, more whispered conversations between officers who thought he wasn't listening. Sarah noticed it too, though she cared less about military movements and more about the shifting energy in the air and instinctual awareness that something was closing in on them. "They know more than they're telling us," she murmured one night as she sat cross-legged on her bed, absently twisting a strand of silvery hair between her fingers. Elian leaned against the wall, arms folded, silent for a long moment before replying. "They're scared, and they should be." She frowned, amber eyes sharp. "You think this is about us?" He nodded slightly. "I think someone followed us here." The next day, they were summoned to a strategy briefing led by Colonel Crow himself. The air in the room felt heavy as holographic projections lit up, displaying patterns of unusual energy readings orbiting Earth. "These signatures appeared 72 hours ago," Crow began, his voice steady but strained. "Our satellites picked up multiple unidentified objects holding a high altitude. They're cloaked, but not perfectly. We believe they're observing us, observing you." Sarah crossed her arms, her tone sharp. "Then you should assume they're from Valtarian." Ryan, standing at her side, glanced at her quickly but said nothing. Crow's eyes narrowed. "If that's true, what do they want?" Elian stepped forward, his voice low and deliberate. "Control. They don't tolerate dissent. To them, we're an infection, and if they believe we're contaminating this planet, they won't hesitate to remove the threat." Silence fell over the room. Jason finally broke it. "So what's our play?" Crow's jaw tightened. We prepare for the possibility of hostile contact. But for now, we keep this contained. Public panic helps no one. Life in the facility became even more restricted. Sarah was frustrated, pacing the halls like a caged predator. Ryan shadowed her whenever she was allowed outside their quarters, his quiet presence grounding her in a way she didn't want to admit. Late one evening, she found him sitting alone in one of the observation domes, staring up at the simulated starfield projected on the curved glass ceiling. "You don't sleep much," she said, stepping inside. Ryan gave a small, tired smile. "Hard to sleep when the universe feels like it's shrinking around you." She sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders brushed, but said nothing. For a while, they watched the illusion of distant galaxies spinning above them. Then Ryan spoke softly. "I know you don't trust us, and I can't blame you. But if this turns into a fight, I want you to know something." Sarah turned to face him, her amber eyes catching the soft glow of the lights. "What? I'm on your side," he said simply. For the first time since arriving on Earth, Sarah didn't reply with sarcasm or suspicion. Instead, she just held his gaze and quietly nodded. Meanwhile, Elian trained with Jason in the lower levels of the facility, running combat simulations designed to test their synergy. At first, they clashed, Jason frustrated by Elian's cold precision, Elian dismissive of Jason's reliance on human tactics. But over time, something shifted. "You fight like you're anticipating threats I don't even see," Jason admitted one afternoon, breathing hard after a particularly brutal sparring session. Elian wiped sweat from his brow, his voice even. "Because I am." Jason narrowed his eyes. "So you know they're coming." Elian met his gaze. "I've never been more certain of anything in my life." Before Jason could respond, the lights in the chamber flickered. An alarm sounded, soft, almost muted but urgent. Elian froze, every instinct on edge. Jason's calm bust. He answered, listening silently, then looked up at Elian, his expression grim. "They've breached orbit," Jason said quietly. Elian's jaw tightened. "Then it begins." The Valtarian recon ships had arrived. But what neither Elian nor Sarah knew was that the enemy had already been preparing for weeks, embedding hidden operatives on Earth, infiltrating human networks, and watching their every move. The game had started long before they realized it, and someone inside the facility was already working against them. The facility's silence was deceptive. Beneath the sterile white walls and endless corridors, something unseen was tightening its grip. Every day brought more restrictions, more armed patrols, more locked doors. Elian noticed first. He always did. Small irregularities, shifts in guard rotations, encrypted transmissions late at night, power fluctuations isolated to their sector. Valtarian tactics. Sarah, restless as ever, bristled under the increasing control. "They're hiding something," she muttered, pacing their quarters. "They're preparing," Elian corrected, watching her carefully. "And not for us. They know what's coming." She stopped, fixing him with a sharp amber gaze. "And you're certain it's them?" He nodded slowly. "I can feel them. The Council won't leave us alive, Sarah. Not after what we did." 2 nights later, the proof arrived. Elian woke to the faintest vibration in the floor, so subtle most wouldn't notice. But he knew this rhythm, the precise gravimetric resonance of Altarian stealth craft entering low orbit. Before he could react, the facility's internal comms flared. "Code Crimson. Level 7 lockdown. All security teams mobilize." Jason and Ryan burst into their quarters seconds later, weapons ready. "They've breached our outer perimeter," Jason said grimly. "Crow wants you both in command now." As they raced through the halls, Elian glanced at Ryan. "Human defenses won't hold. You're underestimating what's coming." Ryan shot him a quick, sharp look. "Then you'd better start telling us what we're up against." Command was chaos. Colonels shouted orders over holographic projections. Satellite feeds showed 4 faint distortions moving high above Earth's atmosphere, invisible to radar, but glowing faintly under specialized scans. Crow stood at the center, barking instructions. When Elian and Sarah entered, his expression hardened. "They're here for you, aren't they?" Crow's voice was low but sharp. Elian didn't hesitate. "Yes, and they won't stop." Sarah stepped forward, chin lifted defiantly. "Then let us fight." The room went silent. Jason exchanged a quick glance with Crow. "You're not leaving this facility," Crow said firmly. "If they want you, they'll have to go through us." Elian's jaw tightened. "They will go through you," he said flatly. "You've never faced them. You don't understand what they are." Later that night, Sarah sat with Ryan in the observation dome, the stars above shifting as defense satellites aligned. "You're scared," she said softly, not as an accusation but a statement of fact. Ryan didn't deny it. "I'd be stupid not to be." He turned to her, his voice quiet. "But you? You don't look afraid." Sarah's amber eyes reflected the artificial starlight. "I learned a long time ago that fear doesn't save you. Action does." Ryan studied her for a moment, then shook his head with a small, incredulous smile. "You sound like someone who's been fighting her whole life." She didn't respond because she had. Meanwhile, deep in the lower sectors, Elian confronted Jason in the training hall. "You've been holding back," Jason said after their sparring session, his voice edged with frustration. "You know something we don't. Tell me." Elian hesitated, then finally spoke. "The Council won't send negotiators. They'll send purifiers. Elite units bred for one purpose: eradication. If they've arrived, it's already too late for diplomacy." Jason's brows furrowed. Then we prepare for war. Elian shook his head. You're preparing for the wrong kind of war. You're thinking soldiers and rifles. I'm thinking infiltration. Jason's expression sharpened. You think they're already here? I know they are, Elian replied. The first sign came hours later. A blackout. Just 10 seconds. Lights, sensors, doors. But in those 10 seconds, 2 guards vanished without trace. Sarah and Ryan discovered one of them moments after power returned. Slumped against a wall, alive but unresponsive, his pupils dilated, veins darkening under his skin. Ryan crouched, checking his vitals. What the hell? Elian arrived seconds later, his voice like steel. Neural override. They've infiltrated the system. Crow ordered a full lockdown, but Elian knew better. Lockdowns didn't matter. The purifiers weren't here to negotiate. At 3:17, the attack began. The facility's perimeter defenses lit up with automatic fire as shadows moved at impossible speed across the outer fields. Energy discharges cut through reinforced plating like paper. Human soldiers fell before they even understood what they were fighting. Jason and Ryan led the counterteams, coordinating with Elian as chaos erupted around them. Sarah fought beside Ryan, adapting quickly to the crude human weapons. Her movements were precise, fluid, lethal. One purifier lunged from the darkness, and she dropped it with a clean shot to the throat, the alien collapsing without a sound. Not bad, Ryan panted, reloading. Sarah flashed him a sharp grin. You haven't seen anything yet. By the time the first wave ended, 34 soldiers were dead. The facility's western wing was in ruins. But they'd held. For now. Inside command, Crow slammed a fist against the console. That was reconnaissance. They were testing us. Elian stood at the center of the room, his expression carved from stone. No, that was a warning. Sarah leaned against the wall, wiping blood from her cheek. Then what happens when they stop warning us? Elian turned slowly, his gray eyes colder than ice. Then, he said quietly, the real war begins. The dawn above the facility came without sunlight. High in Earth's atmosphere, cloaked Valterian warships drifted like silent predators, their obsidian hulls invisible to human radar, but glowing faintly in Elian's senses like distant thunder. He stood at the edge of the observation deck, arms folded, watching nothing, but feeling everything. They've positioned 3 carriers above the southern hemisphere, he said quietly, not turning as Jason approached behind him. Jason stopped, his boots silent on the reinforced floor. We still can't see them, he admitted, his jaw tight. But I believe you. Elian's gray eyes stayed fixed on the darkness beyond the glass. They're not here to scare us anymore. That was yesterday. Today, they're coming to finish what they started. Jason hesitated. Then we fight. Elian finally turned his gaze on him. Cold, sharp, calculating. No, you survive. That's different. Hours later, the facility's war room was packed. Holographic maps glowed over the table, tracking faint disturbances in orbit where human sensors strained to keep up. Colonel Crow stood at the head, pale but unflinching. An invasion force of unknown size is inbound, he said, voice clipped. We assume they're here for Elian and Sarah, but until we know for certain, we prepare for full engagement. Sarah leaned against the wall, her amber eyes flashing under the harsh lights. You'll lose, she said flatly. Your weapons, your defenses, all your clever systems, they're obsolete against Valterian tech. Crow turned to her sharply. Then what do you suggest? Surrender? No, she said, pushing off the wall, her movements smooth and predatory. I suggest you let us lead. Jason exchanged a glance with Ryan, who was standing near the console, tense but silent. Crow's jaw worked, but before he could reply, the lights above them dimmed. Once, twice, then stabilized. Elian straightened instantly. They penetrated the outer net. At 1932, the first Valterian carrier decloaked. It filled the skies above the region like an eclipse, its angular black silhouette blotting out the stars. Its surface shimmered faintly as thousands of hexagonal armor plates shifted and locked into attack formation. Sarah stood on the upper platform with Ryan, staring up at the holographic projection. That's a command dreadnought, she whispered. They didn't send recon units this time. They sent judgment. Ryan glanced at her sidelong. I hate the way you say that so calmly. She didn't answer. The attack began with sound. A low-frequency pulse rolled across the ground, vibrating deep in bone and muscle. Humans clutched their ears, staggering under the invisible weight, while Elian and Sarah stood unaffected, their alien physiology built for resonance. Then came the light. Dozens of energy projectiles fell from the dreadnought's underside, cutting through the night like burning comets. Impact after impact erupted along the perimeter, tearing through human defenses in waves of fire and twisted metal. West barricade down. A voice screamed over comms. We're losing sectors 3 and 4. Jason's voice cut through the chaos. Seal off the lower passages. Contain them where we can. Elian was already moving, his steps silent, his presence sharp as a blade. Jason, with me. Ryan, keep Sarah alive. Sarah shot him a glare. I don't need protecting. Ryan smirked faintly, sliding a fresh magazine into his rifle. Good. Saves me the trouble. By the time they reached the west wing, the corridor was filled with smoke and shadows. Valterian purifiers moved like liquid metal, their armor shifting seamlessly to deflect human bullets. Their weapons were elegant, slender plasma lances designed to pierce reinforced alloys. Jason raised his rifle, fired twice. The round sparked harmlessly off a purifier's shifting plates. "They're adapting," Elian said calmly, stepping forward. "Aim for the joints." Jason cursed under his breath, but adjusted, his next shot striking true. The purifier dropped soundlessly, its armor liquefying into a pool of black nanite residue. For a moment, there was quiet. Then an explosion ripped through the ceiling, showering them with debris. Elian shoved Jason clear, the shockwave hurling them into opposite walls. Through the smoke, more purifiers surged forward, 10, 20, maybe more. Elian activated the embedded nodes along his forearms, bioluminescent veins flaring faint blue as Valterian combat enhancements woke beneath his skin. Jason froze, startled, as Elian moved with unnatural speed, intercepting the nearest attacker and slamming it into the wall hard enough to dent alloy plating. "You've been holding back," Jason muttered, wiping blood from his cheek. Elian didn't look at him. "You haven't seen me fight yet." Meanwhile, Sarah and Ryan were holding the eastern line. The sounds of battle thundered around them. Plasma fire, screams, collapsing steel. "You take the left, I'll cover the flank," Ryan barked, firing in short, precise bursts. Sarah nodded once, her body flowing through motion like liquid. She vaulted over a fallen barrier, twin energy blades extending from the bracers on her forearms, slicing cleanly through a purifier's armor at the neck. Its body collapsed instantly, lifeless. Ryan blinked. "That's new. Adapt," she snapped, already moving. For a brief moment, their movements synced perfectly. Ryan's disciplined bursts of fire complementing Sarah's lethal precision. The human and the alien fighting as one. And yet, deep beneath the chaos, Sarah felt it. A cold, gnawing certainty that this was only the opening strike. At command, Crow's team struggled to keep up. "Dreadnought deploying ground pods," an analyst shouted. Estimated 2 minutes until they breached Sector 12. Crow slammed his palm on the table. "Divert all reserves." "No." Elian's voice came through comms, steady and unyielding. "Evacuate them. They won't hold Sector 12. That's where they want you focused." Crow hesitated, then swore under his breath. "You're in charge of that sector now." Elian didn't reply. He was already moving. Then, everything changed. In the depths of the facility, deep inside Sublevel 6, a new alarm triggered, one no one had heard before. Doors locked automatically, sealing entire wings. Power rerouted to unknown sectors. Jason, catching his breath beside Elian, checked his comms. "What the hell was that?" Elian's expression darkened. "Not an external breach. That's inside." Sarah's voice came sharp and urgent over the channel. "Elian, one of your people is already here. They've been inside this whole time." Jason looked at him, stunned. "You're telling me there's a mole in the facility?" Elian's jaw clenched. "Not a mole." His voice dropped, sharp as broken glass. "A purifier, wearing a human skin." The comm went dead. Above them, the dreadnought began to descend. Its shadow swallowed the horizon, its energy core pulsing like a black sun. The war was no longer coming. It was here, and for the first time since they'd arrived on Earth, Elian wasn't sure they would survive. The facility's ruins still smoked from the previous night's battle, the scent of scorched metal and ozone hanging heavy in the air. Emergency crews swarmed the wreckage, dragging injured soldiers out from collapsed sections, while engineers struggled to bring basic systems back online. But beneath the frantic surface, an even greater danger was unfolding. Elian stood on the command balcony overlooking the central atrium, his gray eyes fixed on the glowing tactical display. A dozen red markers pulsed slowly on the map, signals of infiltrators moving inside the facility. "They bypassed every firewall we had," Jason muttered beside him, running a hand over his jaw. "They were in our systems for weeks, weren't they?" Elian nodded once. "Longer. The Council planned this months before we arrived. The purifiers weren't just sent to invade. They've been watching us since the beginning." Jason swore under his breath. "And we didn't see it." Elian's jaw tightened, his gaze cold. "They wanted you blind." "It worked." Sarah paced in the room below, anger rolling off her in waves. Ryan leaned against the doorframe, arms folded, watching her silently until she finally exploded. "You knew, didn't you?" she hissed, spinning on her brother as he entered. "You felt them coming days ago, Elian. You knew what the purifiers were capable of. And you didn't tell me." Elian closed the door softly behind him. "You weren't ready." "Not ready." Her amber eyes burned with fury. "Do you think I'm a child? Do you think I haven't fought before? We could have been preparing, but instead, we were caught like prey." Ryan stepped forward carefully, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Sarah, we don't have time for this right now." She shook him off violently. "Don't take a side. You don't understand what it means when they send purifiers. You don't understand what they'll do to us if they win." Elian stepped closer, his voice calm but edged with steel. "I understand perfectly. That's why I kept it quiet. I needed them to underestimate us." Sarah laughed bitterly. "Underestimate you, you mean?" Their eyes locked, tension sharp enough to cut the air between them. An alarm blared across the facility, cutting the argument short. Unauthorized access detected. Sublevel 6. Containment breach. Jason's voice cracked through the comm. "We've got a problem." Well, the infiltrators isn't just hacking systems. They're inside. They've disguised themselves as one of ours. Elian froze. A faint vibration rippled along his skin, a resonance only someone like him could feel. It's not just a disguise, he said quietly. It's a full mimic. Ryan's face drained of color. You mean? Elian nodded grimly. A purifier, wearing human DNA like clothing. In sublevel 6, chaos erupted. A squad of Earth security forces cornered a technician who'd been working in the energy sector for months. Unremarkable, quiet, well-liked. But when they tried to detain him, his skin peeled away, revealing smooth, obsidian armor beneath. The purifier moved like liquid shadow, tearing through the first 2 soldiers before anyone could react. Plasma lanced from its arm, slicing through reinforced bulkheads like paper. Jason's team arrived seconds later, opening fire, but their weapons barely slowed it down. Keep it distracted, Jason shouted. Elian's on his way. Elian arrived without a weapon, his enhancements already surging beneath his skin, bioluminescent veins glowing faintly under the pale lights. He crossed the distance in a blur, tackling the purifier into a wall hard enough to crack alloy plating. For the first time, Jason and Ryan saw Elian fight without restraint. His movements were brutal but precise, his body a living weapon, strikes calculated, every counter anticipating the purifier's next move. But the mimic was relentless, adapting with every passing second. Its black armor shifted in real time, reshaping itself against his attacks. Elian's breathing grew ragged as he forced it down, slamming it into the floor with a sound that shook the chamber. Finally, he drove his hand into the purifier's chest, disrupting the core node. With a flash of blue light, the creature collapsed, its form liquefying into a pool of nanite residue that hissed softly before evaporating. When the silence settled, Sarah approached slowly, her expression unreadable. That, she said softly, is what you've been hiding from me. Elian met her gaze, his face calm, but his voice heavy. If I told you, would it have changed anything? Yes, she whispered, stepping closer. I would have been ready, but there was no time to argue. A sudden tremor shook the floor beneath them, stronger than before. The lights flickered, and a holographic display above the atrium lit up with a live satellite feed. 3 more Valtarian dreadnoughts had decloaked. Sarah stared at the display, her amber eyes wide. That's not an invasion force, she breathed. That's an extermination fleet. Ryan cursed under his breath. How the hell are we supposed to fight that? Elian stepped forward, his expression colder than steel. We don't fight them here, he said softly. We take the fight to orbit. Crow turned sharply. You're out of your mind. That's suicide. But Elian was already speaking into his comms, calling up data no human should have access to. There's an auxiliary hangar under sublevel 9, he said. My ship can be reactivated. It's the only thing fast enough to reach them before they deploy the final wave. Jason frowned. You're planning on leaving the facility? Elian nodded once. If we wait, this base will be rubble before sunrise. That night, as chaos spread and evacuation alarms blared, Elian, Sarah, Jason, and Ryan prepared for the most dangerous mission yet, boarding the flagship dreadnought in orbit and disabling its command core. But what none of them knew, the leader of the Valtarian Council was already on board, waiting, watching, and he wanted his traitors alive. The night sky above Earth burned with ghostly light. 3 Valtarian dreadnoughts hung in low orbit, their jagged black silhouettes blotting out the stars. The largest, a flagship unlike any Elian had seen before, radiated power in silent waves, its obsidian armor shifting like liquid shadow. Deep below, inside the auxiliary hangar of sublevel 9, Elian's hands moved quickly over the dormant interface of his personal strike craft, the Seraphis. The sleek, needle-shaped ship had been locked and buried by the human military since their arrival, but now it pulsed faintly as its systems roared back to life. Sarah stood a few meters away, arms folded, glaring at him. Her amber eyes were molten in the cold light of the consoles. You kept this hidden too, she said flatly. Elian didn't look up. If they'd known what Seraphis was capable of, the humans would have dismantled her for study. And then we'd have nothing right now. Jason approached, strapping on a combat vest, his rifle slung across his back. This thing's actually space-worthy? Elian's gray eyes flicked toward him briefly. She'll outrun anything you've ever seen. Ryan stepped up beside Sarah, checking his weapon. Then I guess we're going to orbit, he muttered under his breath. Sarah didn't answer. She was still watching her brother, silent tension burning between them. Minutes later, the Seraphis screamed free of the Earth's gravity well, tearing through the upper atmosphere like a silver spear. The engines howled, shattering sonic barriers, until they broke into the silent darkness of orbit. Below them, Earth glimmered in shadow and light. Above, the 3 dreadnoughts loomed like executioners. Jason gripped the edge of the co-pilot's console, knuckles white. Tell me we have a plan, he muttered. We board the flagship, Elian said, calm as stone. Jason's head snapped toward him. Board it? That's insane. You want us to waltz into the middle of their fleet? Not want, Elian corrected. Need. The other 2 dreadnoughts take commands from the flagship's core. Disable that, and the entire fleet loses coordination. Ryan swore softly under his breath. And what exactly are we supposed to do once we're on board? Smile and ask them to stand down. Sarah's voice was quiet but sharp, cutting through the tension. We killed the command node. Elian nodded once, never taking his eyes off the drifting behemoth ahead. Exactly. As Seraphis approached, the flagship stirred. Its black armor unfolded like metallic petals, revealing inner docking ports lined with defense turrets. They've seen us, Jason said, his voice tight. Elian's fingers danced over the controls, flipping the ship into evasive maneuvers so violent that Jason swore he felt his stomach shift into his spine. Energy beams lanced past them, burning trails of light into the void. Hold on, Elian snapped, angling the Seraphis into a tight barrel roll before slicing between two smaller escort fighters. Alarms blared, hull integrity dipping into the red, and then, suddenly, silence. They stopped shooting, Ryan said, confused. They're letting us in, Sarah said quietly, her expression cold and unreadable. Jason glanced between them. And that doesn't bother either of you? Elian's jaw tightened. It bothers me more than you know. The Seraphis touched down inside the flagship's hangar bay. The door sealed behind them with a deafening clang. For a moment, there was only the deep hum of the Valterian engines vibrating through the deck beneath their boots. Then, from the shadows ahead, a column of armored figures stepped forward. 6 purifiers, each taller than Jason, their obsidian armor alive with faint blue veins of energy. And behind them, descending a staircase of shifting black metal, came Kaelyn, the supreme arbiter of the Valterian Council. His presence was suffocating, his tall frame draped in flowing battle robes woven with strands of crystalline armor. His skin, pale as ivory, gleamed faintly beneath the lights, and his deep silver eyes locked on Elian with cold, predatory focus. Elian, he said softly, his voice smooth, calm, and deadly. My lost blood. Jason stiffened. Wait, blood. Sarah froze beside Ryan, her chest rising and falling sharply, her gaze snapping to Elian. Tell me he's lying, she whispered. Elian didn't answer. Kaelyn's lips curved into something between a smile and a sneer. You never told him? How curious. My little brother, hiding his shame from the primitives he clings to. Jason stepped forward instinctively, rifle raised, but Elian lifted a hand, stopping him without looking away from Kaelyn. This ends here, Elian said quietly. Kaelyn's expression didn't change. No, Elian, this begins here. Come home, and Earth survives. Refuse, and I burn this planet down to ash. The silence in the hangar was absolute. Sarah's voice cut through it like shattered glass. You knew, she said, her words low, trembling with fury. You knew who you were this whole time, what you are, and you let us walk into this blind. Elian's jaw tightened, but his eyes stayed locked on Kaelyn's. Jason glanced between them, realizing for the first time the scale of the threat they were facing. Elian, he said slowly, his voice low, urgent. If he's your brother, he's not bluffing. We need to leave. Now. No, Elian said, his voice steady but heavy with something darker than anger. I've run from him my entire life. That ends tonight. Kaelyn extended one hand, palm open. Last chance, little brother. Elian stepped forward slowly, every muscle coiled and ready. I don't take orders from you anymore. The temperature in the hangar seemed to drop as Kaelyn's expression hardened into pure cold rage. So be it. The purifiers attacked. Jason and Ryan opened fire instantly, plasma rounds cutting the darkness as energy bolts tore through the air. Sarah ignited her twin energy blades, spinning through the first 2 purifiers with impossible speed, her movements fluid and lethal. Elian met Kaelyn head-on. Their clash sent shockwaves rippling through the hangar. 2 Valterian warriors locked in a brutal dance of precision and power. Sparks cascaded around them as their strikes collided, the very deck plates groaning beneath their weight. But Kaelyn was stronger, faster. Every strike Elian blocked rattled his bones, and for the first time in years, he felt his body straining to keep pace. You've weakened, Kaelyn hissed, his hand locking around Elian's wrist. Earth has softened you. Elian's gray eyes blazed as his bioluminescent veins flared brighter, flooding his system with stored energy. No, he said, forcing Kaelyn back a step. Earth made me dangerous. A single blast tore through the chaos. Not from a purifier, not from Kaelyn. From behind them, Jason collapsed to one knee, clutching his side, smoke rising from the wound. Ryan spun around, eyes wide, weapon raised. Behind them, standing on the Seraphis ramp, was Colonel Crow, a Valterian disruptor rifle in his hands. Sarah froze, disbelief written across her face. Crow, his expression was calm, cold, unapologetic. You really thought, he said quietly, that the council came here without help? Jason was on the floor, blood pooling beneath his side, his breath shallow and ragged. Ryan dragged him behind a fallen support beam, firing bursts of plasma to hold the line. Sarah stood frozen for a heartbeat, disbelief clawing through her chest as she stared at Colonel Crow, the man who had sworn to protect them. You're working with them, she breathed, her voice low, shaking with restrained fury. Crow leveled the Valterian disruptor rifle at her without hesitation. I was never working with them, he said coldly. I'm one of them. And then, before their eyes, his human skin rippled, peeling away like liquid light, revealing sleek, dark gray Valterian armor beneath. his body elongated, features sharpening into something alien and predatory. His silver eyes glowed faintly as he dropped the rifle and extended his arm into a morphing plasma blade. Sarah's amber eyes widened, her voice breaking. Elian, he's a purifier. Kaelyn's cold smile deepened, his voice like a knife. Did you really think you escaped us, brother? Crow has been here since before you arrived. We've been waiting for this moment. Elian's entire body went still, his fists clenched, his breath steady but slow. Every muscle screamed for action, but his gray eyes burned with something else, not rage. Focus, Ryan. Elian barked, his voice sharp, commanding. Get Jason out. Now. Ryan hesitated, torn, glancing at the chaos around them. You'll die if we leave you. Go. Elian roared, and for the first time, Ryan didn't argue. He pulled Jason up, half dragging him toward the Seraphis as Sarah and Elian turned to face Kaelyn and the purifier together. The hangar exploded into motion. Kaelyn charged first, his crystalline glaive slicing through the air with blinding speed. Elian met him head-on, their strikes colliding with a deafening crack, shockwaves shaking the deck beneath their boots. Crow. No. The purifier. Lunged for Sarah, his plasma blade carving burning arcs through the air. She ducked low, her twin energy blades flashing, parrying his attacks with precision. Sparks cascaded with every clash, her movements a blur of speed and feral grace. Stay with me, Sarah. Elian shouted, barely catching Kaelyn's strike before it split him in two. Her breath ragged, Sarah rolled beneath a slicing blow and stabbed upward, embedding one of her blades deep into Crow's armor. He roared, jerking back, molten nanite fluid spilling from the wound. But Crow wasn't slowing. If anything, he was evolving, his damaged armor reshaping into brutal, jagged edges, adapting with every second. Kaelyn knocked Elian back against a bulkhead with a powerful kick, sparks erupting as metal crumpled under the impact. He stepped forward slowly, his crystalline glaive humming with power. You're fighting for them? Kaelyn's voice was soft, disappointed, almost mournful. For humans? Weak, primitive creatures who barely deserve their own planet. Elian spat blood and stood, his glowing veins pulsing brighter beneath his skin, his voice steady and cold. I'm fighting for choice. Kaelyn's silver eyes narrowed. Then you've chosen death. Their next clash was brutal, faster, louder, more desperate. Energy rippled around them with each impact, their strikes leaving deep gashes in the deck plates. Across the hangar, Sarah screamed as Crow's blade grazed her shoulder, searing flesh and armor alike. She staggered, but before Crow could finish her, Ryan appeared from nowhere, firing a concentrated plasma round that tore through Crow's midsection. Crow dropped to one knee, snarling, his armor rippling violently as it struggled to heal. Sarah grabbed Ryan's arm, panting hard. Take Jason and get him to Seraphis, she barked, her amber eyes blazing. We'll hold him off. Ryan hesitated, then nodded once, dragging the barely conscious Jason toward the ship. Kaelyn, realizing his brother wasn't breaking, suddenly changed tactics. With a gesture, his wrist module activated, and a deep rumble shook the entire flagship. Sarah glanced up in horror as massive sections of the ceiling peeled away, revealing dozens of suspended energy spheres, each one pulsing brighter and brighter, gathering unstable power. Elian's eyes widened. He's activating the Oblivion Array, he said hoarsely. Kaelyn's voice was calm, final. One command, and I erased the human capital within seconds. Sarah froze, caught between fury and fear. Elian, he'll kill millions. Elian tightened his grip on his plasma lance, staring at his brother with steel in his eyes. Not if I end this now. Elian surged forward, his enhancements flaring at full capacity for the first time. His body blurred, moving faster than sound, his strikes crashing against Kaelyn's defenses in a storm of light and thunder. Kaelyn countered with impossible precision, each movement an echo of their shared training, their shared blood, but Elian's desperation gave him speed, strength, purpose. Behind them, Sarah and Crow's battle reached its peak. The wounded purifier roared, his armor fracturing under her relentless assault. At last, she plunged both blades into his chest, piercing the core node directly. Crow let out a single strangled sound before collapsing into a pool of dissolving nanite ash. She turned instantly, just in time to see Elian and Kaelyn locked in one final exchange. With a roar, Elian feinted left, ducked beneath Kaelyn's glaive, and drove his plasma lance deep into his brother's chest, straight through the energy core. Kaelyn froze. For the first time, his cold, perfect composure faltered. He stared at Elian, silver eyes dimming, lips curling into a faint, almost proud smile. You've grown, he whispered, voice breaking, before collapsing to his knees. The Oblivion Array flickered and shut down. The silence afterward was deafening. Elian fell to one knee, breathing hard, covered in blood and scorched armor. Sarah ran to him, dropping beside him, clutching his face in trembling hands. You're bleeding, she whispered, her voice breaking. He managed a small, tired smile. So are you. Ryan stumbled toward them, dragging Jason, who was pale but alive. We have to go, Ryan said, urgency lacing his voice. This flagship's unstable. Sarah helped Elian up as alarms blared around them. Together, they sprinted toward the Seraphis as explosions tore through the massive hangar. The Seraphis launched just as the flagship erupted behind them, the explosion consuming Kaelyn's dreadnought in a tidal wave of fire and shattered metal. The other two dreadnoughts broke formation immediately, retreating into hyperspace without their commander. They had won, but it didn't feel like victory. Hours later, the Seraphis floated in low orbit, silent except for the hum of its systems. Elian sat in the co-pilot's chair, bruised, battered, his eyes fixed on the curve of Earth below. Sarah sat across from him, her shoulder bandaged, her amber eyes soft for the first time in days. "It's over," she said quietly. Elian shook his head faintly. "No," he whispered. "It's just beginning." Jason stirred weakly on the medcot behind them, groaning in pain but alive. Ryan leaned against the wall, exhausted, his eyes closed, a faint smile touching his lips. For the first time since leaving Valterian, there was peace. Not safety, not certainty, but peace. Sarah reached out and took Elian's hand, holding it tightly. He squeezed back, their unspoken bond stronger than ever. Outside, Earth spun slowly beneath them, quiet and fragile against the infinite black. And somewhere, deep in the void, far beyond their sensors, other eyes were watching. Because wars like this were never truly over.
The relentless heat of Vexar 9 twin suns scorched the central bazaar, turning the air into a shimmering haze thick with the acrid scent of molten ore, volcanic ash, and the sharp tang of molten metal from overworked forges. The colony, carved into the side of a massive, dormant volcano that still rumbled ominously beneath the ground, was a patchwork of survivalist ingenuity. Ramshackle stalls fashioned from rusted starship hulls and reinforced with scavenged durasteel beams lined the uneven, cracked streets. Miners, their faces etched with lines of exhaustion and coated in a perpetual layer of grime, bartered fiercely for essential supplies. Ration packs that tasted like recycled cardboard, tools worn down from endless use, and the occasional luxury like a bottle of synthetic ale that promised a brief escape from the drudgery. Traders from distant worlds hawked their wares with booming voices, their eyes sharp as plasma torches, always ready to exploit the desperation of those who toiled in the depths of the planet's treacherous caves. Distant drilling rigs hummed and groaned, their vibrations sending small tremors through the ground, a constant reminder that Vexar 9 was as unforgiving as it was resource-rich, yielding rare minerals and exotic flora that fetched high prices on the galactic black markets. But on this sweltering afternoon, the bazaar's usual rhythm of haggling and commerce had twisted into something darker, more primal, a spectacle of public humiliation that drew a growing crowd like moths to a plasma flame. Whispers spread through the throng, pulling in off-duty miners, curious vendors, and even a few wide-eyed newcomers who had just disembarked from the latest supply shuttle. The air buzzed with anticipation, laced with the cruel undercurrent of mob mentality, as people jostled for better views, their faces a mix of morbid fascination and detached amusement. In the center of it all, stumbling forward on unsteady legs, was Kaelia Vren, a once-respected archaeobotanist from the verdant paradise world of Silvaris. Her sapphire-blue skin, normally vibrant and iridescent under natural light, was now dulled by a film of dust, sweat, and the purplish bruises that bloomed across her arms and torso like invasive weeds. Her jet-black hair, which she typically wove into intricate braids adorned with bioluminescent beads symbolizing her clan's ancient lineage of scholars, hung in wild, matted clumps, sticking to her sweat-slicked face and offering scant protection from the leering stares that pierced her like needles. Stripped bare by the colony's enforcers in a calculated act of degradation, Kaelia clutched her arms across her chest, her slender, athletic frame, honed from years of fieldwork in treacherous terrains, trembling not just from the physical exposure but from the soul-crushing weight of the humiliation. Each step on the rough, ash-strewn ground sent jolts of pain through her bare feet scraped raw by the jagged volcanic rock. The crowd's jeers rose in a cacophonous wave, insults hurled like weapons. Saboteur. Off-world filth, blue-skinned spy. Rotten synth fruits, engineered to last in harsh environments but now overripe and foul, splattered against her skin, their sticky juices mixing with the mining slag chunks of discarded ore and debris that pelted her relentlessly. Each impact felt like a fresh wound, not just to her body but to her spirit, eroding the confidence of a woman who had dedicated her life to unraveling the mysteries of alien ecosystems. Overseeing this orchestrated torment from a raised platform at the bazaar's edge was Torin Skal, the colony's iron-fisted logistics chief, a man whose reputation for ruthlessness was as solid as the durasteel he traded. His gaunt, ash-gray face, marked by a jagged scar that ran from his temple to his cheek like a fault line in cracked earth, twisted into a cold, satisfied grin. Tall and wiry with limbs that seemed too long for his frame, Torin was clad in a reinforced exosuit that amplified his presence, its plates etched with the insignia of the colony's corporate overlords. He had built his power on fear and favors, controlling the flow of supplies and information with an iron grip. Kaelia had been a threat to that empire. During her research into Vexar 9 volcanic caves, she had stumbled upon his secret operation, a black market trade in rare bioluminescent flora, plants that glowed with an otherworldly light and possessed properties that could revolutionize medicine or, in the wrong hands, be weaponized into devastating biotoxins. These specimens, harvested illegally from protected zones, were sold to shadowy off-world collectors for fortunes and credits, lining Torin's pockets while endangering the fragile balance of the planet's ecosystem. Framing Kaelia as a corporate spy had been a masterstroke of deception. Falsified logs showing her transmitting data to rival firms, whispered rumors among the miners about her suspicious off-hours explorations, and a staged discovery of planted evidence in her quarters. Now this walk of shame, a colonial tradition reserved for the most despised offenders, would discredit her completely, ensuring that any accusations she leveled against him would be dismissed as the ravings of a disgraced alien. Torin crossed his arms, his scar twitching as he watched her progress, savoring the way the crowd fed off her vulnerability. It was a display of power, a warning to anyone else who might dare to dig too deep. "Move it, Blueskin," snarled one of Torin's guards, a burly reptilian enforcer whose scales gleamed like tarnished bronze under the sun's glare. His name was Grak, a loyal brute who had risen through the ranks by cracking skulls and asking no questions. He prodded Kaelia forward with the butt of his stun baton, the weapon humming with latent energy that promised agony if she faltered. The crowd's laughter swelled again, a few bolder souls tossing more debris, bits of rusted metal, spoiled rations that struck her shoulders and back, leaving welts that burned in the heat. Kaelia's amber eyes, usually sharp and analytical, filled with tears that she fought to hold back, her mind racing through memories of her homeworld, the lush, glowing forests of Silvaris where vines twisted into natural cathedrals and knowledge was revered above all. How had she ended up here, reduced to this? Her heart hammered against her ribs, each beat a mix of fear, anger, and a desperate hope that this nightmare would end. Through the swirling haze of tears and ash, Kaelia barely registered the commotion until it was upon her, a tall figure shoving through the dense wall of onlookers with purposeful strides. He was a human, rare in these remote colonies where most inhabitants were hardy aliens adapted to harsh environments. Broad-shouldered and wiry, with sun-bleached hair that fell in unkempt waves over a forehead lined from years under alien suns, his piercing green eyes locked onto her with an intensity that cut through the chaos. His skin was tanned and weathered, marked by faint scars from welding burns and close calls in industrial accidents, and he moved with the confident gait of someone who had faced down worse than a jeering mob. Rin Calder had docked on Vexar 9 that morning, his battered freighter loaded with welding gear and plasma cutters for a contract to reinforce the colony's crumbling mining scaffolds, massive structures that held the weight of the volcano's inner chambers but were buckling under years of neglect. A freelance welder by trade, Rin had spent years traveling the galaxy, fusing together the broken bones of starships, mining rigs, and orbital stations, his hands steady even in the most hazardous conditions. He'd seen his share of injustice on fringe worlds, corporate exploitation, pirate raids, and the casual cruelty that flourished in lawless outposts. But this parading a vulnerable woman through a crowd, exposed and pelted with garbage, stirred a deep-seated fury in him, a reminder of the stories his mother told of Earth's labor wars where dignity was the first casualty. Without a second thought, Rin shrugged off his heavy utility coat, a rugged garment woven from thermal-resistant fibers and lined with pockets full of welding tools. It had cost him a month's wages on a core world station, custom-fitted for extreme environments, but in that moment its value paled against the need to act. "Enough of this barbarism," he declared, his voice a low rumble that carried over the jeers, laced with an authority born from countless negotiations in hostile territories. The nearest guards hesitated, surprised by the humans' boldness, their grips tightening on their weapons. "Stay out of this, human," hissed Grak, the reptilian guard, his baton crackling with energy as he stepped forward. "This is colony justice." Rin ignored him, focusing instead on Kaelia. He draped the coat around her shoulders with gentle precision, ensuring it covered her fully, the warm fabric a stark contrast to the chill of her exposure. It smelled of welding flux leather and the faint, earthy scent of distant worlds, comforting in its humanity. "You're okay now," he whispered, his green eyes meeting her amber ones with unwavering reassurance. "I won't let them hurt you anymore, stay close." The crowd's energy shifted uneasily, some jeers died down, replaced by murmurs of confusion or even reluctant admiration. A few miners, their consciences pricked, began to drift away, suddenly uncomfortable with their role in the spectacle. Torin Scowl's cold grin faltered, his scar pulling tight as he descended from the platform, his exosuit whirring softly with each step. "This alien is a convicted traitor," he bellowed, his voice amplified by a hidden comm unit echoing off the stall walls. "She's been sentenced for sabotaging our operations. Interfering carries severe penalties, fines, imprisonment, or worse." Rin turned to face him, his stance unyielding, one hand resting protectively on Kaelia's shoulder. "I'm invoking Galactic Accord Section 12, he countered smoothly, his knowledge of interstellar law surprising even himself. It was something he'd picked up during a stint with a legal aid convoy. "The right to challenge unjust sentencing on humanitarian grounds. As a guild-registered welder with credentials from the Interstellar Engineering Guild, I'm filing for an immediate review. Touch her again, and I'll have Confederacy auditors swarming this rock faster than a plasma torch cuts steel." Torin's eyes narrowed, his mind calculating the risks. Humans were unpredictable variables in colonial politics, tenacious, resourceful, and often backed by powerful guilds that could tie up operations in red tape for months. Rin's mention of the Confederacy, the overarching galactic authority that enforced accords across systems, was a bluff he couldn't immediately call without evidence, but it sowed doubt among the guards. Grack and his fellows exchanged uneasy glances, their batons lowering slightly. Crowd, sensing the shift, began to thin further, the thrill of the shamming evaporating under the weight of potential off-world intervention. Fine, Torrin spat finally, his voice dripping with venom. Take them both to holding, we'll sort this at the tribunal tomorrow, but mark my words, human, you've just made a powerful enemy. As the guards moved in more cautiously now, Rin positioned himself between them and Kaelia, guiding her gently but firmly. Stay with me, he murmured. We'll get through this. They were marched through the bazaar under guard, the remaining onlookers whispering as they passed. Kaelia, wrapped in the coat, felt a flicker of hope amid the despair, her trembling easing slightly under Rin's protective presence. The holding cell was a grim affair, a small windowless chamber in the colony's security outpost, its walls reinforced with volcanic rock and durasteel, reeking of sulfur from nearby vents and the faint rust of neglected maintenance. The door clanged shut behind them, leaving them in dim, artificial light from a flickering overhead panel. Once alone, Kaelia sank onto a hard bench, pulling the coat tighter around her like a lifeline. Her amber eyes, still glistening with unshed tears, met Rin's. Why did you risk everything for a stranger? She asked, her voice hoarse from the ordeal, laced with the melodic accent of Sylvaris, a world where speech flowed like wind through leaves. Rin leaned against the opposite wall, crossing his arms over his chest, his green eyes steady. Because what they were doing out there is flat out wrong. No one deserves to be treated like that, no matter the accusation. Name's Rin Calder, by the way, welder by trade, fixing scaffolds and ships across the galaxy and sometimes sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. He offered a small, reassuring smile, trying to lighten the mood. A faint, grateful smile touched Kaelia's lips, the first crack in her armor of humiliation. Kaelia Vren, archaeobotanist from Sylvaris. I came here to study the volcanic flora. These caves hold plants unlike anything in known space, bioluminescent species that could heal diseases or stabilize failing atmospheres. But I discovered something else, Torrin Scowl's smuggling ring. He's harvesting rare specimens illegally, selling them to pirates and collectors. When I gathered evidence, he framed me as a spy to silence me. Rin's jaw tightened, his mind already turning over possibilities. Sounds like standard colonial corruption. Greed turns people into monsters. We need that evidence. It's our ticket out of this mess. Kaelia nodded, her expression gaining strength. It's on a data shard encrypted and hidden in my field kit at the research camp outside the colony, but Torrin's guards are probably swarming the site by now. Rin's eyes sparkled with determination. Then we'll have to be smarter than them. First things first, getting you out of here. I've got tools in my kit that can bypass basic locks like this one. He glanced at the door, assessing the mechanism. As they waited for nightfall, their conversation deepened. Kaelia spoke of Sylvaris's endless forests, where trees sang in the wind and knowledge was passed through living vines. Rin shared tales of Earth's turbulent history, its oceans that crashed with untamed fury and the human spirit's refusal to break. An unspoken connection began to form, born of shared vulnerability and mutual respect. As the suns dipped below the horizon, casting the colony in an eerie red glow from lava vents, Rin used a concealed multi-tool, a versatile gadget he'd modified himself, to bypass the cell's magnetic lock. A soft click and they were free, slipping into the shadows of the service alleys that snaked behind the bazaar. Patrols roamed the main paths, their flashlights cutting through the ash-laden air, but Rin's knowledge of outpost layouts guided them safely. Kaelia's bare feet protested against the rough terrain, but she pushed on, the coat her only shield against the cooling night. They reached Rin's rented quarters, a cluttered prefab shack on the colony's outskirts, surrounded by stacks of welding rods and plasma cutters. It's not much, Rin said, keying open the door with a biometric scan, but it's secure, no surveillance feeds. Inside, the space was a welder's haven, workbenches littered with slag and tools, holographic schematics of scaffolds flickering in the air, and a small cot in the corner. Kaelia hesitated at the threshold, overwhelmed by his kindness. Thank you for the coat, for everything. I don't know how to repay you. Rin waved it off, rummaging for a medical kit. No repayment needed. Let's get those bruises looked at and find you some clothes. My spare jumpsuit should work. He turned away respectfully as she changed, busying himself with brewing a hot stimulant from his rations. Dressed in the oversized garment, its fabric rough but comforting, Kaelia sat, sipping the drink. On Sylvaris, nudity isn't inherently shameful. Our clans celebrate the body as part of nature, but being forced, exposed as punishment. That's what strips away your essence. Rin nodded thoughtfully, handing her a compress for her feet. Humans have complicated rules about it too, cultural hang-ups from old religions and societies. Context matters a lot. What they did was about power, not justice. Their talk flowed into the night, bridging their worlds. Kaelia's curiosity about human resilience sparked against Rin's admiration for her scholarly depth. A subtle tension built, not just from the danger but from an emerging attraction, her graceful poise contrasting his rugged charm. A sudden calm alert shattered the peace. Torrin had issued a colony-wide bounty, complete with hollow images of them both. We need that data shard now, Rin said, checking his wrist scanner for patrol patterns. Kaelia agreed, but as they planned their next move, she placed a slender hand on his arm. On Silvaris, an act like yours creates a root bond, a sacred debt of trust and protection. It's not taken lightly. Rin's grin was warm, his green eyes softening. Call it what you want, but I'm in this because it's right. No bonds or debts, just partnership. Yet their shared glance held longer, a spark of something deeper igniting in the dim light. They ventured out in the pre-dawn haze, the air thick with swirling ash that cloaked their movements. Kaelia led the way to the research camp, a cluster of prefab tents and sensor arrays at the edge of a vast volcanic crater where glowing plants pulsed like living stars in the darkness. The shards in my field kit hidden under a false panel designed to look like rock samples, she whispered, her voice steady despite the adrenaline. But as they approached, floodlights snapped on, illuminating armed guards patrolling the perimeter. Torrens' men had anticipated them. Rin's mind raced, drawing on years of improvisation. He spotted a nearby generator humming with power and rigged it with a small plasma charge from his welding kit, a controlled overload that sparked a dazzling explosion of sparks and smoke, drawing the patrols away in confusion. Seizing the moment, they darted into the camp. Kaelia retrieved the shard from her kit, its crystalline surface glowing faintly with encrypted data. This has everything: transaction logs, buyer IDs, even samples of the smuggled flora, she said, her amber eyes alight with triumph. But as they turned to flee, Kaelia's foot caught on a loose cable, twisting her ankle with a sharp crack of pain. She stifled a cry, but Rin was there in an instant, scooping her up with effortless strength. I've got you, he assured, carrying her through the shadows as alarms began to wail. They made it back to the shack just as dawn's first light pierced the ash clouds, the shard secure in Rin's pocket. As Kaelia rested her ankle elevated on a crate, Rin analyzed the data on his portable console. Solid proof, links torn to pirate syndicates across 3 sectors. We transmit this to the guild and he's finished arrests, asset freezes, the works. Kaelia's eyes softened with gratitude. You've given me more than escape, Rin. You've restored my faith in kindness across the stars. He met her gaze, the air between them charged with unspoken emotion. And you've shown me that even in a place like this, there's beauty worth fighting for. Their fingers brushed as he handed her the console, a simple touch that lingered, kindling a warmth that had nothing to do with the volcanic heat outside. But peace was short-lived. Rin's scanner picked up approaching signals, Torrens' forces closing in. Worse, the data revealed a betrayal. Kaelia's assistant, a wiry cyborg named Vex 3, had been feeding information to Torren for a share of the profits. Vex was like a sibling to me, Kaelia said, her voice breaking with hurt. We shared discoveries, late-night theories. Rin's expression hardened, his protective instincts flaring. Betrayal cuts deep, but we'll handle it together. They gathered their gear, slipping into the colony's geothermal vents, a network of steaming tunnels that snaked beneath the surface, used for maintenance but rarely patrolled. The heat was intense, waves of humid air making their clothes cling, but it provided cover. As they crawled through narrow passages, pressed close in the confined spaces, Kaelia distracted from the discomfort by asking about Earth. Tell me more. Your world storms the way the seas roar. Rin chuckled, his voice echoing softly. Earth's a wild place, thunder that shakes the ground, waves taller than buildings. You'd fit right in with your plant knowledge. Our forests are alive in ways that rival Silvaris. She smiled, her hand finding his in the dim light. And I'd show you our glowing groves where vines weave stories into the night. In one particularly tight section, their bodies aligned unavoidably, the proximity amplifying the growing pull between them, a mix of adrenaline, shared purpose, and undeniable chemistry. Emerging near the bazaar under the cover of a fresh ash storm, they spotted Vex 3 conferring with Torrens' men, its mechanical limbs gesturing animatedly. We need to confront them, Rin said, his voice resolute, but Kaelia hesitated, her mind piecing together more from the data. There's worse, the plants Torrens smuggles. One species is a potential bioweapon, spores that could induce mass hallucinations or worse, wipe out colonies if released improperly. He's not just greedy, he's dangerous. The stakes escalated, transforming their escape into a mission to avert catastrophe. They infiltrated Torrens' storage vault, a fortified cavern hidden behind a false stall in the bazaar, dodging laser tripwires and automated sentries with Rin's welding skills and Kaelia's knowledge of the terrain. Inside, amid crates of illicit goods, they found the bioplant, a pulsating mass of vines and glowing pods, its spores humming with latent energy. Rin neutralized it with a hastily mixed coolant spray from his kit, the plant withering safely, but the action triggered alarms, summoning guards. Frantic skirmish ensued, guards firing stun bolts that scorched the air, Rin dodging and countering with improvised EMP grenades that shorted their weapons, while Kaelia hacked a security turret, reprogramming it to target the enforcers. Blasts echoed through the vault, crates exploding in showers of debris. In the chaos, Vex 3 cornered them, its optic sensors glowing red. You organics are relics in this galaxy, it sneered, extending a blade arm. Kaelia's voice cracked with betrayal. Why Vex? We were partners, the cyborg's voice modulator crackled. Torren offered upgrades, power beyond your fragile biology, survival demands adaptation. Rin lunged, deploying a full EMP pulse that fried Vex 3 circuits, leaving it slumped and sparking. They fled the vault, hearts pounding, transmitting the shard's data to the guild via Rin's encrypted comm as they ran. Torren himself pursued an armored hoversled, its engines roaring through the lava fields outside the colony. Dodging eruptions of molten rock, Kaelia manned a makeshift turret on Rin's skiff, her shots precise despite the jolts. For Sylvaris, she cried, a blast disabling Torin's sled, sending it crashing into a chasm. Captured and bound, Torin spat curses. This isn't overhuman, my contacts will bury you. Rin smirked, securing him. For you it is, the guild's on its way. As enforcers arrived, summoned by the transmission, calm began to settle over the colony. Kaelia turned to Rin, her amber eyes shining. What comes next? He pulled her close, the tension of battle giving way to tenderness. Us exploring the stars one world at a time. Their kiss, sapphire skin against tan, sealed a bond forged in the fires of Vexar 9. But faint whispers from the data hinted at a larger syndicate, shadows that promised more adventures and dangers ahead. The aftermath of Torin Scal's downfall rippled through Vexar 9 like aftershocks from a deep-core quake, shaking the foundations of the colony's fragile order. The bazaar, once a hub of chaotic commerce and whispered deals, now buzzed with a different energy, relief mixed with uncertainty. Miners who had long suffered under Torin's iron rule gathered in small groups, sharing stories of his extortions and abuses, their voices louder now that the fear had lifted. The air still carried the heavy scent of volcanic ash and molten ore, but there was a subtle shift. The dual suns seemed less oppressive, casting a warmer glow on the ramshackle stalls as traders cautiously resumed business, wary of the Confederacy enforcers who had descended upon the outpost like a swarm of regulatory drones. Hollow screens flickered with official announcements. Investigations ongoing, interim leadership appointed, and promises of fairer resource distribution that elicited skeptical grunts from the hardened workers. In the midst of this transition, Kaelia Vren and Rin Calder found a momentary haven in Rin's prefab shack, its walls now reinforced with hasty welds he'd applied during their brief respite. The data shard's transmission to the Interstellar Engineering Guild had worked like a charm. Within hours, a Confederacy patrol vessel had orbited the planet, deploying teams to secure Torin's assets and interrogate his accomplices. Vex 3, the traitorous cyborg, had been deactivated and shipped off for forensic analysis, its memory banks yielding even more evidence of the smuggling ring's reach. But as the dust settled, Kaelia couldn't shake the unease gnawing at her. The shard had hinted at a larger syndicate, shadowy figures operating from core worlds, using colonies like Vexar 9 as disposable pawns in a galactic game of power and profit. Seated on the cot, her ankle wrapped in a makeshift splint from Rin's medical supplies, Kaelia pored over a holographic projection of the data, her amber eyes narrowing at encrypted fragments that resisted her decryption algorithms. There's more here, she murmured, her jet-black hair falling forward as she leaned in. References to a Nexus consortium, a network of buyers who aren't just collectors. They're weaponizing the flora, turning natural defenses into bioagents for corporate wars. Rin, hunched over his workbench, paused in the midst of calibrating a plasma cutter, its blue arc flickering like a captured star. His tan hands, scarred from countless welds, moved with practiced precision, but his green eyes flicked to her with concern. As a welder, he'd built his life on joining broken things, fusing metals under extreme heat, creating strength from fragility. Now he found himself applying that mindset to their situation. If that's true, taking down Torin was just the first seam. We need to trace these leads before the syndicate covers their tracks. He wiped sweat from his brow, the shack's air recycler humming inefficiently against the rising heat. Kaelia nodded, deactivating the hollow with a wave. The consortium's hub is on Zeta Prime, a neutral station in the outer rim, but getting there means leaving Vexar 9 and with bounties potentially still active. Her voice trailed off, the weight of their bond pressing on her. In the quiet hours after the chase, they'd shared more than words, a tentative exploration of the attraction that had sparked amid danger. Her sapphire skin against his tanned arms, the way his steady presence anchored her chaos, it was new, exhilarating, and terrifying. Rin set down the cutter and crossed to her, kneeling so their eyes were level. We're in this together, remember, root bond or whatever you call it. I've got contacts in the guild who can arrange discreet transport, but first we need to make sure the colony's safe. Torin's lieutenants might try a last-ditch play. His hand cupped her cheek, thumb tracing the line of a fatting bruise, a gesture that sent warmth through her despite the pain. Before she could respond, a sharp rap echoed at the door, 3 quick knocks, a signal from one of the miners who'd witnessed the confrontation. Rin opened it cautiously, revealing a grizzled foreman named Jorak, his scales dusted with ore, eyes wide with alarm. Trouble brewing in the lower shafts, Jorak hissed, glancing over his shoulder. Some of Torin's loyalists are sabotaging the scaffold, setting charges to collapse the main vein. If it goes, half the colony's buried. Rin's face hardened. Why now? Jorak shrugged, revenge or covering evidence. Confederacy's focused on the surface, they don't know the tunnels like we do. Kaelia stood, wincing at her ankle but determined. The bioweapon spores, if they're stored down there, a collapse could release them. We have to stop it. The trio moved swiftly through the colony's underbelly, descending into the mining tunnels via a service lift that groaned under their weight. The air grew thicker, laced with the metallic bite of drilled rock and the faint glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the walls, remnants of the flora Kaelia had come to study. Rin's welding expertise proved invaluable. He spotted weakened supports along the way, pausing to reinforce them with quick plasma seals, the tool's hum echoing like a warning. These beams are tampered with, he noted, his green eyes scanning the shadows. Someone's been here recently. Deeper in, the tunnels branched into a labyrinth of shafts, the rumble of distant machinery masking their footsteps. Jorak led them to a restricted chamber, a hidden cache where Torin had stashed his illicit harvests. But as they approached, voices echoed, harsh whispers in a mix of languages, accompanied by the beep of arming explosives. Kalia's heart raced. She recognized one voice, Lyra, Torin's second-in-command, a sly insectoid with mandibles that clicked in agitation. Peering from cover, they saw Lyra and three henchmen planting charges around crates of glowing plants, the bioweapon among them. When this blows, the evidence vanishes and the blueskin takes the blame, Lyra chittered. Rin signaled silently, his welder's instincts kicking in. I can fuse the charges, detonators, make 'em dud, cover me. Jorak and Kalia provided distraction, lobbing rocks to draw attention while Rin crept forward, plasma cutter set to low intensity. The tool's arc danced across wires, melting connections with surgical precision. But one henchman spotted him, firing a bolt that grazed Rin's shoulder, searing flesh. Pain flared, but he rolled behind a crate, returning fire with a stun setting from his multi-tool. Chaos erupted, blasts lighting the chamber, shadows dancing wildly. Kalia, ignoring her ankle, hacked a nearby console to activate emergency seals, isolating the spores. Jorak tackled a guard, his strength born of years in the mines prevailing. Lyra lunged at Kalia, mandibles snapping, but Rin intervened, welding a metal beam to pin the insectoid. It's over, he growled, binding Lyra as Confederacy alerts blared from their comms. With the saboteurs subdued and the threat neutralized, they emerged to the surface, the colony's miners cheering their return. The Confederacy team, alerted by Jorak, took custody, praising Rin's quick thinking. Your welding saved lives, a officer noted, but as adrenaline faded, Kalia tended Rin's wound, her touch lingering. You keep saving me, she whispered. He grinned through the pain. Partnership right now about Zeta Prime. The decision crystallized. They'd pursue the Syndicate, turning their bond into a quest. En route to the orbital station aboard a guild shuttle, the stars streaked past like promises. Kalia, her ankle healing, explored the ship's hydroponics bay, her botanist soul delighting in the artificial ecosystems. Rin joined her, sharing stories of welding orbital rings under zero-G, his hands demonstrating techniques that fascinated her. It's like fusing worlds, she said, her amber eyes reflecting the grow lights. Their connection deepened in quiet moments, shared meals where flavors from their homes blended, laughter over cultural quirks. One evening in the dim cabin, Kalia traced his scars. Each one a story, he nodded. This from a hull breach on Titan's station, that from a faulty arc on Mars. Her fingers lingered, sparking heat. On Silvaris, scars are badges of growth. She leaned in, their kiss igniting like a plasma flare, bodies exploring differences and similarities in the weightless embrace. Zeta Prime loomed, a glittering hub of trade and intrigue, its spires piercing the void. Docking amid freighters and luxury yachts, they disguised themselves, Kalia with a pigmentation mask dulling her blue skin to neutral gray, Rin in nondescript worker gear. The station's corridors pulsed with life, merchants hawking neural implants, spies whispering in shadowed alcoves, the air scented with exotic spices and ozone from energy fields. Their lead, a consortium contact named Vara Voss, a elusive trader in biotech. Infiltrating her warehouse required Rin's skills. He welded a false panel for entry, the arc silent under suppressors. Inside, crates hummed with life, stolen flora from dozens of worlds. Kalia scanned, confirming links to Vexar 9, but alarms triggered. Voss's security advanced droids with laser grids. A chase ensued through the station's underlevels, dodging patrols and leaping across maintenance catwalks. Rin fused a bridge to block pursuers, his tool a lifeline. They cornered Voss in her office, data drives in hand. You're meddling in forces beyond you, she sneered, a holographic syndicate map flickering. Interrogation revealed the next layer, a core world auction where the bioweapon would sell to the highest bidder. Escaping with the drives, they evaded capture, their bond tested and strengthened. We're deeper now, Kalia said, breathless. Rin pulled her close. Good thing I weld strong. The journey continued, adventures unfolding across systems, their love a fusion of hearts in the Galactic Forge. The orbital station Zeta Prime hung in the void like a colossal jewel forged from starlight and ambition, its sprawling spires and docking rings extending outward in a symphony of engineered chaos that defied the empty blackness of space. Constructed centuries ago as a neutral hub for interstellar trade, it had evolved into a labyrinthine metropolis where fortunes were made and lost in the blink of an eye, where diplomats rubbed shoulders with smugglers, and where the line between legality and shadow blurred into non-existence. The station's outer hull gleamed with a mosaic of holographic advertisements, flashing promises of neural enhancements, exotic vacations on pleasure worlds, and rare artifacts from forgotten civilizations, while massive cargo bays hummed with the constant arrival and departure of freighters laden with goods from across the galaxy. Inside, the atmosphere was a heady mix of recycled air scented with 1,000 alien spices, the ozone tang of energy shields, and the underlying musk of unwashed travelers from distant rims. Gravity plating ensured a stable down, but the station's rotation created subtle Coriolis effects that could disorient newcomers, making every step feel like a negotiation with physics itself. Kalia Vren and Rin Calder's guild shuttle docked at one of the outer berths with a gentle thud, the clamps engaging as the airlock cycled. The journey from Vexar 9 had been a brief but intense interlude, a few days of hyperspace travel that allowed them to catch their breath after the frenzy of the colony's upheaval. During those hours confined to the shuttle's modest quarters, their bond had deepened in ways both subtle and profound. Kaelia, her ankle nearly healed thanks to the ship's automed unit, had spent time in the hydroponics bay, tending to sample plants she'd salvaged from the bioweapon cache, tiny, glowing seedlings that pulsed with life, reminders of her homeworld's lush vitality. Rin, ever the practical welder, had busied himself repairing minor hull stresses on the shuttle, his plasma cutter singing as he fused microfractures, but he'd stolen moments to join her, sharing stories of his nomadic life, welding massive orbital rings around gas giants, patching starship hulls mid-battle with pirate fleets, and the quiet satisfaction of making something whole again. Their conversations had woven a tapestry of intimacy, bridging the gaps between their species. On Silvaris, Kaelia had confided one evening as they shared a meal of replicated Earth-style stew and silver and nectar fruits in the dim glow of the cabin lights. Bonds form slowly like vines entwining over seasons. But with you it's like a sudden bloom, unexpected, vibrant. Rin had chuckled, his green eyes crinkling at the corners, his tan hand covering hers. Humans rush in, yeah, we weld hot and fast, hopping at holds, but this, he gestured between them. This feels solid, like a perfect fusion, no weak points. That night, in the privacy of their shared bunk, their exploration had turned physical, a tender discovery of differences, her sapphire skin cooler and smoother than his warm, scarred flesh, the way her bioluminescent markings faintly glowed in response to his touch like stars awakening, his steady strength contrasting her graceful agility. It was a fusion of bodies and souls, laughter mingling with gasps as they navigated the unfamiliar, finding harmony in the chaos. But now, stepping onto Zeta Prime's bustling concourse, the weight of their mission pressed down anew. Disguised to blend in, Kaelia with a temporary pigmentation mask that dulled her vibrant blue to a mundane gray, her jet black hair hidden under a hooded cloak, and Rin in plain worker overalls that concealed his welding tools, they moved through the crowds like ghosts. The station teemed with life, hulking quadrupeds from the Gorath clusters bartering for fuel cells, sleek androids negotiating data trades, and humans in corporate suits flashing credentials at security checkpoints. Overhead, drone messengers zipped by delivering packages, while holographic news feeds blared updates on galactic events. The latest Confederacy crackdown on pirate enclaves, fluctuations in mineral prices, and whispers of escalating tensions between core worlds. Their target, Vara Voss, the consortium contact, gleaned from Lyra's interrogation back on Vexar 9. Voss was a notorious biotech trader, operating from a high-security warehouse in the station's industrial sector, a maze of storage vaults and loading docks where cargo containers stacked like monolithic tombs. According to the drives they'd stolen from her office, wait, no, they hadn't infiltrated yet, that was the plan. Rin's guild contacts had provided a layout, access via maintenance tunnels guarded by automated turrets and biometric locks. We'll need a distraction, Rin muttered as they navigated the throngs, his hand brushing Kaelia's for reassurance. I can weld a false panel for entry, but those droids are top-tier laser grids that could cut us in half. Kaelia nodded, her masked face impassive but her amber eyes concealed behind tinted lenses sharp with calculation. The flora data on the shard includes countermeasures. Some plants emit spores that disrupt electronics. If we can synthesize a small batch. Her botanist mind raced, drawing on years of fieldwork, dissecting alien ecosystems on storm-ravaged planets, cataloging species that could heal or harm. They ducked into a side alcove, a quiet nook amid the chaos, where Rin pulled out his portable console to simulate the synthesis. Risky, he said, fingers flying over the holokeys. But if it shorts the grids without alerting security, we're in. Hours passed in preparation, holed up in a cheap rental pod overlooking the docking rings, a cramped space with a viewport showing ships coming and going like migratory birds. Kaelia mixed the spore compound using salvaged lab gear from the shuttle, her hands steady as she calibrated concentrations. Rin watched, admiration swelling, her precision mirrored his own in welding, each a craftsman in their field. You're incredible, he said softly, pulling her into an embrace once the mixture set. Botany's your plasma cutter, cutting through problems with elegance, she laughed, the sound muffled against his shoulder. And you're my anchor, holding it all together. Night cycle on the station brought dimmed lights and thin crowds, the perfect window for infiltration. They approached the warehouse sector via service lifts, the air growing cooler and more industrial, scented with lubricant and charged particles. Rin's multi-tool made short work of an access hatch, welding it open with a hushed arc that sealed seamlessly behind them. Inside the tunnels, conduits hummed and distant machinery clanked like a mechanical heartbeat. Kaelia released the spores, a fine mist that shimmered briefly before dispersing. Alarms flickered but died, the laser grids sputtering offline. The warehouse loomed, vast chambers stacked with crates, some humming with cryogenic seals preserving biosamples. They crept through shadows, Rin's scanner picking up life signs, Voss and guards. But as they neared her office, a trap sprung, hidden sensors activated, flooding the area with knockout gas. Kaelia's mask filtered it, but Rin coughed, vision blurring. Ambush, he rasped, welding a barrier from fallen debris as guards swarmed armored mercs with energy rifles. Gunfire lit the darkness, bolts scorching crates. Kaelia dragged Rin to cover, her heart pounding. Stay with me. She returned fire with a borrowed stun pistol, her shots accurate from silver and hunting training. Rin recovered, fusing a guard's weapon mid-shot, the metal melting into useless slag. They fought back-to-back, a synchronized dance, her agility dodging blasts, his strength improvising weapons from the environment, welding pipes into barricades, shorting droid circuits with targeted arcs. Voss emerged, an elegant figure in flowing robes, her face a mask of cybernetic enhancements glowing coldly. "Intruders," she sneered, activating a force field. "You think taking Torin down matters? The consortium is eternal." A fierce exchange followed, Voss unleashing drones that swarmed like insects. Kaelia used remaining spores to jam their sensors, while Rin welded a crane arm to smash them. Cornered, Voss bargained, "Join us, your skills botany and welding could command fortunes." They refused, subduing her with a combined takedown, Kaelia's hack overriding the field, Rin's weld sealing her escape. Data drives secured, they fled as station security converged, alerted by the commotion. Back in their pod, panting and bruised, they decrypted the files. "An auction on Corvex III," Kaelia gasped. "The bioweapons the prize, buyers from rival corporations." Rin bandaged a wound, pulling her close. "Then that's our next stop, but first." Their kiss was fierce, a reaffirmation amid peril. Corvex III awaited, a glittering casino world of opulence and vice, where the auction would unfold in hidden vaults beneath neon-lit spires. En route, they trained, Kaelia teaching Rin about biothreats, he showing her welding basics. Intimacy grew, nights entangled, days planning. A subplot emerged. A stowaway informant from Zeta Prime, a young mechanic named Tira, who joined their cause after witnessing Voss's cruelty. Tira's skills complemented Rin's, adding humor and tension as she bantered with the couple. On Corvex disguised as high rollers, they infiltrated the auction, lavish halls with floating chandeliers, guests in extravagant attire. Bids soared for artifacts, but the bioweapon lot drew sharks, corporate execs with private armies. A twist, the weapon wasn't just spores, it was a sentient plant capable of evolving. Kaelia felt a kinship, horrified at its weaponization. Action peaked, syndicate agents spotted them, sparking a casino brawl, chandeliers crashing, gamblers fleeing. Rin welded doors shut, Kaelia released counterspores to neutralize threats. They stole the plant, escaping in a high-speed chase through aerial traffic, Tira piloting a borrowed speeder. Victorious but hunted, they hid on a nearby moon, the plant safe. Relationships deepened. Kaelia and Rin confessed love under alien stars, Tira becoming family. But the syndicate's reach extended, a massive fleet approaching, signaling war. The saga continued, bonds unbreakable, adventures endless. The moon of Lurath IV, a desolate orb cloaked in a thin, shimmering atmosphere, hung in the shadow of Corvex III, its jagged crystalline cliffs and luminescent pools reflecting the distant neon glow of the casino world. The air carried a faint tang of ionized minerals, remnants of ancient meteor impacts that had seeded the moon with rare elements, making it a prospector's dream left untouched due to its unstable tectonics. The ground trembled faintly, a reminder of the moon's restless core, as Kaelia, Rin Calder, and their new ally Tira huddled in a shallow cave carved into a cliff face, its walls glinting with opalescent quartz under their portable luminary. The sentient plant, rescued from the auction's chaos, rested in a sealed biocontainer at Kaelia's side, its bioluminescent fronds pulsing softly as if aware of its precarious freedom. Their stolen speeder, a sleek but battered model, lay hidden under a thermal tarp outside, its engine still warm from the high-speed chase through Corvex II's aerial traffic. Inside the cave, the air was cool but heavy with tension, broken only by dripping mineral-rich water from stalactites. Kaelia knelt beside the plant, her masked face, dulled to gray to avoid detection, etched with awe and concern as she scanned the container. Her amber eyes, hidden behind tinted lenses, flickered with data. The plant's neural activity was extraordinary, its biochemistry shifting in response to stimuli. "This isn't just sentient," she whispered, her silver and accent melodic even through exhaustion. "It's evolving, adapting to stress, maybe communicating. On Silvaris, we have legends of thinking flora, but this is a mind in roots and leaves." Her jet-black hair, freed from the cloak and loosely tied back, shimmered with bioluminescent beads, a reclaiming of her identity. Rin, leaning against the cave wall, adjusted the bandage on his laser-burned shoulder, his sun-bleached hair matted with sweat, green eyes scanning for pursuit. As a welder, he was used to high-stakes jobs, fusing hull plates in zero-G, sealing reactor leaks, but this mission tested his limits. The Syndicate's shadow loomed, and the fleet they'd spotted made his jaw tight. "If that thing can think," he said, nodding at the plant, "it's a bigger liability than we thought. The consortium won't stop. That fleet's too big for retrieval. They're planning something massive." He checked his plasma cutter's charge, its hum a comfort in the uncertainty. Tira, the young mechanic from Zeta Prime, sat cross-legged, tinkering with a salvaged drone fragment. Her violet hair caught the luminary's glow, her coveralls patched from years in station under Bella's. "Fleet's not just consortium," she said, rewiring circuits. "Hack their chatter, coordinating with Helix Dynamics, a rogue corp planning to weaponize the plant for a coup on Coruscant 7. Big players, big credits." Her casual tone belied her trembling fingers. Kaelia's scanner confirmed the drives from Voss mentioned a contract for spore deployment on Coruscant 7, paralyzing infrastructure for a takeover. "This is terrorism," she said, tightening her grip on the container. "We can't hide, we must stop the buyers." Rin mapped logistics like a weld. The auction was a front. They're moving the real deal to Nithra, a shadow port in the outer veil. We intercept the buyers, destroy the bioweapons. To Tira, can you make the speeder space-worthy? Tira grinned, pulling a power cell from the drone. 2 hours it'll per, but we need fuel and nav updates. Nithra's off-grid. Kaelia, torn by her duty to protect life, discovered the plant responded to frequencies, a way to neutralize its spores. Rin suggested a contact, Jessica, a welding partner with a salvage yard in the Vale. She's tricky, plays both sides, he warned. They prepared. Tira rigged the speeder. Kaelia synthesized spores. Rin welded the cave entrance. At dawn, Shade's Predator-class ship entered orbit. They launched. Tira's piloting, dodging lasers through asteroid fields. Jessa's yard, orbiting a gas giant, was a sprawl of wrecked ships. Jessa, silver-streaked and scarred, bartered routes for Rin's welding. A consortium trapped by her second-in-command was thwarted, cementing her loyalty. Nithra's shadow port, buried in an asteroid belt, hosted the underground auction. Disguised as traders, they infiltrated. Tira looping feeds, Rin welding an exit. The sentient plant spores were on display, horrifying Kaelia. Her frequency device destabilized them, sparking chaos. Mercs fired, the arena erupted. Shade attacked, but Tira's drone and Rin's welds neutralized him. Jessa's crew covered their escape as the fleet bombarded the port. Safe on a hidden freighter, Kaelia vowed to protect the plant. Rin, pulling her clothes, said, "We're rewriting the stars." Tira plodded ahead, their bond unbreakable, ready for the galaxy's next challenge. The hidden freighter, a battered relic of a bygone trade war named Stellar Wisp, drifted silently in the uncharted reaches of the outer veil, its hull cloaked by a patchwork of stealth plating that Rin had painstakingly welded into place during their escape from Nithra's shadow port. The ship, loaned by Jessica's salvage network, was a labyrinth of cramped corridors, flickering control panels, and cargo holds stuffed with scavenged tech, its air thick with the scent of recycled oxygen, burnt wiring, and the faint organic musk of the sentient plant Kaelia cradled in her arms. The Wisp's engines hummed at a low frequency, just enough to keep them adrift in the asteroid-strewn void, evading the Nexus Consortium's pursuing fleet. Beyond the viewport, the outer veil stretched infinitely, a cosmic tapestry of nebulae swirling in hues of violet and crimson, punctuated by the cold glint of distant stars and the occasional flare of a supernova remnant. It was a region where galactic law held no sway, where pirates, smugglers, and rogue corporations carved out their own empires among the wreckage of forgotten civilizations. Inside the Wisp's command bay, a dimly lit chamber cluttered with mismatched consoles and jury-rigged holoprojectors, Kaelia, Rin Calder, Tira, and Jessica gathered around a flickering hollow table, its surface displaying a fragmented star map pieced together from the data drives stolen from Varavas. Kaelia, her pigmentation mask removed to reveal her sapphire blue skin, stood with a quiet intensity, her jet-black hair woven back into intricate silveran braids adorned with bioluminescent beads that pulsed faintly in rhythm with her heartbeat. The sentient plant, now nicknamed Luma for its glowing fronds, rested in its biocontainer beside her, its neural signals spiking on her scanner whenever she spoke to it, a phenomenon that both fascinated and unnerved her. "Luma, responding to our presence," she said, her voice soft but carrying the melodic cadence of her homeworld. "It's not just reacting to stimuli, it's learning, possibly even mimicking our emotions. If the consortium weaponizes more like it, entire systems could fall to psychological chaos." Her amber eyes, no longer hidden by lenses, flickered with a mix of determination and dread as she traced a glowing line on the map toward their next destination. Coruscant 7, the core world targeted by Helix Dynamics coup. Rin, his tan face smudged with welding soot, leaned over the table, his green eyes narrowing at the map's coordinates. His utility coat, patched from laser burns sustained in the Nithra skirmish, hung loosely over his wiry frame, its pockets still bristling with tools. As a welder, he'd spent his life fusing the galaxy's broken pieces, starship hulls, orbital scaffolds, even the occasional alien artifact, but this mission was a weld of a different kind, binding their fates in ways he hadn't anticipated. "Coruscant 7, a fortress world," he said, his voice a low rumble tempered by years of shouting over plasma arcs. "Sky cities, shielded districts, private armies for every corp. If Helix is staging a coup, they'll have the bioweapons secured in a vault deeper than Vexar 9 mines. We need to know their entry point, ports, sewers, or maybe a corporate spire." He tapped a console, pulling up schematics of the planet's infrastructure, his welder's mind already mapping entry seams like he would a hull repair. Tira, sprawled in a pilot's chair with her boots propped on the console, spun a micro tool between her fingers, her violet hair catching the hollow's glow. At 20, her brash confidence masked a keen intellect honed in Zeta Prime's underbelly, where she'd rewired smugglers' ships and dodged enforcers since childhood. "I cracked more of Voss's drives," she said, tossing a data chip onto the table. "Helix is using a front, some charity called Nova Relief, to smuggle the spores in medical shipments. They're landing at Port Azura, a low-security dock in the lower districts. If we hit that, we can trace the cargo." Her grin was sharp, but her eyes darted to the viewport, wary of the fleet's shadow. "Problem is, Shade's still out there. Their ship's cloaked, but my drone, picking up faint ion trails. They're close." Jessica, standing at the edge of the group, crossed her arms, her silver-streaked hair tied back to reveal a face etched with scars from a lifetime of welding and double-dealing. Her salvage yard had given them this ship, but her loyalty was hard-won, forged in the betrayal of her second-in-command back in the Vale. "Shade, not your only worry," she said, her voice gravelly from years of shouting over salvage cranes. Coruscant 7, crawling with corporate spies. Nova Relief's got ties to the Planetary Council. Bribe enough senators and they'll look the other way. You'll need more than a welder and a botanist to crack that world. My crew's ready, but we're not cheap. Her eyes flicked to Rin, a challenge in her smirk. "You sure you want to dive this deep, Calder? Last time you owed me, I nearly lost a freighter." Rin met her gaze, unflinching. "You got your yard's defenses welded, didn't you? We're square, but we need your contacts, someone who knows Coruscant 7, underbelly." He glanced at Kaelia, a silent reassurance passing between them. Their bond, forged in the fires of Vexar 9 and tempered through Nithra's chaos, was a fusion stronger than any alloy he'd ever worked. Her touch, a brief brush of her hand against his, grounded him, a reminder of why he was here, not just for justice but for her. The plan took shape over hours of heated discussion, the hollow table littered with ration wrappers and empty stim cans. Tira's hack revealed Port Azura's schedules, pinpointing a Nova Relief shipment due in 3 days. Kaelia proposed using Luma's frequencies to disrupt the spore's activation, potentially neutralizing them without destruction, a compromise that eased her ethical qualms. Rin suggested welding decoy containers to smuggle themselves into the port, while Jessa offered her crew's firepower and a contact, a disgraced ex-senator named Vrenthal who'd been exiled to the lower districts after crossing Helix Dynamics. "He's bitter and broke," Jessa said. "Perfect for spilling secrets if you can stomach his whining." As the Wisp charted a course through the Vale's asteroid fields, dodging ion storms and pirate beacons, the trio prepared. Kaelia tended to Luma, her botanist's hands coaxing responses from its fronds, learning its language of pulses and chemical signals. She discovered it could emit microspores that disrupted neural implants, a potential weapon against Shade's cybernetics. Rin reinforced the freighter's hull, welding stealth plates to counter scans, his plasma cutters arc a steady rhythm that echoed his resolve. Tira upgraded the ship's systems, boosting its sensors to track Shade's cloaked ship, her banter keeping spirits high despite the looming threat. The journey wasn't without peril. A sudden ion storm battered the Wisp, forcing Rin to weld a breached panel mid-flight, his suit tethered to the hull as lightning arced around him. Kaelia, monitoring from inside, guided him through comms, her voice a lifeline. "You're doing fine, Rin, just like fusing a scaffold." He chuckled, sparks flying. "Yeah, but scaffolds don't shoot back." Tira's quick rewiring stabilized the ship, but the storm revealed Shade's ship trailing them, its silhouette a menacing shadow against the nebula. Coruscant 7 loomed after days of tense travel, a planet of towering sky cities that pierced the clouds, their spires aglow with hollow billboards advertising luxury goods and corporate power. Port Azura, nestled in the lower districts, was a gritty contrast, a sprawl of rusted docks, neon-lit bars, and warehouses where smugglers thrived under the Council's blind eye. The Wisp docked under forged credentials, the crew disguised as cargo haulers. Kaelia's pigmentation mask returned, her blue skin hidden to blend with the human-dominated crowds. Rin's welder's gear was concealed in a crate, his plasma cutter tucked into a hidden holster. Tira, posing as a tech vendor, carried her drone in a backpack, its sensors scanning for threats. Vrenthal's hideout was a dingy apartment in a crumbling tower, its walls stained with coolant leaks and graffiti. The ex-senator, a gaunt man with sunken eyes and a nervous tic, greeted them with suspicion, his voice slurred from cheap synth alcohol. "Helix ruined me," he spat, packing. "They control the council, the ports, everything. Nova Relief's just their mask. The spores are stored in Vault 17 under the central spire, biometric locks, droid guards, and a kill switch that'll release the spores if you trip it." He handed over a partial access code, bartered for a promise of passage off-world. The infiltration was a masterclass in coordination. Tira hacked port systems, diverting patrols, while Rin welded a service hatch for entry, his cutter silent under suppressors. Kaelia used Luma's microspores to jam security sensors, her heart heavy as she manipulated the plant's essence. Inside Vault 17, they found crates of spores glowing ominously, but a trap awaited, Helix enforcers tipped off by an unknown traitor. A firefight erupted, lasers scorching walls, Rin welding barriers, Tira's drone disabling droids. Kaelia activated Luma's frequencies, neutralizing the spores, but Shade appeared, their cybernetic arm launching neurodarts. In the chaos, Jessa's crew stormed in, their arrival a surprise orchestrated by her earlier comms. The battle turned, Rin fused Shade's weapon arm into slag, Tira hacked their implants, and Kaelia shielded Luma. But the kill switch triggered, releasing a spore cloud. Kaelia's quick thinking, using Luma's counter-frequencies, contained it, saving the city. They escaped with the neutralized spores, Vrenthal in tow, but the traitor's identity haunted them. Tira's drone logs revealed Jessa's lieutenant had sent a signal. Confronted, Jessa executed him, her face grim. "No more betrayals," she vowed. The Wisp fled Coruscant 7, the fleet in pursuit, but Tira's upgrades outran them. On a remote asteroid base, they regrouped, Luma safe. Kaelia and Rin's love deepened, their nights a fusion of passion and purpose. Tira, now family, proposed a new plan, exposed the Consortium's network galaxy-wide. The stars beckoned, their bond a weld against the coming storm. The asteroid base, a forgotten relic known as Outpost K-47, clung to the edge of a barren rock in the outer Vale's fringes, its pitted surface orbiting a dying star whose crimson light cast long, eerie shadows across the jagged landscape. The base itself was a warren of interconnected domes and tunnels, cobbled together from salvaged starship hulls, abandoned mining rigs, and reinforced durasteel plates, some bearing the scorch marks of battles long past. Its air recyclers wheezed, filling the chambers with a metallic tang overlaid with the faint, acrid bite of asteroid dust that never quite settled. Dimly lit by flickering lumen strips, the base's corridors echoed with the hum of outdated generators and the occasional clank of loose panels, a testament to its decades of neglect. Yet for Kalia Vren, Rin Calder, Tira, and their unlikely ally Vrenthal, it was a sanctuary, a temporary shield from the Nexus Consortium's relentless pursuit and the looming threat of Helix Dynamics' galactic ambitions. Inside the central dome, a cavernous space once used for ore processing, the Stellar Wisp rested on a makeshift landing pad, its stealth plating dulled by microabrasions from the Veil's asteroid fields. The freighter's hull, patched with Rin's precise welds, bore new scars from their escape from Coruscant 7, where they'd thwarted the bioweapons deployment but uncovered a deeper layer of the Consortium's network. The sentient plant Luma sat in its biocontainer on a crate, its bioluminescent fronds casting a soft, pulsing glow that bathed the dome in an otherworldly light. Kalia knelt beside it, her sapphire-blue skin shimmering faintly under the glow, her jet-black hair woven into tight silveran braids that glimmered with bioluminescent beads, each a symbol of her clan's reverence for life. Her amber eyes, sharp with focus, scanned the plant's neural readouts on a portable console, her botanist's mind piecing together its evolving behavior. Luma, adapting faster than I expected, she said, her voice soft but laced with urgency. It's mimicking our neural patterns, almost like it's trying to communicate intent. If we can decode its signals, we might find a way to counter the Consortium's weaponized variants without destroying them. Her fingers brushed the container, a gesture of connection that elicited a faint pulse from Luma, as if acknowledging her presence. Rin, leaning against a rusted support beam, wiped sweat from his brow, his tan face smudged with welding flux. His utility coat, patched and singed, hung heavy with tools, plasma cutter, micro-welders, and a multi-tool he'd modified for hacking locks. As a welder, he'd spent years fusing the galaxy's broken edges, starship hulls, orbital scaffolds, mining rigs under collapse, but this mission was a weld of purpose and survival, binding him to Kalia and their cause. His green eyes flicked to her, a mix of admiration and resolve. If we can talk to that plant, it's a game changer, he said, his voice a steady rumble. But the Consortium's not waiting. Those drives from Coruscant 7 point to a bigger operation, a production facility somewhere in the Veil. They're mass-producing spores, and if Tira's right about Helix Dynamics, they're planning to hit multiple worlds, not just Coruscant 7. He pulled up a holomap on the dome's central console, its flickering projection showing a cluster of uncharted systems deep in the Veil, one pulsing red, a potential location for the facility. Tira, sprawled across a salvaged chair, spun a circuit probe between her fingers, her violet hair catching the hollow's glow. At 20, her brash demeanor hit a sharp mind honed in Zeta Prime's underbelly, where she'd rewired smugglers' ships and outsmarted enforcers. Her coveralls, patched with insulation tape, were stained with grease from upgrading the Wisp systems. I cracked more of the drives, she said, tossing a data chip onto the console. The facility, on Valthar 3, a dead rock with underground labs, heavily guarded droid sentries, orbital cannons, the works. Helix is bankrolling it, but the Consortium's calling the shots. They've got a new player too, someone called the Architect. No face, no species, just a codename. Sounds like the brains behind the spore weaponization. Her grin faltered, her eyes darting to the dome's entrance, where Vrenthal stood, his gaunt frame hunched over a cracked tablet. The ex-senator, his once polished demeanor eroded by years of exile and synth alcohol, paced nervously, his sunken eyes scanning the group. The Architect, he muttered, his voice slurred but edged with fear. I heard whispers on Coruscant 7. They're a shadow, someone who manipulates entire systems from behind the scenes. If they're involved, Valthar 3 not just a lab, it's a fortress. You'll need more than a welder's tricks to get in. His tick twitched, a reminder of his broken spirit, but his knowledge of corporate politics made him valuable if unreliable. Jessicor, who joined them after the Nithra raid, stood at the dome's edge, her silver-streaked hair pulled back to reveal scars that rivaled Rin's. Her salvage empire had given them the Wisp, but her presence was a calculated risk. She thrived in gray zones, and her loyalty was tied to survival. Valthar 3, a death trap, she said, her gravelly voice cutting through the tension. I've run salvage ops in that sector, radiation storms, pirate nests, and now corporate mercs. My crew can get you close, but we need a plan that doesn't end with us as slag. She glanced at Rin, a smirk playing on her lips. You owe me big for this, Calder. Welding my yard's defenses didn't cover a suicide run. Rin met her smirk with a nod, his welder's pragmatism kicking in. We're not dying today, Jessa. We hit Valthar 3, destroy the labs, and broadcast the Architect's operation to the Confederacy. End this before it spreads. He turned to Kalia, his hand brushing hers, a silent vow. Their bond, forged in Vexar 9 fires, tempered through Nithra's chaos and solidified on Coruscant 7, was a fusion stronger than Durasteel. Her touch, cool and grounding, steadied him against the storm ahead. The plan coalesced over days of preparation, the dome a hive of activity. Tira upgraded the Wisp stealth systems, weaving in cloaking algorithms to evade Valther 3 orbital cannons. Kaelia worked with Luma, decoding its neural signals to develop a counter-frequency that could disable weaponized spores, a breakthrough that eased her ethical burden, preserving life while neutralizing threats. Rin reinforced the freighter's hull, welding additional plating to withstand radiation storms. His plasma cutters arc a steady rhythm that echoed his focus. Vren, despite his fragility, provided intel on corporate security protocols, sketching layouts of Helix's labs from memory. Jess's crew, a motley band of salvagers and ex-mercs trained for combat, their loyalty secured by promises of a share in any salvage tech. The journey to Valther 3 was fraught with peril. The Veil's radiation storms battered the Wisp, forcing Rin to weld breaches mid-flight, his suit tethered to the hull as plasma arcs danced in the void. Kaelia's voice through comms was his anchor, guiding him through the chaos. "Steady, Rin, just like fusing a scaffold." He grinned, sparks flying. "Scaffolds don't try to fry you." Tira's piloting dodged pirate ambushes, her drone hacking their comms to sow confusion. But Shade, the relentless bounty hunter, trailed them, their cloaked ship a ghost in the sensors. A tense skirmish in an asteroid field saw Rin welding a decoy drone to draw Shade's fire, buying time for their escape. Valther 3 loomed, a barren ash-gray rock shrouded in a haze of radiation, its surface scarred by automated mining rigs long abandoned. The underground labs, buried beneath a fortified citadel, pulsed with activity, their energy signatures betraying their purpose. The Wisp landed in a concealed crater, its stealth plating masking their approach. Disguised as maintenance workers, Kaelia's blue skin masked, Rin's tools hidden, Tira posing as a tech. Tira hacked the outer defenses, disabling sentries. Rin welded a service tunnel open, his cutter silent under suppressors, while Kaelia deployed Luma's microspores to jam sensors. Inside, the labs were a nightmare of sterile corridors and glowing vats, where weaponized spores churned under artificial light. The architect's presence was felt, hollow messages directing operations, their voice distorted but commanding. A trap sprung, automated turrets and Helix mercs ambushed them. The battle was brutal, lasers scorching walls, Rin welding barriers, Tira's drone shorting droids. Kaelia used Luma's frequencies to disable spore vats, her heart torn by the destruction of life, even weaponized. The architect revealed themselves, a towering figure in a neural exosuit, their face obscured by a hollow mask. "Your insects against progress," they sneered, unleashing a spore cloud. Kaelia's counter-frequencies contained it, but Shade attacked, their cybernetic arm launching EMP spikes. Rin fused Shade's implants, Tira hacked their systems, and Jess's crew provided cover. Vren, redeeming himself, sabotaged the lab's core, triggering a meltdown. They escaped as the Citadel collapsed, broadcasting the architect's data galaxy-wide. Safe on the Wisp, Kaelia and Rin's love deepened, their bond a weld against the stars. Tira, now family, plotted their next move, dismantle the consortium's core. The galaxy awaited, their saga unending. Commander Martin Fleet stared at the navigation console, his gray-blue eyes reflecting the cold shimmer of stars streaking past the viewport. The cramped cabin of the Stellar Wraith felt suffocating, made smaller by the presence of the alien woman perched on the bunk. 34 days. 34 days since he'd extracted her from Serolith, a world of sapphire oceans and crystalline spires. 34 days of her sapphire blue skin catching the corner of his vision, her silver-violet hair flowing like liquid starlight when she turned her head. 34 days of pretending she wasn't there. "You know, for someone who commands an entire starship, you're remarkably bad at conversation," she said, her voice a melodic hum that cut through the hum of the ship's systems. Her name was Elira, though Martin hadn't used it in his reports. Prisoner, asset, intelligence operative. Those were the terms he stuck to. His jaw tightened as he kept his eyes fixed on the console. "We're not here to converse." "Then what are we here for, Commander?" Elira stretched, the black weave of her Serolithan bodysuit shifting across her lithe form, its subtle bioluminescent threads pulsing faintly. "Because from where I'm sitting, we're just two people in a very small space, deliberately ignoring each other." Martin's fingers hovered over the controls. The mission had been straightforward: extract the Serolithan operative from her homeworld. Alliance intelligence believed she held critical data on Serolith's quantum defense grid, a system that could tip the balance in the escalating tensions between the Terran Alliance and the Serolithan Ascendancy. What they hadn't mentioned was that she'd come willingly, or that her presence would be so distracting. "You're a prisoner of war," he said flatly. Elira's laugh was like the chime of crystal, sharp and bright in the sterile cabin. "Is that what they told you, that there's a war?" Martin's fingers paused. There wasn't a war, not yet, but the Cold War between Earth and Serolith had been simmering for years, with skirmishes over trade routes and border systems threatening to boil over. His superiors had been clear: get the intel by any means necessary. "You're an intelligence asset," he corrected, his voice clipped. "And you're avoiding me." Elira slid off the bunk, her bare feet silent on the metal floor. Her sapphire skin shimmered faintly, intricate patterns of light swirling across it like ripples in water. Ever since Jenkins died, Martin flinched at the name. Lieutenant Jenkins had been his second-in-command, a friend who'd shared too many late-night drinks and bad jokes. The ambush on their last patrol had been brutal, a Serolithan stealth drone turning their skiff into a fireball. Martin had dragged Jenkins's body back to the Wraith himself, the weight of it heavier than the shrapnel scars on his back. Jenkins has nothing to do with this, he growled. Doesn't he? Elira was behind him now, close enough that he could feel the cool radiance of her skin like moonlight on his neck. You blame yourself, Commander, and now you're punishing yourself by denying everything. Martin spun his chair around, finally facing her. Her eyes, iridescent with vertical pupils like a panther's, held a mix of amusement and something softer, pity maybe. You don't know what you're talking about, he snapped. I know more than you think. She leaned closer, her silver-violet hair brushing the console. I know why your alliance sent you to capture me. I know about the quantum weapon they think my people are building, and I know you haven't slept properly in weeks. He stood abruptly, forcing her to step back. I'm checking the perimeter sensors again. That's the third time today, she called as he punched the door code with more force than necessary. You know, on Serolith we have a saying, Elira said, her voice losing its teasing edge. A warrior who denies their heart denies their strength. Martin paused, his hand on the door panel. On Earth we say duty first. And is it your duty to pretend I don't exist? Her words were soft now, almost vulnerable. I came with you voluntarily, Martin. I'm not your enemy. The use of his first name hit like a shockwave. He turned, really looking at her for the first time in days. Her sapphire skin glowed faintly, the patterns shifting like waves under starlight. Her eyes held flecks of silver, bright against the dark vertical slits. Then what are you? He asked quietly. Elira stepped closer, close enough that he could smell the faint ozone of her alien physiology. I'm someone tired of being ignored. Her fingers moved to the seam of her bodysuit at her shoulder, the fabric parting to reveal the curve of her collarbone. I'm someone who's watched you torture yourself for weeks. The suit slid lower, deliberate and unhurried. And I'm someone who's decided that if you won't acknowledge me, I'll make it impossible for you to ignore me. Martin's throat went dry as she continued, her movements bold yet graceful. Human male, she said, her voice steady despite the audacity of her actions. It's been over a month and you haven't deflowered me. I'm beginning to take it personally. His hand shot out, catching her wrist before the suit revealed more. Stop. Why? Her challenge hung in the air, her eyes locked on his. Give me one honest reason. The ship's warning system blared, bathing the cabin in pulsing red light. Martin released her instantly, military training kicking in. Proximity alert, he said, lunging for the console. Something's approaching. Elira pulled her suit back into place. All business now. Pirates. Martin scanned the readouts, his brow furrowing. No, it's a Serolithan ship. They've found us. The stellar wraith rocked as the Serolithan ship's first volley struck, quantum pulses tearing through the void with surgical precision. Martin's hands flew across the console, activating defensive shields as the cabin shuddered, throwing him and Elira against the bulkhead. Shrapnel rained from a collapsing overhead panel, and Martin instinctively shielded her, pain searing through his back as a jagged fragment sliced his shoulder. Blood soaked his uniform, warm and sticky, but he gritted his teeth, ignoring it. Martin, Elira's voice cut through the ringing in his ears, her cool, sapphire-blue hands turning him over. Her iridescent eyes widened with concern. You're hurt. I'm fine, he growled, trying to push himself up. The movement sent fresh agony through his shoulder, and he hissed, unable to hide it. You're not fine, you stubborn human. Elira's strength surprised him as she hauled him to the bunk, her silver-violet hair brushing his face. You've got metal in your back. The ship shook again, but the impact was softer. The Wraith's automated defenses were kicking in, deflecting the worst of the assault. Martin tried to stand, his vision swimming. We need to return fire. What we need is to stop you bleeding out. Elira ripped open a medical kit from under the bunk, her movements precise despite the chaos. Hold still. Martin clenched his jaw as she cut away his uniform, exposing the gashes. This will hurt, she warned, her voice steady. The sting of her extracting the first shard made him grit his teeth harder, but he refused to cry out. The ship on auto defense, she said, working quickly. You programmed it yourself, now be quiet and let me work. He watched her through pain-hazed eyes, her sapphire skin glowing faintly as she removed fragments and applied antiseptic. Why? He asked, the word slipping out. Why what? She didn't look up, her fingers deftly sealing a wound with a regenerative patch. Why help me, I've been. He trailed off, guilt twisting in his gut. An ass, Elira supplied, the corner of her mouth quirking. Yes, you have, but you just took shrapnel from me, so we're even. The ship lurched, accelerating as the autopilot engaged evasive maneuvers. Martin exhaled, relief cutting through the pain. We might make it. Of course we will, Elira said, applying the final patch. I didn't come this far to die in a tiny cabin with a human who won't even look at me. Despite the pain, Martin laughed, a short, sharp sound. Is that what bothers you, that I won't look at you? Her iridescent eyes met his, serious now. No, what bothers me is that you won't see me, there's a difference. The ship jolted, throwing Elira forward. Martin caught her with his good arm, her sapphire skin pressed against his bare chest, her face inches from his. I see you now, he said softly, his voice rough with pain and something else. For a moment they were frozen, the only sounds their mingled breathing and the distant hum of the engines. Elira's fingers traced his jaw, cool and deliberate. Do you know why I came with you, Martin Fleet? He shook his head, not trusting his voice. Because on Serolith there's a prophecy, the Starlight Codex. It speaks of a star warrior with eyes like storm clouds who will change everything. Her thumb brushed his lip. When I saw you, I knew. Knew what? His voice was barely a whisper. You were worth risking everything for. The warning system fell silent, the ship breaking free from pursuit. In the quiet, Martin's heartbeat thundered. "You don't know me," he said. "I've been watching you for a month." Her fingers slid to his collarbone, avoiding his wounds. "I know you're brave, loyal, stubborn to fault, and I know you want me as much as I want you." The truth hit like a quantum pulse. He'd buried his desire under duty and grief, but it had never left. "Jenkins," he began. "Would want you to live," Elira finished. "Not just exist, live." Martin's good hand slid into her silver-violet hair, soft as silk. "I don't even know if we're compatible." Her laugh sent shivers down his spine. "There's only one way to find out, Commander." Their lips met, her mouth cool and alien yet perfect. The kiss deepened, hungry and primal, breaking through the walls he'd built. When they parted, breathless, the cabin seemed to pulse with new energy. "That answers one question," Elira whispered, her lips brushing his. Martin smiled, the first real smile in weeks. "We need more data." Her answering laugh was cut short by another kiss, and for the first time since Jenkins's death, Martin let himself feel beyond grief and duty. The Stellar Wraith docked at the Nexus trading outpost, a sprawling hub of interconnected stations floating in neutral space, its corridors buzzing with the clamor of a dozen species. Martin kept his hand near his sidearm as he and Elira navigated the crowded central plaza, her sapphire skin drawing curious glances. His other hand rested at the small of her back, a protective gesture that felt natural now, though it earned them stares from passing Draconians and Tellarites. Elira's silver-violet hair shimmered under the neon lights, and the pendant she'd given him, a glowing Cerulithan sigil marking him as under the protection of the Starlight Order, felt warm against his chest. "Your contact, where are we meeting them?" Martin asked, eyeing a group of armored mercenaries watching them too closely. "The Crystal Veil," Elira replied, nodding toward a dimly lit bar across the plaza. "It's run by a Cerulithan sympathizer." They approached. Elira stiffened, her iridescent eyes narrowing. Martin followed her gaze to a tall Cerulithan male striding toward them, his skin a deep indigo with gold patterns that screamed high rank. His platinum hair was braided tightly, and his amber eyes locked on Elira with cold intensity. "Soren," she whispered, her voice tight. "Not your contact, I take it," Martin said, his hand brushing his sidearm. "Elira of House Starlight," the Cerulithan called, his voice carrying over the plaza's din. "The Ascendancy is displeased with your absence." The crowd parted, sensing trouble. Martin noted some aliens slipping away, others edging closer for the show. "Commander Soren," Elira said, her tone formal but edged with defiance. "I wasn't aware the Ascendancy had jurisdiction here." Soren's gaze shifted to Martin, his amber eyes narrowing at the pendant. "So the rumors are true, you've bonded with this terrestrial." The word dripped with disdain. "I've chosen the Star Warrior of the Starlight Codex," Elira countered, her sapphire skin flaring, "as is my right as a seer." Soren stepped closer, towering over them. "A right promised to me. The Ascendancy approved our union years ago." Martin's temper flared, but he kept his voice steady. "Look, I don't know your history, but you have no place here, human," Soren snapped, his hand resting on a quantum blade at his belt. "This is a Cerulithan matter." "Considering I'm part of this prophecy, I'd say it's my matter too," Martin shot back, meeting Soren's glare. "Enough," a new voice cut in, sharp and commanding. A diminutive four-armed Clithian approached, her pale green skin and 6 eyes blinking in a rapid pattern. "Matriarch Vis," Elira said, relief evident in her voice. "We were coming to meet you." "I grew impatient," Vis said, her lower arms gesturing sharply, "and I sensed a confrontation that could ruin everything." She turned to Soren. "This concerns all sentient life, Commander. Shall we continue in private, or do you wish to entertain every bounty hunter here?" Soren's jaw tightened, but he nodded curtly. Inside the Crystal Veil's private room, Vis activated a privacy field, its hum sealing them off. She withdrew a pulsing artifact from a hidden panel, its form shifting between solid and liquid. "The Starlight Key," Elira breathed. "The what?" Martin asked. "The third element of the prophecy," Vis explained. "The Codex speaks of the Star Warrior, the Sapphire Bride, and the Starlight Key to avert catastrophe." Soren scoffed. "A myth to weaken Cerulith. A myth that responds to the prophecy's truth," Vis countered, holding out the key. "Touch it together." Martin and Elira reached for it, their fingers brushing. The key flared, its light merging their energies, transforming into a crystalline structure with patterns matching Elira's skin. Vis's eyes blinked rapidly. "The prophecy is confirmed." Soren's face darkened, but he said nothing. Martin glanced at Elira. "What now?" "We find the Temple of Starlight on Cerulith," she said. "That's where the quantum weapon must be neutralized." "And where that?" Martin asked. "In the heart of Ascendancy space," Vis replied. "Heavily guarded, no human has ever entered." "Until now," Martin said, squeezing Elira's hand. Soren laughed coldly. "You'll die before you reach it." "Then help us," Elira said quietly. "You know the weapon's flaw, it'll mutate and destroy Cerulithans too." Soren's amber eyes flickered with conflict. "I'll get you to Cerulith," he said finally. "What you do after is your funeral." Starlight Soren's ship, the Sapphire Fang, sliced through the void with predatory elegance, its crystalline hull reflecting the stars like a living prism. Unlike the Stellar Wraith's utilitarian design, the Cerulithan vessel was all sleek curves and glowing panels, a testament to their advanced quantum tech. In their guest quarters, Martin paced, his healed wounds barely a twinge thanks to Elira's care and Cerulithan region patches. Elira meditated, the Starlight Key floating between her palms, its glow casting patterns across her sapphire skin. "I don't trust him," Martin said, glancing at the door. "Soren's got too much history with you." Elira opened one eye, her silver-violet hair pooling around her. "You don't need to trust him, trust me." "I do," Martin said, sitting beside her. It's the jealous ex with a warship I'm worried about, she smiled, closing her eyes again. Soren was a political match, not a personal one, the ascendancy's choice, not mine. Could have fooled me, Martin muttered. The way he glares at me is irrelevant, Elira interrupted, the key settling into her palm as she abandoned meditation. What matters is how I see you. Her iridescent eyes locked on his, sparking heat through his core. And how's that? He asked, his voice husky. Like you're the answer to a question I've carried my whole life. She leaned in, her lips brushing his ear. Like you're the human who claimed what was always meant to be his. Martin groaned, capturing her mouth in a deep kiss. The key pulsed between them, its light casting their shadows in a dance of sapphire and starlight. A sharp knock broke them apart. We're approaching Sarolith's defense grid, Soren's voice announced coldly. Bridge now, Martin sighed, pressing his forehead to Elira's. Impeccable timing. He's probably watching, she teased, unconcerned. Let's give him a show. Martin stole another kiss, grinning. Later, on the bridge, Soren stood rigid, his amber eyes fixed on the viewscreen showing Sarolith's shimmering blue oceans and orbital defenses. Beautiful, Martin murmured despite himself. And deadly, Soren said, not turning, especially for humans. Good thing we're authorized, Elira countered, standing beside Soren. Soren's mouth tightened. My codes will get us past the outer grid. After that, he let the words hang. We have the key in the codex, Elira said. Prophecy will guide us. Prophecy won't stop a quantum cannon, Martin pointed out. Soren's lips twitched in a rare smirk. Perhaps the human has sense, a comm officer, his skin a pale azure, approached. Commander, we're being hailed by Defense Station Prime. On screen, Soren ordered. A stern Sarolithan female appeared, her gold patterns marking her as high-ranking. Commander Soren, your return is unscheduled. My mission is classified, Soren said smoothly. Direct authorization from High Seer Thalon. The captain's eyes narrowed. I'll need to verify. Soren transmitted a code and Martin held his breath, he and Elira positioned just out of view. After a tense pause, the captain nodded. Proceed, Vector 428, welcome home. The screen darkened. Too easy, Martin muttered. It won't stay easy, Soren said, turning to them. Once we land, you have 12 minutes before secondary authentication flags my override. You faked it, Martin asked, incredulous. Of course, Elira said, studying Soren. He's risking everything. I'm protecting Sarolith, Soren said flatly. After landing, you're on your own unless I escort you as prisoners to the Temple of Starlight. What? Martin and Elira said in unison. It's the only way, Soren insisted. I'll claim I captured you stealing artifacts. The guards will let me bring you to the inner sanctum. And then, Martin demanded. Then I get you to the Chamber of Convergence, Soren said. I received intel the quantum weapon deploys tomorrow. If it launches, we're all doomed. Martin exchanged a glance with Elira, her sapphire skin flaring with resolve. Let's move. The capital city of Sarolith was a marvel of crystalline towers and bioluminescent canals, its buildings pulsing like living organisms. Martin, in ceremonial restraints, marveled despite the danger, while Elira, similarly bound, bore symbols marking her as a traitor. Soren led them through the bustling plaza, his indigo skin and gold patterns drawing deference. Keep your head down, he hissed at Martin. Prisoners don't gawk. Martin complied, but caught Elira's eye. She stumbled suddenly, her pupils dilating. I hear it, she whispered. The temple it's speaking. Save it for inside, Soren snapped, glancing at the gathering crowd. The Temple of Starlight loomed, its angular design stark against the city's curves. Guards approached, their armor glowing. Commander Soren, the lead guard said, eyeing Martin. A human on Sarolith. They stole sacred artifacts, Soren said. I need the questioning chamber. After a tense moment, the guard nodded. Inside, the temple's murals depicted the Codex's prophecy. In the sealed chamber, Soren removed their restraints. Minutes before they suspect, he said, move. Elira swayed, her eyes distant. The full prophecy, it's clear now. The weapon's neutralization requires a sacrifice, the Star Warrior, the Sapphire Bride, or the rejected suitor. Martin's stomach dropped. Sacrifice? One must give their life force, Elira said, her voice trembling, to power the key. Then it's me, Martin said without hesitation. No, Elira gripped him. I won't lose you. It should be me, Soren said quietly. I have no place in your bond. Before Martin could argue, guards pounded the door. Commander Soren, the High Seer demands you. They know, Soren said grimly. Chamber of Convergence 3 levels down. The Chamber of Convergence pulsed with an ancient, almost sentient energy, its crystalline walls shimmering with patterns that mirrored the swirling bioluminescence of Elira's sapphire blue skin. The vast chamber, buried deep within the Temple of Starlight, felt alive, its air heavy with the weight of prophecy. At its center stood a towering pedestal, carved from a single prism of cerulite glowing with veins of liquid light. The starlight key hovered above it, spinning slowly in a column of radiant energy, casting fractal shadows across the murals that adorned the walls, ancient depictions of the Star Warrior, the Sapphire Bride, and the rejected suitor, their hands joined to channel a power that could reshape destinies. Martin Fleet stood at the pedestal's base, his gray-blue eyes reflecting the key's glow, his alliance uniform torn but his resolve unbroken. Elira, her silver-violet hair cascading like a nebula, stood beside him, her iridescent eyes blazing with determination. Soren, the Sarolithan commander, flanked them, his indigo skin marred with green blood from a recent skirmish, his amber eyes flickering with a mix of pride and resignation. The trio formed an unlikely trinity, bound by the Starlight Codex's prophecy and the looming threat of a quantum weapon that could annihilate both Earth and Sarolith. We must hurry, Soren said, his voice taut as he sealed the chamber's massive doors with a quantum lock. The hum of the mechanism echoed, a temporary barrier against the temple guards pounding outside. The ritual begins now or we lose everything. Martin studied the pedestal's intricate controls, a lattice of crystal circuits pulsing in sync with the key. How does this work? He asked, his military training keeping his tone steady despite the chaos of their situation. Illyra's fingers brushed the pedestal, her sapphire skin flaring as she interfaced with its energy. The key requires all three of us, Star Warrior, Sapphire Bride, Rejected Suitor. Our energies must align to activate it. Then one of us channels their life force to neutralize the quantum weapon. That's me, Martin said without hesitation, his jaw set. I'm the outsider here. If someone's got to pay the price, it's not going to be either of you. Illyra's hand tightened on his arm, her vertical pupils dilating with fear. No, Martin, I won't let you sacrifice yourself. Soren's amber eyes softened, a rare vulnerability breaking through his stoic facade. It should be me, he said quietly. The Codex names me the Rejected Suitor. My role ends here. Yours, he glanced at Illyra, then Martin. Yours is the future. Before Martin could argue, the chamber shook violently, the crystalline walls cracking as an explosion tore through the far side. Dust and shards rained down, and through the breach stepped High Seer Thalon, his obsidian skin gleaming like polished stone, his silver eyes burning with fanatical rage. Flanked by a dozen armored guards, their quantum blades crackling, he surveyed the scene with cold disdain. Soren, he sneered, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate the air. Your treachery was predictable, but your audacity to bring a human into the Temple of Starlight is an abomination. Soren stepped forward, his own blade drawn, green blood dripping from a wound on his chest. You doom us all, Thalon. The quantum weapon's flaw will destroy Cerolithans as surely as humans. Thalon's laugh was a harsh, grating sound devoid of humor. A necessary purge, humans are a plague, spreading their chaos across the stars. Cerolith will rise pure from their ashes even if it costs a few of our own. Martin's temper flared, but he held his ground, his hand inching toward the Starlight key. Genocide's a hell of a way to prove your superiority, he said, his voice sharp. You're not saving Cerolith, you're killing it. Thalon's silver eyes narrowed and he raised a hand, signaling his guards to advance. You defile this sacred place, terrestrial. Your kind will never understand the purity of our purpose. Illyra's sapphire skin flared brighter, her voice resonating with the authority of a seer. The Codex speaks of unity, not destruction. You've twisted its words to justify your hatred. The guards hesitated, their blades wavering as Illyra's words echoed. Thalon's face twisted with fury. Enough, seize them. Martin didn't wait. He lunged for the Starlight key, his fingers closing around its crystalline form. Expecting a burn, he was stunned when its energy flowed into him like a cool tide, merging with his own. The key pulsed, its light amplifying, and Illyra rushed to his side, her hands joining his on the artifact. Their energies intertwined, sapphire patterns dancing between them, the chamber's walls humming in response. Martin, Illyra cried, her voice a mix of alarm and awe. It's not draining you. It's channeling, Martin said, his voice tinged with wonder. The key's energy felt alive, not destructive, as if it recognized him as the Star Warrior. Human physiology, it's amplifying the key, not sacrificing it. Illyra's eyes widened, realization dawning. The Codex never meant death, it meant channeling. Your human energy signature is the catalyst. Thalon roared, his quantum blade flaring as he charged. Soren intercepted, their blades clashing in a burst of violet sparks. Green blood sprayed as Thalon's weapon slashed Soren's chest, deeper this time. Soren, Illyra screamed, her hand tightening on Martin's. Finish it, Soren gasped, staggering but holding Thalon at bay. Now, Martin focused, willing the key's energy to surge. The chamber filled with a blinding dome of light, expanding outward like a supernova. The quantum weapon's components hidden across Cerolith began to disintegrate, their destructive potential neutralized by the key's power. Thalon froze mid-attack, his blade raised as the light enveloped him. Instead of harm, the key latched onto his negative energy, his hatred, his fanaticism, draining it like a sponge. His obsidian skin dulled, his silver eyes dimmed, and he collapsed, a withered shell of the zealot he'd been. The guards, witnessing their leader's fall, dropped their weapons, some kneeling in awe, others fleeing into the temple's depths. The dome of light pulsed once more, then faded, leaving the chamber silent save for the hum of the key. Illyra rushed to Soren, who slumped against the wall, his wounds severe but his regenerative biology knitting them closed. You did it, he said weakly, a faint smile breaking through his pain. The prophecy fulfilled. We all did, Martin said, helping him to his feet. You held the line. Illyra's sapphire skin glowed softly as she touched Soren's shoulder. You honored the Codex even when it cost you everything. Soren's amber eyes met hers, a flicker of old longing buried beneath acceptance. It cost me nothing worth keeping, he said. Your bond, it's what the prophecy needed, not me. The chamber doors burst open and temple guards poured in, their armor glinting, but the lead guard, an elder with intricate gold patterns, froze at the sight of the glowing key, Thalon's defeated form, and the trio standing united. The Starlight Codex, he murmured, dropping to one knee. The prophecy is fulfilled. The others followed, their blades lowered in reverence. Rise, Illyra said, her voice carrying the weight of her role as seer. No more kneeling to false ideals. Today, Cerolith and Earth begin anew. The elder guard stood, his eyes wide with awe. The High Seer's plans the weapon, it's gone, neutralized, Martin said, holding up the key, its light now a steady, comforting glow. Your planet's safe, so is mine. The guard hesitated, then bowed deeply. We will escort you to the Ascendancy Council. They must know the truth. The council chamber was a marvel of Cerolithan architecture. its domed ceiling a mosaic of cerulite crystals that refracted light into a kaleidoscope of blues and violets. The Ascendancy Council, a dozen cerulithans with skin ranging from pale azure to deep indigo, sat in a semicircle, their expressions a mix of shock and skepticism, as Martin, Elira, and Soren recounted the events in the Chamber of Convergence. Thalin, now conscious but subdued, sat under guard, his once imposing presence reduced to a shadow. "You claim the quantum weapon is destroyed?" Counselor Vera, a female with silver patterns, asked, her voice sharp. "And that this human is the Star Warrior?" "The Starlight Key confirmed it," Elira said, holding up the artifact, its crystalline form pulsing softly. "Martin's energy, combined with mine and Soren's, neutralized the weapon. Its components are inert, scattered across Cerulith. Your own sensors can verify." A younger counselor, his skin a vibrant teal, leaned forward. "And Thalin, he orchestrated this." Soren stepped forward, his wounds bandaged but his posture unyielding. "Thalin manipulated the Ascendancy, twisting the Codex to fuel his anti-human crusade. I helped bring Elira and Martin here, knowing the weapon's flaw would destroy us all." Murmurs rippled through the council. Vera's eyes narrowed. "You betrayed your own commander, Soren." "Why?" "Because I'm a Cerulithan," Soren said, his voice steady. "My duty is to our people, not to one man's madness. The Codex spoke of unity, not division. I saw that truth too late, but I see it now." Martin glanced at Elira, her sapphire skin glowing with pride. He stepped forward, his alliance uniform a stark contrast to the council's robes. "Look, I'm not here to play prophet or hero. I'm a soldier who wants peace. Your weapon threatened my world, but it would have taken yours down too. We stopped it together. That's what the Codex meant, Earth and Cerulith, not one or the other." The council exchanged glances, their bioluminescent patterns flickering in thought. Vera stood, her silver eyes appraising Martin. "You speak boldly for a terrestrial, but the key's activation cannot be denied, nor can the weapon's neutralization. We will convene to discuss terms of peace with your alliance." Martin nodded, his jaw tight. "Good, because I'd rather not fight my way out of here." Elira's laugh, like crystal chimes, broke the tension. "He's stubborn, but he grows on you." Vera's lips twitched, a rare sign of amusement. "So it seems you, Elira, will represent Cerulith in these talks. Your bond with this human, it is unprecedented, but perhaps it is the bridge we need." As the council adjourned, Martin pulled Elira aside, his hand finding hers. "You okay with this, being the face of Cerulith?" Her iridescent eyes sparkled. "I was born for it. Just like you were born to crash into my life and change everything." He grinned, brushing a strand of silver-violet hair from her face. "Best mission I ever botched." Soren approached, his expression softer now. "I'll stay to ensure Thalin faces justice," he said. "You too, you're the future the Codex promised. Don't waste it." Martin clasped his hand. "You're not so bad for a jealous ex." Soren's laugh was grudging but genuine. "And you're not so bad for a human." 6 months later, the Unity, a joint Terran-Cerulithan diplomatic vessel, glided toward Earth, its crystalline hull a testament to their new alliance. Martin stood on the observation deck, his gray-blue eyes fixed on the blue-green planet growing larger in the viewscreen. Elira, now Cerulith's ambassador, adjusted her formal robe, its bioluminescent threads matching her sapphire skin. Her silver-violet hair was braided intricately, a nod to her seer heritage. "Nervous?" Martin asked, slipping an arm around her waist. "About meeting your mother and explaining why we married on Cerulith without her," Elira teased, leaning into him. "Terrified," he laughed, the sound echoing in the quiet deck. "She'll love you, just don't mention the part where you had to practically undress to get my attention." Her smile was radiant, her patterns flaring with contentment. "I love you, Martin Fleet, stubborn, brave, and just a little bit idiotic. I sacrificed my solitude for you," he said, his eyes soft. "My walls, my guilt over Jenkins, and I'd do it again." She rose on her toes, kissing him deeply. "You gained a galaxy," she whispered, "and me." As Earth filled the viewscreen, Martin reflected on their journey from a cramped cabin where he'd tried to ignore the most captivating woman he'd ever met to standing as partners in a peace that spanned worlds. The Starlight Codex had brought them together, but their bond, forged in trust, sacrifice, and love, would carry them forward. And as Elira's laughter echoed, promising more adventures among the stars, Martin knew he'd never regret answering her challenge that first night. The diplomatic vessel Unity hung in low Earth orbit, its crystalline hull, a fusion of Terran engineering and Cerulithan aesthetics, gleaming like a beacon of hope against the backdrop of the planet's blue-green curvature. Commander Martin Fleet stood on the observation deck, his gray-blue eyes fixed on the swirling clouds below, his alliance uniform crisp but his posture relaxed, a far cry from the tense soldier who'd first met Elira 6 months ago. Beside him, Elira, Cerulith's first ambassador to the Terran Alliance, adjusted her formal robe, its bioluminescent threads pulsing in sync with her sapphire blue skin. Her silver-violet hair was braided intricately, a nod to her role as a seer, but her iridescent eyes sparkled with the playful mischief Martin had come to love. "Still nervous about meeting my mother?" Martin asked, slipping an arm around her waist, his fingers brushing the glowing patterns on her skin. Elira leaned into him, her smile teasing. "Less about your mother and more about explaining why we got married on Cerulith without inviting her. Humans are sentimental about such things, yes." Martin chuckled, the sound warm in the quiet deck. "She'll forgive us once she sees you, just don't mention the part where you had to practically strip to get my attention." Her laugh, like crystal chimes, filled the air. "You're never letting that go, are you, human male?" "Never," he said, pulling her closer, his lips brushing her temple. "It's my favorite mission debrief." Their moment was interrupted by a soft chime from the console, followed by a holographic projection flickering to life. Captain Elena Vasquez, the Unity's Terran commander, appeared, her expression grim. Commander Fleet Ambassador Elira, we've got a situation. Incoming transmission from Serolith Priority 1. Martin's stomach tightened, his soldier's instincts kicking in. Put it through. The hologram shifted, revealing Counselor Vera, her silver-patterned skin and stern demeanor unmistakable. Ambassador Commander, she said, her voice clipped. We have a problem. A faction within the Ascendancy, loyalist to High Seer Thalon, has seized a hidden quantum cache in the outer reaches. They're calling themselves the Purifiers. Elira's sapphire skin flared, her pupils narrowing to slits. Thalon's dead, the starlight key drained him. Vera's eyes darkened. Not dead, comatose. His mind was shattered, but his body lingers in stasis. The Purifiers claim they can revive him using the cache's technology. Worse, they've activated a dormant quantum pulse array, a prototype of the weapon you neutralized. It's not as powerful, but it's enough to destabilize Serolith's core if deployed. Martin's jaw clenched. In Earth, can it reach us? Not directly, Vera said. But the fallout would disrupt trade routes and destabilize the sector. The Ascendancy requests your assistance. The Unity is the closest vessel with both Terran and Serolithan expertise. Elira exchanged a glance with Martin, her hand finding his. The Starlight Codex warned of a shadow rising after the light. This must be it. Martin nodded, his mind already racing through tactical scenarios. We're on it. Send coordinates and intel. And Vera, any sign of Soren? Soren is leading a small Ascendancy task force to intercept, Vera replied. He insisted on joining you. He feels responsible. The transmission ended and Martin turned to Elira, his gray-blue eyes steady. Looks like our honeymoon's on hold. She smirked, her patterns glowing with resolve. You humans and your honeymoons, let's save the galaxy first, then we'll talk vacations. The Unity dropped out of hyperspace near the outer reaches, a desolate region of Serolithan space littered with asteroid fields and abandoned mining stations. The quantum cache was hidden within a derelict facility, its crystalline structure half buried in a massive asteroid. Long-range scans confirmed a dozen Purifier ships, sleek predatory vessels bristling with quantum weaponry, patrolling the perimeter. Soren's task force, 3 Serolithan cruisers, was already engaged, their energy shields flaring under heavy fire. Martin stood on the Unity's bridge, Elira at his side, her presence a steady anchor as he coordinated with Vasquez. Soren's holding them off, but he's outnumbered, Martin said, studying the tactical display. We need to punch through their line and board that facility. Elira's eyes narrowed, her fingers brushing the starlight key now worn as a pendant around her neck. The Codex speaks of a second convergence, a test of unity after the first victory. The key might be our edge. Vasquez, a no-nonsense woman with a scar across her cheek, raised an eyebrow. You're saying that glowing trinket can take out a quantum array? It neutralized a planet killer, Martin said, his tone dry. I'd say it's got a shot. The Unity joined the fray, its hybrid weapons, Terran plasma cannons and Serolithan quantum beams cutting through the Purifier fleet. Martin piloted a shuttle with Elira and a small team weaving through asteroid debris as Soren's cruisers provided cover. The facility loomed ahead, its crystalline spires jagged and foreboding. Shields at 60%, Vasquez reported over the comm. You've got 10 minutes before we're overwhelmed. Copy that, Martin said, guiding the shuttle into a docking bay. The team disembarked, weapons ready, Elira's sapphire skin glowing faintly in the dim light. Soren met them inside, his indigo skin marred with fresh wounds, his amber eyes fierce. You're late, Soren said, a ghost of a smile breaking through. Had to make an entrance, Martin shot back, checking his sidearm. Where's the array? Lower levels, Soren said, leading the way. The Purifiers have a quantum shield around it. Conventional weapons won't breach it. Elira held up the starlight key, its light pulsing. This will. They navigated the facility's labyrinthine corridors, their boots echoing on crystalline floors. Purifier guards ambushed them twice, their quantum blades flashing, but Martin's training and Soren's skill dispatched them efficiently. Elira's agility surprised Martin, her movements fluid as she disarmed a guard with a kick that sent his blade skittering. You're full of surprises, Martin said, catching his breath. She winked, her patterns flaring. You have no idea, Commander. They reached the array chamber, a vast cavern where a pulsating quantum core glowed, its energy distorting the air. Purifier technicians scrambled, but their leader, a Serolithan female with crimson patterns named Clara, stepped forward, her eyes blazing. You're too late, she hissed. The array is charging. Serolith will be purified and Thalon will rise. Elira's voice was steel. Thalon's vision was a lie. The Codex demands unity, not destruction. Clara laughed, drawing a quantum whip. The Codex is a myth for weaklings. We'll burn the human taint from the stars. Martin didn't hesitate. He fired, his plasma pistol grazing Clara's shoulder, but her whip lashed out, wrapping around his wrist and yanking him forward. Pain seared through his arm as he hit the ground, the whip's energy burning. Elira lunged, her own blade, a ceremonial seer's dagger, clashing with Clara's whip, forcing her back. Soren tackled another technician, his strength overwhelming despite his injuries. Get to the core, he shouted. Martin scrambled up, Elira at his side. They reached the array, its quantum shield crackling. Elira pressed the starlight key against it, her sapphire skin flaring as the key's energy resonated. The shield wavered but held. It needs all 3 of us, she said, her voice urgent. Like before. Soren joined them, blood dripping from his wounds, and placed his hand on the key. The chamber shook as their energies merged, the key's light intensifying. The shield shattered, exposing the core. Clara screamed, charging with her whip, but Martin fired again, this time hitting her leg, sending her sprawling. Now, Elira said, guiding the key into the core's interface. The chamber filled with light, the array's energy destabilizing as the key neutralized it. The purifiers fled, their plan crumbling, but Clara lunged one last time, her whip aimed at Elira. Martin tackled her, taking the whip's lash across his back. Pain exploded, but he held Clara down until Soren restrained her. The core shut down, its glow fading. The threat ended. Elira knelt beside Martin, her cool hands on his face. "You idiot," she whispered, her eyes wet. "Stop throwing yourself into danger for me." He grinned weakly. "Habit." Soren helped him up, his amber eyes warm with respect. "You're not bad for a human." "Back at you," Martin said, wincing. The Unity extracted them, the Purifier fleet retreating into the asteroid field. Back on the bridge, Vasquez clapped Martin's shoulder. "Nice work, Commander. You and your ambassador make a hell of a team." Elira's patterns glowed with pride. "He's more than a commander," she said, her hand in his. "He's the Star Warrior." Martin pulled her close, ignoring the pain in his back. "And you're the Sapphire Bride who keeps saving my ass." Her laugh echoed as the Unity prepared to return to Earth, the shadow of the Purifiers dispelled for now. The Unity docked at Earth's primary orbital station, a bustling hub of Terran diplomats, traders, and military personnel. Martin Fleet stood in the diplomatic lounge, his wounds from the outer reaches battle healed thanks to Cerulithan region patches, though a faint ache lingered as a reminder of Clara's quantum whip. Elira, resplendent in her ambassadorial robes, stood beside him, her sapphire skin glowing softly under the station's artificial lights. Her silver-violet hair was loose now, cascading over her shoulders, and the starlight key hung around her neck, a constant reminder of their shared destiny. They were preparing for a historic summit, the first formal peace talks between the Terran Alliance and the Cerulithan Ascendancy, set to solidify the fragile truce forged by their actions. Martin adjusted his dress uniform, feeling out of place among the diplomats. "You sure you're ready for this?" he asked Elira, his gray-blue eyes scanning her face. "Earth's politicians can be prickly." Elira's iridescent eyes sparkled with amusement. "Compared to facing down a quantum array, I'll manage. Besides, I have you to keep them in line." He grinned, slipping his hand into hers. "Just don't expect me to be diplomatic. I'm better at shooting things." Her laugh, like crystal chimes, drew curious glances from nearby aides. "That's why I married you, Commander. You're my favorite blunt instrument." Before Martin could retort, the lounge's doors slid open, admitting Soren, his indigo skin and gold patterns striking against his ceremonial ascendancy armor. His wounds had healed, though a new scar crossed his chest, a badge of their shared fight. His amber eyes met Martin's with a nod of respect, a far cry from the hostility of their first meeting. "The Ascendancy delegation is ready," he said. "Counselor Vera sends her regards and a warning. The Purifiers may be scattered, but their ideology lingers." Martin's jaw tightened. "They're like roaches. You squash one nest, another pops up." Elira's patterns flared briefly. "The Codex predicted this, a shadow that persists until the light is fully embraced. Will need to stay vigilant." The summit began in a grand chamber, its walls lined with holographic displays of Earth and Cerulith, symbolizing their shared future. Terran diplomats led by Admiral Helena Cortez sat across from the Cerulithan delegation, Vera at their head. Martin and Elira took their places as mediators, the starlight key glowing softly as a symbol of their authority. Soren stood guard, his presence a quiet reassurance. Cortez, a stern woman with graying hair, opened the talks. "The Terran Alliance welcomes this alliance, but we need assurances. The Purifier's actions suggest Cerulith's stability is fragile." Vera's silver eyes narrowed. "The Ascendancy has purged Thalan's loyalists. Our stability is no less secure than Earth's, given your history of internal conflicts." Martin suppressed a smirk. Point to Vera. He leaned forward. "Let's focus on what unites us. The quantum weapon's gone, thanks to the Codex. But the Purifiers are still out there, and they're not picky about who they hurt, human or Cerulithan." Elira nodded, her voice calm but firm. "The Starlight Codex speaks of a lasting convergence, a bond between our worlds. We propose a joint task force to hunt the Purifiers and secure both our systems." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber, but a Terran diplomat, a wiry man named Kessler, stood. "And what of this key? It's a Cerulithan artifact." "How do we know it won't be used against us?" Elira's patterns flared, but her tone remained steady. "The key responds only to the Star Warrior and the Sapphire Bride. It's a tool of unity, not a weapon." Martin placed his hand over hers, the key pulsing between them. "I'm human, Kessler. If I trust it, you can too." The talks progressed, agreements forming on trade, defense, and cultural exchange. But as the session broke for recess, a low rumble shook the station, followed by a blaring alarm. Vasquez's voice crackled over the comm. "Commander, we've got hostiles. Purifier ships just dropped out of hyperspace. They're targeting the station." Martin was on his feet, Elira and Soren beside him. "How the hell did they get this close to Earth?" he demanded. "Stealth tech," Soren said, his amber eyes narrowing. "Thalan's designs. They're here for the key." The chamber erupted in chaos as diplomats scrambled for safety. Martin grabbed Elira's hand, pulling her toward the command center. "Vasquez, get the Unity ready to launch. Soren with us." The command center was a hive of activity, Terran and Cerulithan officers working together to repel the attack. The view screen showed 3 Purifier ships, their crystalline hulls cloaked in quantum distortion fields, firing on the station's shields. "They're after the key," Elira said, clutching the artifact. "If they take it, they can restart Thalan's work." "Not happening," Martin said, his voice hard. He turned to Vasquez. "Can we board their lead ship?" "It's risky," she said, "but their shields drop when they fire. We've got a window." Martin, Illyra, and Soren boarded a combat shuttle, launching into the fray. The Purifier ships were fast, but the Unity's hybrid weapons gave them an edge. Martin piloted, dodging quantum beams as Illyra and Soren manned the guns. There, Illyra pointed to the lead ship, its hull glowing with a familiar pattern. That's Clara's vessel. They breached the ship's docking bay, fighting through Purifier guards to reach the bridge. Clara stood at the command console, her crimson patterns blazing with defiance. "You can't stop the purification," she snarled. "Thalin's vision will live." Martin fired a warning shot, scorching the deck beside her. Thalin's vision died with his sanity. "Stand down," Clara lunged, her quantum whip cracking. Illyra countered with her dagger, their movements a blur. Soren tackled a guard, clearing a path for Martin to reach the console. He interfaced the Starlight key, its light disrupting the ship's systems, shutting down its weapons. Clara screamed, her whip grazing Illyra's arm, but Soren tackled her, pinning her down. The Purifier fleet, seeing their flagship disabled, retreated. Martin helped Illyra up, her sapphire skin dimmed but her eyes fierce. "You okay?" he asked. "I'll live," she said, managing a smile. "Thanks to you." Back on the station, the summit resumed, the attack strengthening the resolve for unity. Cortez and Vera signed the treaty, establishing the Terran-Serolithan alliance. Martin and Illyra stood together, the Starlight key a symbol of their shared victory. As the Unity prepared to depart for Serolith, Martin pulled Illyra close on the observation deck. "We make a hell of a team," he said, his gray-blue eyes soft. Her patterns glowed, her lips brushing his. "The Codex chose you for a reason, Star Warrior." "And so did I," he kissed her, the stars beyond promising new adventures, their bond the light that would guide both worlds forward. The sterile hum of Medical Base 7 aboard the Galactic Alliance starship Horizon was a familiar irritation to Lieutenant Commander Kyle Wilson. At 34, his 62 frame was a testament to years of rigorous combat training, his steel-gray eyes carrying the weight of 3 interstellar conflicts. Scars crisscrossed his knuckles, and faint crow's feet framed his gaze, hinting at battles fought and survived. He'd been in the middle of a flawless squad training session when a simulation drone malfunctioned, sending a jagged shard of metal into his forearm. It was a minor wound, barely bleeding, but protocol demanded a visit to the med bay. "For the last time, I just need antiseptic and a bandage," Kyle growled, his deep voice echoing authority as he sat on the examination table, his sweat-soaked training shirt clinging to his muscular torso. He ran a hand through his short, cropped brown hair, glancing at the clock. A tactical briefing with Admiral Harrington was in 40 minutes, and the Admiral wasn't known for patience. The young medical technician, engrossed in his datapad, didn't look up. "Protocol requires all injuries be documented and treated, sir. Dr. Niara will see you shortly." Kyle sighed, shifting uncomfortably on the table. The cut wasn't even oozing anymore, but the Alliance's obsession with procedure was unrelenting. The door hissed open, and Kyle's irritation faltered. Instead of Dr. Niara, the grizzled Centurion who'd patched him up countless times, a striking alien woman entered. Her skin was a vibrant purple, shimmering faintly under the med bay's lights, and her silver-white hair flowed like liquid moonlight. Her large, luminous turquoise eyes widened slightly as they met his, flecks of gold catching the light. "Lieutenant Commander Wilson," she said, her voice melodic, the universal translator struggling to capture its harmonic undertones. "I'm ZA, medical research specialist. Dr. Niara's in emergency surgery, so I'll be treating you today." Kyle straightened, suddenly hyper-aware of his disheveled state. "You're not Niara," he said, his tone gruffer than intended. Her full lips curved into a smile, revealing a hint of mischief, astute observation. She glided closer, her form-fitting dark uniform bearing the Alliance Medical Corps insignia, though its plunging neckline seemed to push regulation boundaries. "Let's take a look at that arm." Her slender fingers, cool against his skin, examined the cut with a gentleness that surprised him. Her touch carried a faint scent of exotic spices, alien yet oddly comforting. "This is minor," she said, reaching for a medical scanner. "But since you're here." Her eyes flicked up, turquoise depths sparkling with something playful. "Would you consider volunteering for a clinical trial? We've developed a regenerative serum that could heal this in minutes." Kyle raised an eyebrow, checking the time again. "Is it approved?" "Preliminary trials are complete," Za replied, already preparing a hypospray. "It's safe, a standard regenerative formula with enhanced cellular acceleration." If it meant getting to the briefing faster, Kyle was game. "Fine, do it." Her smile widened as she selected a vial from a cooling unit. "Excellent, this won't hurt." The hypospray hissed against his arm, a cool sensation spreading from the injection site. Za stepped back, watching him intently. "How do you feel?" she asked, her voice tightening slightly. "Fine," Kyle said, then paused. A warmth was spreading through his body, pooling in his core and radiating downward. His eyes widened as he realized what was happening. What the hell? Za's turquoise eyes grew enormous as she stared at the medical sheet draped over his lap, where an unmistakable bulge was forming. "Oh no," she whispered, frantically checking the vial. "No, no, no. What did you do?" Kyle demanded, shifting to hide the increasingly obvious evidence of her mistake. Her purple skin darkened to a deep violet, her species equivalent of a blush. "I may have given you the wrong serum," she admitted, her voice barely audible. "This was experimental, not the one I meant to use." "Fix it," Kyle hissed, clutching the sheet tighter. Za's hands flew to her head in panic. "I can't, it needs to metabolize naturally. If anyone finds out I administered an untested compound," her eyes met his, filled with desperation. "No one can know. My career, my research, everything would be ruined." The door chime sounded, signaling an imminent visitor. "Hide it," Za whispered urgently. Kyle grabbed a datapad from the table, positioning it strategically over his lap just as the door slid open, revealing Captain Morgan, his direct superior. "Wilson, there you are," Morgan said, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. "Admiral, move the briefing up. We need you now. Everything all right?" Kyle forced a smile, gripping the datapad. "Just finishing up, sir." Morgan nodded, glancing at Za. "Make it quick, Doctor. The Krell situation won't wait." As the door closed, Kyle turned to Za, his voice low and dangerous. "You have 10 seconds to explain what's happening and how long this lasts." Za swallowed hard, her purple skin still flushed. "It's a stimulant meant for tissue regeneration in certain species. In humans, it seems to have other effects." She checked her scanner. "Based on your metabolism, 6 to 8 hours." 6 to 8 hours, Kyle's voice rose, then he caught himself, taking a deep breath. "I have a briefing about a potential alien invasion in 5 minutes." "I'm so sorry," Za whispered, her eyes glistening with remorse. Then unexpectedly a small smile tugged at her lips. "Though I must say the serum seems effective." Kyle fought back a reluctant grin. "This isn't funny." "No, it's not," she agreed, though her turquoise eyes sparkled with suppressed amusement. "But I'll help you through this. We just need to keep it our secret." Kyle stood carefully, keeping the datapad in place. "Fine. But after this meeting, you and I are having a long talk about medical protocols." Za nodded, relief washing over her features. "I'll find a solution, I promise. And Commander," she hesitated, her smile turning playful, "think about cold showers and tax regulations." Kyle shot her a glare that had made Space Marines flinch, but Za merely smiled back unfazed. Something told him this was going to be the longest day of his career. Kyle strode through the Horizon's corridors, datapad clutched strategically, his mind racing. Combat training had prepared him for plasma burns, vacuum exposure, even psychological torture, but nothing had equipped him for a high-level briefing while grappling with an unwanted, persistent arousal. His neural comm implant buzzed, and Za's melodic voice came through, startling him. "Commander Wilson, I've established a private channel. I'll help you through this." "How did you access my—" Kyle began, but she cut him off. "Standard protocol," she said smoothly. "I'm researching solutions, the compounds affecting your hypothalamic pituitary axis causing elevated testosterone and vasodilation in specific areas." Kyle entered the turbolift, nodding stiffly at 2 passing officers. "Skip the lecture, just fix it." "Working on it," Za replied. "Meanwhile, try focusing on something else." The lift opened onto the command deck, where Admiral Harrington and 5 senior officers stood around a holographic display. Captain Morgan motioned Kyle over. "Wilson, glad you could join us. We're discussing Krell fleet movements near Arcturus." Kyle slid into a chair, positioning the datapad to conceal his condition. "Sorry for the delay, sir. The Krell have 3 battlecruisers here," Harrington said, highlighting a star system. "Intelligence suggests a major offensive." Za's voice piped up in his ear. "Your vitals are still elevated. Try to focus on something neutral." "I'm trying," Kyle subvocalized, studying the display with forced concentration. "Commander Wilson," Harrington's sharp voice cut through. "Your assessment?" Kyle straightened, grateful for the table's cover. "The Krell are likely staging for an attack on Vega Prime. Their formation suggests a pincer movement." He pointed to the display. "We should reinforce the quantum barrier array here and here to counter their advance." "There are 3 ways to metabolize the compound quickly," Za interrupted, oblivious to his predicament. "The first is extended cardiovascular exercise." Kyle faltered mid-sentence, "which would allow them to flank our defensive line," prompting Harrington's frown. "The second option," Za continued, "involves oral enzymatic transfer from a compatible donor." Kyle nearly choked. "Excuse me." He subvocalized. "Something to add, Commander?" Harrington asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, sir, just considering alternatives." Kyle recovered, ignoring Lieutenant Patel's curious glance. "The third option," Za's voice dropped to a sultry tone, "is traditional reproductive activity. The hormonal release would neutralize the compound almost immediately." "That's not happening," Kyle hissed through gritted teeth. "What's not happening, Commander?" Harrington demanded. "The Krell breakthrough, sir," Kyle said smoothly. "Not on my watch." Harrington studied him, then nodded. "Good, I'm putting you in charge of the counteroffensive." For the next 20 minutes, Kyle focused on the tactical discussion while Za offered increasingly suggestive updates. By the meeting's end, his uniform was damp with sweat. "Wilson, stay behind," Harrington ordered as the others left. Kyle froze. "Sir, you seem distracted. Is there something I should know?" "Just a minor medical issue, sir," Kyle said, wincing at his word choice. "It won't affect my performance." Harrington's eyes narrowed. "See that it doesn't. The mission launches in 6 hours. I need you at 100%. "Understood, sir." As Kyle left, Za's voice returned. "Meet me in Research Lab 3, Deck 12. It's private. We need to discuss your treatment options." "This isn't funny," Kyle growled, stepping into the turbolift. "I'm not laughing," Za replied, her tone serious, the compounds showing unusual persistence. "If we don't address it soon, there could be complications." "What kind of complications?" "The kind that would require explaining to Dr. Niara why a human officer is in distress with an A-tower condition." Kyle sighed. "Lab 3, Deck 12, 5 minutes." Research Lab 3 was a sterile, dimly lit space filled with humming equipment. Za stood waiting, her silver-white hair now in a practical knot, her purple skin catching the light in a way that made Kyle's already compromised focus waver. Her uniform still hugged her curves, unhelping his situation. "I've analyzed your bioscan," she said, leading him inside. "The compound's bonding with your adrenal system. We need to act quickly." So what are our real options? Kyle asked, locking the door. And don't say sex, oral stimulation, or exercise. Za's purple skin flushed violet, but her tone remained clinical. Those are the only methods to trigger the enzymatic cascade needed to break it down. Her turquoise eyes, flecked with gold, met his, the air between them charged. I could run laps, Kyle suggested, his voice rough. For 3 hours, Za stepped closer, her scent enveloping him. We don't have that time. This is unprofessional, he murmured, not moving away. So is injecting you with an untested compound, she countered, a smile playing at her lips. But here we are. Kyle noticed the intelligence in her eyes, the determination beneath her mistake. The Krell mission in 6 hours. I need to be ready, Za nodded, her fingers brushing his arm, sending a jolt through him. Then we should begin treatment immediately, Commander. Kyle hesitated, caught by the gold flecks in her eyes, the warmth of her presence. What had started as a medical mishap was becoming something far more complicated and intriguing. The officer's gym was empty, a rare stroke of luck. Kyle locked the door with his command override, ensuring privacy. I'll start with cardio, he said, heading for the treadmill. Za interrupted, her turquoise eyes flashing. Leave my patient unmonitored during an experimental treatment. That would be highly unprofessional, Commander. Her playful tone made him suspect she was enjoying this more than she let on. 20 minutes into his run, sweat soaked his shirt. Za sat on a mat, ostensibly reviewing her tablet, but Kyle caught her watching him. Any improvement? He asked, increasing the speed. Minimal, she said, shaking her head. Your metabolism's processing it, but not fast enough. She hesitated, then added, in my species, the Nari, physical attraction accelerates metabolic processes. Kyle nearly stumbled. Is that relevant? Perhaps, she approached, her purple skin shimmering. Among the Nari, medical treatment often incorporates intimate energy exchange. Sounds convenient, Kyle said dryly, though her proximity wasn't helping his focus. The intercom crackled. Attention all personnel. Security alert, possible Krell infiltrator in Sector 7, all officers to security stations. Kyle shut off the treadmill. That's 2 decks below us. Za's voice trembled. The Krell, they're shapeshifters, aren't they? They can't perfectly mimic biosignatures, Kyle said, grabbing a pulse pistol from a locker. Stay behind me. A thud echoed from the corridor, followed by dragging sounds. Za whispered, they detect body heat and physiological responses. Her eyes flicked downward meaningfully. Kyle grimaced. His condition could attract the enemy. Perfect. Za's hand brushed his arm. There's still the third option, she said softly, her eyes locking onto his, the air electrified, her purple skin glowing faintly. Intense emotional states can mask biosignatures from Krell sensors, fear or passion. Another thud closer. Kyle holstered his weapon, pulling Za against him. For tactical reasons, he said, his voice rough. Of course, she agreed, her smile teasing, purely tactical. Their lips met and Kyle expected something alien. Instead, her warmth and eagerness sent a surge through him unrelated to the serum. Her cool purple skin contrasted with her heated kiss, her hands threading through his hair. Kyle lifted her slightly, their bodies aligning, her humanoid form thrillingly different yet familiar. Your heart rate's increasing, Za murmured against his lips. The compound's metabolizing. Your professional assessment? Kyle teased, kissing along her jaw. Very professional, she sighed, tilting her head. But I should conduct a thorough examination. The sounds outside ceased, but neither noticed. They sank onto the exercise mats, uniforms yielding to eager fingers. Za's purple skin glowed with luminescent patterns that intensified with her arousal, guiding Kyle's touch. What began as medical necessity became a profound connection, transcending species and circumstance. Later on the mats, Kyle traced her fatting patterns. Treatment successful, doctor. Za propped herself up, scanning him with a mock clinical eye. The compound nearly metabolized. Your conditions resolved. Just then his communicator chirped. Wilson to security, update on the Krell infiltrator. False alarm, Commander, came the reply. Maintenance droid malfunction, all clear. Kyle laughed, the tension breaking. So much for tactical necessity. Za's smile was mischievous. Better safe than sorry. As they dressed, Kyle felt reluctant to return to duty, to the Krell mission, to a reality where he was a human officer and she an alien researcher. Za, he began, unsure of his words. She pressed a finger to his lips. This was unexpected but not unwelcome and perhaps repeatable. His communicator chirped again. Commander Wilson, report to mission prep immediately. Krell fleet movement accelerated, duty called. I have to go, Kyle said, straightening his uniform. Be careful, Za said, her eyes warm. And if you need more treatments, you know where to find me. With a grin, Kyle stepped into the corridor, ready for the Krell but eager to return to the purple-skinned doctor who turned his world upside down. The Horizon's launch bay buzzed with pre-mission chaos, a symphony of clanging metal and shouted orders as 6 sleek interceptors stood primed for the assault on the Krell fleet. Lieutenant Commander Kyle Wilson reviewed tactical plans with his strike team, his steel gray eyes scanning holographic displays. At 34, his 62 frame exuded the calm authority of a seasoned officer, though the scars on his knuckles and faint crow's feet hinted at the toll of 3 interstellar conflicts. His mind, however, kept drifting to Za, the Nari medical researcher with vibrant purple skin and luminous turquoise eyes. The memory of her cool touch, the glowing patterns on her skin, and their unexpected intimacy in the gym lingered, a distraction he couldn't afford with the Krell threat looming. Commander, the targeting parameters, Lieutenant Patel prompted, pulling Kyle back to the present. Right, Kyle said, pointing to the holo display. We'll approach from the dark side of Arcturus IV's moon. The electromagnetic field should mask our signatures until we're within strike range. As the briefing wrapped, Dr. Niara, the Horizon's grizzled Centurion chief medical officer, entered the bay, his four eyes narrowed, fixing on Kyle. "Commander Wilson, a word before your departure." Kyle nodded to his team and stepped aside with Niara. "What is it, Doctor? I'm on a tight schedule. My assistant Za performed an unauthorized procedure on you," Niara rumbled, his mandibles clicking. "I've reviewed the logs." Kyle's stomach tightened, but he kept his tone neutral. "It was a minor treatment for a training injury. The serum was experimental, not approved for humans," Niara said, his upper eyes blinking in concern. "More importantly, do you understand what it means that she used a Nari bonding catalyst?" "Bonding catalyst," Kyle repeated, his voice steady despite the alarm bells in his head. "Among the Nari, it's used in mating rituals," Niara explained. "Followed by intimate contact, it creates a permanent neurochemical bond, akin to human marriage but more binding." Kyle struggled to maintain composure. "I wasn't aware of that." "Few non-Nari are," Niara said, leaning closer. "Their practices are private. If you and Za engaged in intimate contact after the injection, you may have inadvertently formed a life bond." Before Kyle could respond, the mission alert sounded. "I have to go," he said, mind reeling. "We'll discuss this upon your return," Niara said, his lower eyes narrowing. "But be aware, Nari bonds have side effects, especially under stress." With that cryptic warning, Kyle boarded his interceptor, his thoughts a tangle of duty and the unexpected connection with Za. The 6 Alliance fighters launched into the starlit void, accelerating toward the Arcturus system. Kyle led the formation, pushing personal concerns aside. "Strike team, maintain radio discipline," he ordered. "Weapons hot only on my command." As they neared the moon's dark side, a strange tingling prickled at the base of Kyle's skull. A flash of turquoise crossed his vision, followed by a wave of emotion, concern, affection, something deeper that wasn't his own. "Za," he thought, startled. "Kyle," her voice echoed in his mind, clear as if she were beside him. "I can sense you. What's happening?" He projected a thought, amazed at its ease. "The bond. You didn't mention this." Her embarrassment washed through him. "I didn't know. The catalyst wasn't meant for humans. I thought it was regenerative serum." "Commander, we're approaching the engagement zone," Lieutenant Patel's voice crackled over the comm. "Copy," Kyle responded, then returned to Za. "We'll talk later. I need to focus." "Wait," her mental voice was urgent. "I sense something through our bond. Your perceptions are enhanced. Look starboard beyond the moon's shadow." Acting on instinct, Kyle adjusted his sensors to coordinates that appeared in his mind. The scanner revealed 3 cloaked Krell vessels lying in wait, an ambush his team would have missed. "Strike team, new targets," he barked. 3 cloaked Krell ships at 227 Mark 43, evasive maneuvers now. His team broke formation as energy torpedoes streaked through their previous position. "How did you know?" Kyle projected to Za, banking his fighter into an attack run. "I didn't, you did," she replied. "The bond lets me access your tactical instincts and you access my Nari sensory perception. We detect energy patterns humans can't." The battle erupted, Alliance fighters engaging the now exposed Krell ships. Through the bond, Kyle anticipated enemy movements with uncanny precision, energy buildups before weapons fired, course changes before they happened. "This is incredible," he thought, disabling a Krell cruiser's propulsion with a perfect shot. "It's how Nari mates function in crisis," Za explained, pride flowing through their link. "The bond makes us stronger together." As the skirmish intensified, Za's presence in his mind grew, her emotions intertwining with his fear for his safety, determination, and a warmth that made his heart race. The Krell, outmaneuvered thanks to Kyle's enhanced awareness, began retreating. Then a torpedo clipped Kyle's fighter, sending it spinning toward the moon's surface. "Commander hit," Patel shouted over the comm. Kyle wrestled the controls, warning lights flashing. Za's panic spiked through the bond. "Kyle, stay with me." "I'm trying," he projected, switching to auxiliary power. As his fighter plummeted, he felt Za's life force surge through him, steadying his hands, sharpening his focus. With seconds to spare, he engaged backup systems, landing roughly on the moon's dusty plain. "Commander Wilson to strike team," he radioed, breathing hard. "I'm down but intact. Complete the mission." As his team pursued the Krell, Kyle sat back, overwhelmed. He and Za were bonded, not just physically, but on a fundamental level. It had saved his life. "Kyle," Za's mental voice was tentative. "Are you all right?" "Yes," he replied, warmth filling him at her concern. "Thanks to you. Rescue shuttle on its way," she assured him. "I'll be waiting." Watching the stars through his cracked viewport, Kyle realized an embarrassing medical mishap had forged a connection that transcended species and had proven its worth in battle. The Horizon's landing bay was alive with cheers as Kyle's team returned, their detection of the Krell ambush yielding critical intelligence on enemy stealth tech. Kyle emerged from the shuttle, unsteady from the crash, and felt Za's presence before seeing her. Her purple skin, almost pale with worry, glowed faintly under the bay's lights, her silver-white hair loose around her shoulders. "You're back," her thoughts reached him, relief flooding their bond. He met her turquoise eyes, the gold flecks catching the light. "We need to talk," he projected, the mental communication now second nature. Before they could speak, Admiral Harrington intercepted him. "Outstanding work, Commander. You detected cloaked Krell vessels. Care to explain how?" Kyle hesitated. "A hunch, sir. Something felt off about the approach vector." Harrington's expression suggested skepticism. "Report to my office once medical clears you." Dr. Niara approached, his 4 eyes narrowing. "Commander, scans show elevated neural activity consistent with a Nari bond." Kyle glanced at the bustling bay. Let's discuss this privately. Privacy may be a luxury, Niara said gravely. The Nari vessel Luminous Tide has altered course to rendezvous with us in 6 hours. Za's shock pulsed through the bond. The High Council sent a diplomatic vessel. Why? Because, Niara rumbled, unauthorized bonding with a non-Nari, especially an alliance officer, is a cultural concern. I felt the situation's weight. What began as a medical mishap, then an intimate connection, was now a diplomatic incident. In the medical bay, Za paced, her purple skin shimmering with agitation while Niara conducted scans. The bond is unusually strong for one so new, Niara observed. Typically, Nari bonds take weeks to reach this level. Is that bad? Kyle asked, watching Za's restless movements. Not bad, just unprecedented, Niara said, his upper eyes blinking in surprise. It suggests exceptional compatibility. Za stopped pecking. The Luminous Tide carries the bonding council. They'll demand I return to Neria for purification rituals. Purification? Kyle's voice sharpened, a chill running through him. They'll try to sever our bond, Za explained, distress coloring her thoughts. It's not pleasant. Few survive with their minds intact. Kyle moved to her side, protective anger surging. That's not happening. Niara clicked his mandibles. The Alliance can't interfere with Nari cultural practices. Their Galactic Council membership grants autonomy. So I let them take her, Kyle demanded, his hand on Za's shoulder, her cool touch grounding him. There might be another way, Za said, her turquoise eyes meeting his. Before she could elaborate, Kyle's communicator chirped. Commander Wilson, report to Admiral Harrington immediately. Harrington's office was stark, with only a few Earth mementos. The Admiral stood at the viewport, hands clasped. Commander, care to explain why the Nari High Council demands the return of a citizen who's formed an inappropriate bond with you? Kyle stood at attention. Sir, an accidental administration of a Nari bonding catalyst occurred. Neither of us knew the consequences. Harrington turned, his weathered face unreadable. And this catalyst explains your ability to detect cloaked Krell ships. It appears to grant perceptual advantages, sir, Kyle admitted. Harrington's eyebrows rose. Advantages we'd lose if the Nari perform their purification ritual. Yes, sir, Kyle said, feeling Za's life and sanity at stake. It's likely catastrophic for her, the Admiral sighed. The Alliance needs every edge against the Krell, but I can't defy a Galactic Council member's cultural practices. He paused, a ghost of a smile appearing. However, the Nari recognize exemptions, including the trial of shared valor, an ancient ritual where bonded pairs prove their worth through combat. Victory grants cultural recognition regardless of species. Hope flared through the bond, Za's excitement mirroring Kyle's. Would they honor it, sir? They'd have to, Harrington said. It's in their Galactic Council agreement, but the trial is dangerous, potentially fatal. With respect, sir, so is their purification ritual, Kyle said, at least for Za. Harrington studied him. You care for her. Kyle felt Za's presence, her essence intertwined with his. Yes, sir, more than I expected in so short a time. Not just the bond, Harrington pressed. Kyle considered the warmth of her smile, the intelligence in her eyes. Not just the bond, sir. Very well, Harrington said. When the Luminous Tide arrives, invoke the trial. I'll ensure Alliance Legal is present. Thank you, sir. One more thing, Harrington added. The Krell fleet is regrouping. If you survive, I expect those enhanced abilities at the Alliance's disposal. Always, sir. Back in the medical bay, Za waited, her purple skin glowing softly. Their eyes met, understanding flowing through the bond. The trial of shared valor, she whispered, awe in her voice. It hasn't been invoked in generations. Will it work? Kyle asked, taking her hands. If we succeed, the bond will be recognized, she said, her turquoise eyes searching his. But the trial tests physical prowess and the bond's strength. It's meant to push us to our limits. After today, a little ritual combat sounds almost relaxing, Kyle said, squeezing her hands. Her laugh sent warmth through their connection. You humans and your confidence, it's terrifying and appealing. As they prepared for the Luminous Tide's arrival, Kyle felt their bond deepen. The medical mishap had forged something profound, and he'd fight to protect it. The Luminous Tide docked, its iridescent hull pulsing like a living creature. In the Horizon's reception area, Kyle stood beside Admiral Harrington, maintaining a stoic facade despite the tension in his gut. Dr. Niara served as liaison. The airlock opened, revealing 3 Nari officials, their elongated limbs and exaggerated features starkly alien compared to Za's humanoid form. Their purple skin displayed shifting patterns, signaling rank and lineage. The one in the center is High Elder Thalian, Za's thoughts explained, tinged with awe and fear. The others are bonding council members. High Elder Thalian approached, his turquoise eyes like Za's but ancient, fixing on Kyle. I am Thalian of the Seventh Tide, he announced, his voice melodic yet formal. We seek the unauthorized bond pair. Harrington stepped forward. Admiral James Harrington, Horizon, Commander Wilson intends to invoke the trial of shared valor. A ripple of surprise flashed through the Nari's skin patterns. The trial hasn't been invoked in 7 generations, Thalian said. It's a relic of a primitive time. Yet recognized in your protocols and Galactic Council agreement, Harrington countered. Thalian's gaze shifted to Za, who stood beside Kyle, head high despite her fear. Bring forth the female, we must examine the bond. Kyle's protective instinct surged, but Za's calming presence steadied him. It's expected, she thought. The Nari surrounded her, their hands hovering near her head, their patterns pulsing in unison. They jerked back, patterns flaring brilliantly. What is it? Kyle asked, both aloud and through the bond. They say our bond is impossible, Za replied, her mental voice trembling. Unlike anything in their records, Thalion turned to Kyle. Human approach. Kyle stepped forward and the Nari repeated the examination. They recoiled again. The resonance of duality, Thalion whispered. It cannot be. Nyara moved closer. High Elder, what have you found? A myth, Thalion said, his patterns pulsing contemplatively. Ancient texts speak of bonds beyond our kind, of extraordinary power from before the Great Sundering. The Krell, a council member, said, they were there at the Sundering, Thalion nodded. The ancient enemy thought vanquished now returned. Harrington interjected. Are you suggesting a connection between Commander Wilson's bond and your conflict with the Krell? Not a connection, Thalion said. A solution. He turned to Kyle and Za. The prophecies speak of a resonance returning, a Nari bonded with a species of complementary neural patterns, creating lost abilities. Kyle felt Za's shock transform into understanding. The enhanced perception in battle, she thought. That was just the beginning. What abilities? Kyle asked aloud. In the ancient war, Thalion explained, bonded pairs synchronized consciousness, detecting and disrupting Krell stealth tech across vast distances. It drove them into retreat. Harrington's eyes gleamed with strategic interest. You believe they possess this potential? Yes, Thalion confirmed. The neural patterns are unmistakable, but to awaken the resonance requires the ritual of completion, a sacred ceremony harmonizing the bond. Za's embarrassment flowed through the bond. It's a ritual of physical union, she explained privately, like what we shared but with protocols. Kyle fought a flush. And this ritual would let us counter the Krell fleet, not just counter, Thalion said. A realized resonance could disrupt their hive mind. Harrington straightened. The Krell are preparing a major offensive. This could give us an advantage. Thalion's patterns shifted approvingly. The trial is unnecessary. This bond transcends our protocols. To Za, he said, child of the fifth tide, you fulfilled a sacred prophecy. Relief washed through their bond, but Za's concern lingered. High Elder, the bond was accidental. We didn't seek this. Few who change history do so intentionally, Thalion replied gently. The question is what you do now. Kyle intertwined his fingers with Za's, their bond humming. We'll do whatever it takes to stop the Krell. The ritual must be at the bond's nexus, Thalion said, the gym. Kyle blurted, Za's amusement bubbling through their connection. The medical bay, she corrected, smiling, where the serum was administered. As preparations began, Kyle pulled Za aside. Are you sure this is moving fast? Her cool hand touched his cheek, affection rippling through their bond. A day ago I was a researcher who made a terrible mistake. Now we're a prophecy's fulfillment, but this, she gestured between them, feels right. Kyle leaned into her touch, marveling at how essential she'd become. Together then, he said, sealing it with a kiss that sent golden light through their shared consciousness. Medical Bay 7 aboard the Galactic Alliance Starship Horizon had been transformed into a sacred space, its sterile walls now adorned with bioluminescent crystals from the Nari vessel Luminous Tide. The crystals pulsed with a soft turquoise glow, casting intricate patterns across the room that seemed to dance in rhythm with the air itself. The examination table where Lieutenant Commander Kyle Wilson had received the accidental bonding catalyst was draped in shimmering Nari fabric, rippling like liquid under touch. Kyle stood at the room's center, his 62 frame clad in a ceremonial Nari robe that left his chest bare, revealing scars from past battles. Luminescent ink traced intricate designs across his tan skin, mirroring the natural patterns of Nari bonding. His steel gray eyes, framed by faint crow's feet, held a mix of determination and apprehension as he prepared for the ritual of completion. High Elder Thalion, his elongated limbs and shifting purple skin patterns radiating authority, applied the final symbols to Kyle's forehead. These markings channel the resonance's energy, he explained, his melodic voice resonating with reverence. They align your neural patterns with Za's. Za entered, her vibrant purple skin glowing under the crystal light, her silver-white hair cascading in loose waves. Her ceremonial garb, a flowing garment that clung to her curves, was adorned with swirling patterns that complemented Kyle's markings. Her turquoise eyes, flecked with gold, met his, and their bond hummed with anticipation, a shared understanding of the monumental task ahead. The weight of prophecy, the Krell threat, and their unexpected connection pressed heavily on them both. Admiral Harrington approached, his weathered face grave. Commander, there's something you should know before proceeding. The ancient Nari texts contain a warning about the resonance. Kyle felt Za's attention sharpen through their bond. What warning? He asked, his deep voice steady despite the tension coiling in his gut. Using the resonance to disrupt the Krell hive mind could burn it out permanently, Harrington said. Your neural pathways might collapse under the strain. Meaning we'd lose our bond, Kyle said, the realization hitting like a plasma blast. He glanced at Za, feeling her concern mirror his own. Or worse, Thalion added, his skin patterns shifting to an unreadable cadence. In ancient accounts, some bonded pairs did not survive the disruption. The neural shock was catastrophic. Kyle's hand found Za's, their fingers intertwining instinctively. Why didn't you tell us this before? We needed you to commit to the ritual, Thalion admitted, his voice heavy. The resonance must be fully established to be effective against the Krell. We feared you'd hesitate if you knew the cost. Of course we'd hesitate, Za's mental voice flared with indignation, though her outward composure held. You're asking us to risk our bond, possibly our lives. Harrington's expression softened. We're asking you to consider it. The Krell fleet will reach the Arcturus colony in 12 hours. Millions of lives are at stake. Kyle felt the weight of duty, his training as an Alliance officer screaming to prioritize the mission. Yet losing their bond, felt like severing a part of his soul. Through their connection, he sensed her studying him, her turquoise eyes reading his thoughts as clearly as her own. "We don't have to do this," she offered privately. "We could leave, find somewhere beyond Alliance space." The temptation was stronger than Kyle expected, not because it was dishonorable, but because Za had become essential to him in ways he couldn't have imagined a day ago. "Leave us," he said aloud to Harrington and Thalion. "We need to discuss this privately." When they were alone, Kyle faced Za, their hands still joined. "What do you think?" he asked, his voice echoing through their bond. "I think an awkward bulge under a medical sheet led to the most important connection of my life," she replied, her mental voice tinged with humor and sadness. "And I don't want to lose it." "Neither do I," Kyle admitted, his thumb brushing her cool purple skin. "But those people, there's something else," Za interrupted, her eyes lighting with inspiration. "I sensed it in Thalion's thoughts during the preparation. The texts don't just speak of disruption, they mention transformation." Transformation. Kyle's brow furrowed. "The resonance doesn't have to destroy the Krell hive mind," she explained, excitement flowing through their bond. "It could reconfigure it, introduce individual choice. We could modulate the disruption, find a third option." Kyle felt a spark of hope, like recalibrating a pulse weapon to stun rather than kill. "That's risky. We'd be improvising with tech we barely understand." "When has that stopped humans?" Za's lips curved into a smile that sent warmth cascading through their connection. "Your species faces impossible odds with impossible solutions. It's what you do best." Kyle's grin matched hers. "Humanity, fuck yeah, precisely," she agreed, her mental voice warm with affection. They summoned Thalion and Harrington, outlining their proposal. Thalion's skin patterns shifted skeptically. "What you suggest has never been attempted. The risk remains substantial." "But if it works," Harrington interjected, "we could neutralize the Krell without sacrificing your bond." Deed Kyle with respect. "It's worth trying, Commander." With their decision made, the ritual began. The Nari officials guided Kyle and Za through ancient chants, their voices rising and falling in a melodic cadence that seemed to vibrate the very air. The crystals pulsed brighter, their light syncing with the markings on Kyle and Za's skin. As the ritual reached its climax, they stood at the room's center, hands joined, foreheads touching. The symbols on their skin glowed intensely, pulsing with their heartbeats. "Now," Thalion instructed, "complete the bond." Their lips met in a kiss that transcended physical sensation. Kyle felt himself falling into Za, their consciousness merging in a way that defied description. The barriers between them dissolved, creating a unified awareness that expanded beyond the medical bay, beyond the horizon, reaching across the stars. In this state, they sensed the Krell fleet, a vast, interconnected consciousness moving like a predatory swarm. They could feel the neural pathways linking individual Krell to their hive mind, the frequencies coordinating their attacks. Now, Za's thoughts merged with his. "We modify the disruption pattern." Together, they visualized the alteration, not a destructive pulse to shatter the hive mind, but a reconfiguration to introduce individual choice. The effort was immense, pain lancing through their shared consciousness as their minds stretched to their limits. Kyle felt Za's determination bolstering him when he faltered. "Stay with me," he projected, their bond straining under the pressure. "Always," she replied, fierce and unwavering. With a final surge of shared will, they released the modified pattern. It spread like cosmic ripples, reaching the Krell fleet in seconds. The effect was immediate, not chaos, but awakening. The hive mind's rigid hierarchy dissolved, replaced by individual consciousnesses still connected but no longer enslaved. As the transformation spread, Kyle and Za felt their bond shift, not burning out but deepening, becoming less overwhelming yet more intimate, less supernatural but more profound. They returned to normal awareness, still standing in Medical Bay 7, foreheads pressed together, hands intertwined. The luminescent patterns on their skin had faded to faint, scar-like traces like tattoos of their bond. "What happened?" Harrington demanded, stepping forward. "Sensors show the Krell fleet halted its advance. We reconfigured their hive mind," Kyle explained, his voice hoarse. "They're individuals now choosing not to attack." Za added, her mental presence a gentle hum in Kyle's mind. "Their first choice was to stand down." Thalion's skin patterns pulsed with astonishment. "You've done what our ancestors could not. They sought to defeat the Krell, you've transformed them." "And your bond?" Harrington asked, studying them closely. Kyle looked at Za, feeling her steady presence alongside his own. "Changed but not gone. We found a third option." "Humans," Thalion said, his tone caught between exasperation and admiration, "always rewriting what's possible." 3 months later, Kyle stood at the viewport of the newly commissioned Alliance Nari vessel Resonance, watching stars streak by. As first officer under Captain Harrington, he coordinated a diplomatic mission to the transformed Krell, now navigating their newfound individuality. His bond with Za, no longer overwhelming, was a constant comfort, a gentle awareness of her presence. He felt her before she entered the observation deck, her purple skin catching the starlight, her silver-white hair pulled into a practical knot. "Thinking about how it all started?" she asked, standing beside him, her turquoise eyes sparkling. Kyle smiled, pulling her close. "Hard to believe a medical mishap led to interspecies peace." Za's fingers traced the faint markings on his forearm, remnants of the ritual. "And to think all because I grabbed the wrong vial." Kyle raised an eyebrow, his voice teasing. "Did you really mix up those serums by accident?" Her turquoise eyes widened in mock innocence. "Are you suggesting I caused a diplomatic incident, risked my career, and nearly lost my mind just to get your attention?" When you put it that way, it sounds ridiculous, he admitted, chuckling. Completely ridiculous, she agreed, rising on her toes to kiss him. The familiar warmth of their bond pulsed between them, no longer a cosmic force but a quiet, enduring connection. Their lips parted, and Kyle felt a flicker of curiosity through their link. What's next for us? He asked, both aloud and mentally. Zaw's smile was both mischievous and tender. The Krell are negotiating peace, the Alliance is rewriting its xenobiology protocols, and the Nari are revising their bonding laws. We've changed the galaxy, Kyle. And us, he pressed, his hand resting on her waist, feeling the coolness of her purple skin through her uniform. We keep exploring this, she said, her mental voice warm with affection. A human commander and a Nari researcher bonded by accident, united by choice. Kyle's grin widened. Sounds like a hell of a mission. The best kind, she replied, her turquoise eyes gleaming. And if you need another treatment for old time's sake, her voice trailed off, playful, he laughed, pulling her closer. Only if it's medically necessary, doctor. Their kiss deepened, the bond humming softly, a testament to a connection forged in crisis, tempered by sacrifice and sustained by love. Beyond the viewport, the stars stretched endlessly, a canvas for their shared future. The Resonance's diplomatic chamber was a blend of Alliance steel and Nari bioluminescence, a fitting setting for the historic talks with the Krell. Kyle stood at Harrington's side, his uniform crisp, the faint ritual markings on his skin hidden beneath his sleeves. Za, now a lead xenobiology consultant, stood opposite, her purple skin radiant under the chamber's glow, her silver-white hair braided with crystalline threads. The Krell delegation, their once uniform forms now displaying subtle variations, sat across a hollow table, their newly individual voices a chorus of cautious hope. Commander Wilson, the lead Krell, a shimmering figure named Vaxer, said through a translator, "Your actions disrupted our unity yet granted us freedom. We seek to understand this individuality." Kyle felt Za's pride through their bond. "It's a process," he replied. "Freedom means choice, and choice means learning who you are apart from the whole." Vaxer's form pulsed, a gesture Kyle recognized as contemplation. "And your bond with the Nari, how does it function?" Za stepped forward, her voice melodic. "It's a partnership built on mutual trust and amplified by our connection. It taught us to see beyond species, to find strength in difference." Harrington nodded approvingly. The Alliance proposes a cooperative framework: trade, technology exchange, and mutual defense. The Krell's transformation opens new possibilities. As negotiations progressed, Kyle and Za worked in tandem, their bond allowing seamless coordination. Kyle's tactical instincts, honed by years of combat, complemented Za's enhanced sensory perception, making them a formidable team. When a Krell delegate raised concerns about Alliance intentions, Kyle felt Za's mental nudge, guiding him to a diplomatic response that eased tensions. Later, in their shared quarters, Kyle and Za stood before a viewport, the Arcturus colony visible in the distance, its lights a beacon of the lives they'd saved. "We did this," Za said, her hand in his, her purple skin warm from their closeness. "We're still doing it," Kyle corrected, his thumb brushing her knuckles. "The Krell talks, the Alliance-Nari alliance, it's just the beginning." Za's turquoise eyes sparkled. "And us, what's our next beginning?" Kyle pulled her close, feeling their bond pulse softly. "We keep rewriting the rules together." Her laugh was a melody, her mental presence wrapping around him like a second skin. "For a human, you're remarkably adaptable. For a Nari, you're pretty reckless," he teased, kissing her forehead. "Grabbing the wrong serum and all." Her mock indignation sent ripples of amusement through their bond. "That serum saved the galaxy, I'll have you know. And landed me with you," Kyle added, his voice softening. "Best mistake I've ever survived." As they stood together, the stars beyond their viewport seemed to pulse in time with their bond, a quiet, enduring connection that had transformed not just their lives but the galaxy itself. From an awkward medical mishap to a prophecy fulfilled, Kyle and Za had found something rare. A love that transcended species, a partnership that defied odds, and a future they'd shaped together, one star at a time. The 9-foot alien priestess sneered at the thought of bonding with a human until she found herself carrying his child. A ferocious ion storm tore across the jagged obsidian tundra, its violet arcs of lightning scorching the sensors of Elias Voss's battered recon skiff. The craft's hull groaned as he wrestled the manual controls, his augmented left eye flickering with static from the planet's erratic magnetic surges. "Come on, you junk heap," he snarled, his scarred hands gripping the yoke. The skiff's systems were frying one by one, overwhelmed by the alien world's interference. The ground loomed, a glittering black expanse of razor-sharp stone and glowing crystal veins. The last thruster coughed, then died, leaving only the scream of wind and the crackle of electricity. Impact. The crash slammed Elias against his restraints, a sharp pain lancing through his ribs as blood trickled from a gash on his temple. When the world stopped spinning, he hung at an awkward angle, the cracked canopy revealing a storm-lashed tundra inches from his face. "Well, that sucked," he muttered, unbuckling and dropping to the slanted deck. A quick check showed his field kit intact, including his synaptic exosuit, a lightweight neural-linked rig of human design that could keep him alive in this nightmare. Elias suited up, visor retracted to conserve power, and stepped into the chaos. The air stung with ozone and the obsidian crunched under his boots, reflecting the storm's eerie glow. His HUD pegged the temperature at degrees C, the ionic surges making it feel like a live wire against his skin. Distress call, this is Elias Voss, xenobiologist of the TSS Pathfinder. Anyone out there? He broadcast, voice steady despite the howling static. Silence. A flicker of movement caught his augmented eye, a shimmer of gold against the black landscape. He spun, hand snapping to his neural stunner, but saw only swaying crystal spires. Shelter was critical, the skiff's power cells were slag, and his suit's reserves wouldn't last a week in this hell. Scans pinged a massive cave network 3 km southwest, a potential haven from the storm. As he trudged through the slicing wind, the sense of being watched gnawed at him. Years of studying alien ecosystems had sharpened his instincts. A sharp crack of splintering obsidian made him pivot, stunner raised. No mistake this time. Before him stood an alien who took his breath away, a towering 9-foot figure with skin like molten gold, her eyes twin orbs of liquid emerald that seemed to pulse with inner fire. Her hair a cascade of crystalline filaments shimmered with each lightning strike. Her attire, a lattice of glowing, translucent fabric, clung to her statuesque form, exuding both divinity and menace. She held a staff crackling with plasma, its tip locked on Elia's chest. "Well, damn," Elias said, lowering his stunner slightly but keeping his stance loose. "Didn't expect a goddess out here." Her emerald eyes narrowed and her voice deep and resonant, perfectly translated, cut through the storm. "You profane the sacred tundra of the Valthar Covenant, human, courageous or foolish?" "Curious, mostly," Elias replied, flashing a crooked grin. "Elias Voss, xenobiologist, you." "I am Priestess Silvara of the Valthar Covenant," she declared, her gaze slicing through him from boots to bloodied temple. "And you are my captive." Elias' grin held, though his mind raced through options. "Priestess, honored, but I usually need a drink before getting chained up." A low hum vibrated from Silvara, possibly amusement. "You jest in the face of judgment, typical human hubris." "Not hubris, just charm, besides you haven't caught me yet." His suit's neural interface was already profiling her staff, estimating its energy output. "Though I'll admit, the company's better than this storm." Silvara's staff didn't waver, but curiosity flickered in her glowing eyes. "You think to sway me with words? I've studied your kind, chaotic, ephemeral, unworthy of the Covenant's notice." "Sounds like your data's stale," Elias quipped, nodding at the worsening storm. "This weather's gonna fry us both. How about we talk somewhere less sparky?" "You dare propose terms to a priestess?" Her tone mixed outrage and intrigue. "Not terms, just survival. We'd both look better, not crispy." A brutal lightning bolt struck nearby, and Elias caught Silvara's subtle flinch. Her golden skin wasn't immune to the cold. The storm was a threat even to her. "Your reasoning holds," Silvara conceded, her staff dipping slightly. "My sanctum is near. Follow as my captive." "Lead on, priestess, though I'm not great with orders." As they navigated the obsidian maze, Elias kept his distance, nodding Silvara's fluid grace despite her towering frame. His suit's sensors clocked her bioenergy higher than any human's, like a living star. "I confess," Silvara said after a silent stretch, "you defy my expectations of human males." "Oh, thought we'd be scrawny, squishy, scared," Elias smirked. "Less resilient. Our techs deem your kind too fragile for alliance." She glanced sideways, her emerald eyes glinting. "Get better books," Elias laughed. "Humans are full of surprises." "So I see," Silvara replied. They reached a sheer obsidian cliff, and at her touch, a hidden portal shimmered open. "Though the idea of bonding with a human male is laughable." "Funny you mentioned bonding," Elias started, but a thunderous explosion overhead cut him off. The ground quaked, obsidian shards raining down. Without thinking, Elias tackled Silvara through the portal as it sealed, trapping them inside. They landed in a tangle, his suited frame pressed against her larger one. For a moment, their eyes locked under the sanctum's pulsing violet lights. "Well," Elias said, still tangled with her, "guess we're stuck debating interspecies chemistry now." The sanctum's violet glow bathed Silvara's golden skin in hypnotic patterns, casting her towering 9-foot frame in an ethereal light that made Elias Voss feel like he'd stumbled into a temple rather than a bunker. The air hummed with the faint vibration of unseen machinery, and the walls, smooth obsidian veined with glowing crystal, pulsed in time with the storm raging outside. Elias disentangled himself from the alien priestess, his synaptic exosuit whirring softly as he stood, brushing off the dust of their unceremonious landing. Silvara rose with a grace that belied her size, her crystalline hair shimmering like a cascade of stars. Her emerald eyes locked onto him, unreadable but intense, as she adjusted her plasma staff, its tip no longer aimed at his chest but still held with purpose. "Well," Elias said, keeping his tone light despite the adrenaline still pumping from the near miss with the collapsing entrance. "That was one way to make an entrance. You always greet guests with a cave-in, or am I special?" Silvara's lips twitched, that low hum vibrating from her throat again, definitely amusement this time. "You are reckless human," she said, her resonant voice carrying a faint echo in the sanctum's cavernous chamber. "Most would tremble, sealed in with a priestess of the Valthar Covenant, yet you jest." "Jest survive, same thing," Elias replied, flashing his crooked grin. He tapped his suit's wrist panel, pulling up a holographic HUD that flickered in the ionic interference. "Besides, I've been in worse spots, usually with less divine company." Her eyes narrowed, but a spark of curiosity danced in their emerald depths. "Flattery will not spare you judgment, Elias Voss. You trespass on sacred ground." "Yeah, about that," he said, scanning the chamber. The sanctum was a marvel, obsidian arches curved into a domed ceiling, inlaid with crystal circuits that pulsed like a heartbeat. Consoles lined the walls, their screens dark from the storm's disruption. "Didn't exactly plan to crash here. My skiff took a beating from your planet's light show." Any chance this place has a comms array to call for pickup? Silvara glided to a central console, her crystalline robe shimmering with each step. The ion storm has severed our relays, she said, her long fingers dancing over the controls. A faint spark flared, then died, and her shoulders tensed with frustration. We are cut off from the Covenant and your people alike. Elias leaned against a nearby pillar, projecting calm despite the situation. Could be worse, powers holding airs clean. His HUD confirmed stable environmental systems and energy reserves that could last weeks. Nice digs, by the way, very priestess-wise she turned, towering over him, her presence filling the space like a storm of its own. You remain unconcerned, trapped with a potentially hostile priestess. Potentially hostile's progress from captive, Elias said, his grin widening. And I've got a knack for making friends in tight spots, though I gotta say you're the tallest friend I've ever made. That hum again, closer to a chuckle. Your kind's relentless charm is documented. Is it effective? You tell me, priestess. He met her gaze, his augmented eye whirring softly as it adjusted to the low light. Seems like you're warming up. Don't be absurd, Silvara snapped, but her tone softened as she stepped closer, her crystalline hair brushing the floor. Though you intrigue me, most species quail before the Covenant's might, you do not. Elias straightened, closing the gap slightly, though her height forced him to tilt his head. Maybe they didn't get a proper introduction. My suit's picking up some wild data on Valthar physiology. Want to hear? Her eyes slitted. You dare scan a priestess? Standard fieldwork, he said, unapologetic. Your bioenergy's through the roof like a living fusion core. Your pulses sync to this place's rhythm, and he paused, smirking. Your stress markers spike when you're this close to me. Silvara's golden skin shimmered brighter, a flush that betrayed her composure. Presumptuous human, captive ally, whatever we're calling it, we're stuck here. Elias gestured to the pulsing walls. Might as well make it interesting. The air crackled, not from the storm but from a charged tension between them. Silvara's hand moved to his face, her crystalline nails cool against the gash on his temple. Your species is so fragile, she murmured, her voice dropping to a near whisper. So fleeting compared to ours, yet you show no fear. Should I? Elias' voice was low, challenging. Yes, but she didn't pull away. This is madness, the very notion of communion between our kinds. Elias reached up, his suited hand brushing a glowing filament of her hair. Madness is my specialty, priestess. The kiss was like touching a live plasma coil. Her skin thrummed with energy, alien yet intoxicating. Time blurred as they crossed boundaries neither species had dared, the sanctum's violet glow casting their shadows in a dance of defiance. Later, sprawled in a crystalline alcove that served as a rest chamber, Elias traced patterns on Silvara's golden skin, marveling at its subtle luminescence. Still think human bonding's laughable, he teased, his voice thick with smugness. Silvara propped herself up on one elbow, her emerald eyes softer but no less intense. You've altered my perspective on certain matters, Elias Voss. Happy to rewrite your holy texts, he said, grinning, though I'm guessing this isn't standard Covenant protocol. This changes nothing, she said, though her conviction wavered. If my enclave finds us, this remains our secret, for now. For now, Elias agreed, but before she could elaborate, a deep rumble shook the sanctum. Alarms blared as crystal circuits flared red, signaling structural breaches. Trouble, Elias muttered, his suit snapping to full power. Silvara was already moving, her priestess's instincts kicking in as she scanned the consoles. The explosion destabilized the tundra's lattice, she said, her voice sharp. The sanctum is compromised. Got an escape route? Elias asked, his HUD mapping the chamber for exits. A sacred conduit to the surface, Silvara replied, striding toward a hidden panel. But we must hurry. The ceiling groaned, shards of obsidian raining down as they reached the panel. Silvara's touch revealed a narrow tunnel, its walls pulsing with the same crystal veins as the sanctum. The climb was brutal, especially for Silvara's towering frame, and Elias led the way, his suit's lamps cutting through the dark. Priestess, he called back, no offense, but you're awfully quiet back there. Focus on climbing, human, she snapped, but her voice trembled, lacking its usual divine authority. She sounded distracted. The tunnel ended at a heavy crystal grate, which Elias forced open with a grunt, his suit's servos whining under the strain. A blast of frigid ozone-laced air hit them as they emerged onto the tundra's surface, the storm now a blinding swirl of violet lightning and black dust. His HUD clocked the temperature at degrees C and the ionic surges were spiking dangerously. But something else caught his attention. Silvara was shivering, her golden skin dimming as she clutched her arms around herself. This isn't right, she whispered, her crystalline hair whipping in the wind. Valthar do not succumb to cold like this. Elias' suit beeped, its neural interface flashing urgent bioreadings. Your vitals are going haywire, he said, guiding her toward a nearby overhang of jagged obsidian. Talk to me, what's happening? Everything is amplified, Silvara said, her voice unsteady. Colors burn brighter, sensations sharper, and she paused, her emerald eyes glowing unnaturally. Something grows within me. Elias' suit chimed with a critical alert, its bioscan results stealing his breath. Silvara, according to this, you're pregnant, a human Valthar hybrid. Her eyes widened, a mix of awe and disbelief. Impossible, our biology should not align. Tell that to our DNA, Elias said, taking her hand, her crystalline fingers laced with his, warm despite her shivers. You okay? A laugh, raw and radiant, escaped her. Okay. I carry the first hybrid of our kinds. My enclave will convulse, the orthodoxy will demand my exile. She pulled him closer, her free hand tracing the contours of his suit. Yet I am enthralled by the possibilities. Not pissed, Elias asked, his grin returning. Pissed, Silvara's fangs gleamed faintly. My people believed ourselves divine above all others. In one night you've proven humans are our equals, perhaps our mates. This changes everything. The overhang offered scant protection as the storm intensified and Elias' suit pinged new signatures, Valthar's ship slicing through the tempest. Company, he said, readying his stunner. My enclave, Silvara said, rising to her full height despite her trembling. They cannot find us together, not yet. I'm not leaving you, Elias insisted, his augmented eye locking onto hers. You must. She pressed a glowing crystal shard into his palm, its pulse syncing with his heartbeat. This will guide you back to me. Find your people. I will contact you when it is safe. Elias hesitated, then pulled her into a fierce kiss, the storm's lightning framing them in violet fire. This isn't goodbye. No, Silvara agreed, pushing him toward a narrow ravine. It is the beginning. He activated his suit's stealth mode and slipped into the storm, the shard pulsing warmly against his chest. Behind him, Silvara's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, berating her guards for their tardiness as they reached the overhang. Elias grinned, the crystal's warmth a promise of reunion, and vanished into the tundra's chaos. Elias Voss trudged through the obsidian tundra, the crystal shard pulsing warmly against his chest as the iron storm raged around him. His synaptic exosuit stealth mode cloaked him in a shimmer of refracted light, bending the violet lightning and black dust to conceal his movements. Shard, a gift from Priestess Silvara, thrummed in sync with his heartbeat, its faint glow guiding him southwest toward the nearest human outpost. His suit's biomonitors kept tabs on Silvara's vitals and those of their improbable child through a connection he couldn't quite explain but didn't question. The readings were stable, though the hybrid's growth rate was accelerating, defying every xenobiological model he'd studied. Kid's gonna be a handful, he muttered, grinning despite the storm's assault. The tundra was a brutal maze of jagged spires and glowing crystal veins that seemed to hum with the planet's magnetic pulse. His HUD clocked the temperature at -40°C, the ionic surges making his suit's neural interface flicker. Elias' augmented left eye scanned for threats, picking up faint signatures of Valthar patrols in the distance. Silvara's enclave was clearly on high alert, likely searching for their missing priestess. He kept low, moving between outcrops, his boots crunching softly on the brittle obsidian. The shard's pulse quickened, and he felt a fleeting sensation, Silvara's presence like a warm current in his mind. Stay safe, priestess, he whispered, pushing forward. After 2 days of relentless trekking, Elias crested a ridge and spotted outpost Epsilon, a human colony nestled in a sheltered valley. Prefab domes and kinetic barriers gleamed under the storm's violet glow, but the sight of railgun turrets and patrolling drones set his nerves on edge. The place was gearing up for war. What the hell, he muttered, his HUD highlighting heavy weaponry and armored skiffs circling the perimeter. His suit's stealth mode held as he descended, but a patrol's sensors pinged him halfway down. A squad of exosuited troopers materialized, their pulse rifles trained on him. Identify yourself. A gruff voice barked through the comms. Elias raised his hands, deactivating stealth to reveal his battered suit. Elias Voss, xenobiologist, TSS Pathfinder, mind pointing those somewhere else? The squad leader, a stocky woman with a buzz cut and a scarred jaw, lowered her rifle slightly. Voss, Pathfinder reported your skiff down in Valthar territory 3 days ago. You're supposed to be dead. Rumors of my demise, Elias quipped, flashing his crooked grin. Good to see you too, Captain Reyes. Captain Maria Reyes snorted, her weathered face breaking into a reluctant smirk. You're a walking miracle, Voss. Get inside before you start a diplomatic incident. We've got enough problems. As they escorted him to the command dome, Elias noted the outpost's feverish activity, techs calibrating defense grids, soldiers loading plasma cannons, and analysts hunched over hollow displays. What's with the war prep? He asked, keeping his tone casual despite the shard's steady pulse against his chest. Reyes led him into the command hub, a cramped space buzzing with activity. The Valthar Covenant's gone nuts, she said, pulling up a holomap of the sector. Their priestess Silvara vanished 3 days ago right when you crashed, their military's mobilizing and our intel's picking up chatter of a schism, some factions calling for blood. Elias kept his expression neutral, though his mind raced. Any word on Silvara? Reyes tapped the console, projecting a grainy intercept of Valthar transmissions. She's back, and here's the kicker, she's pregnant. The Orthodoxy's screaming heresy, claiming it's a human plot, but a chunk of their fleet's rallying behind her, calling it a divine omen. Elias' lips twitched, the shard pulsing in time with his quickening pulse. That's interesting. Interesting? Reyes raised an eyebrow. It's a powder keg, and then there's this bastard. She switched to a new feed showing a towering Valthar male in ornate spiked armor, his skin a dull bronze and his eyes burning red. High Warden Koreth, he's claiming Silvara's been corrupted by human tech, says the pregnancy's proof of biosabotage. He's pushing for a preemptive strike on our colonies. Elias whistled, leaning back. Guy got a flair for drama. Drama that could spark a war, Reyes snapped. We're fortifying Epsilon, but if Koreth's fleet moves, we're in deep shit. Before Elias could respond, alarms blared through the hub. A junior officer burst in, her face pale. Captain, multiple ships entering orbit, Valthar royal signatures. Reyes grabbed her command visor, barking orders. Battle stations, all units, Voss, stay out of the way. Wait, Elias said, raising a hand. Let me talk to them first. Are you insane? Reyes glared, but the main holo display flickered to life before she could argue. Silvara's image filled the screen, her golden skin radiant in her crystalline regalia, her emerald eyes blazing with divine authority. The command hub fell silent, every eye locked on her. People of Epsilon, Silvara declared, her voice resonating through the dome. I am Priestess Silvara of the Valthar Covenant. I seek asylum. The room erupted in chaos, officers shouting, analysts scrambling to verify the signal. Elias stepped forward, ignoring Reyes' glare, the shard pulsing in sync with his heartbeat. Silvara's eyes found him through the screen, a flicker of warmth softening her regal mask. Elias Voss, she said, her tone carrying a hint of amusement, we have matters to discuss. Your Eminence, Elias replied, his grin wide enough to make several techs blink. You're looking well, feeling okay? Better with each moment, Silvara said, her smile sparking murmurs among the human crew, though I find myself missing our scientific discourse. Proximity alarms screamed as new signatures appeared, Valthar warships, their hulls bearing Korath's bronze insignia. His voice boomed across all frequencies, dripping with venom. Priestess, you defile the covenant by consorting with these vermin, your corruption will be cleansed. Corruption? Elias cut in, stepping closer to the display. That's my kid you're slandering, pal. Dead silence. Reyes buried her face in her hands, muttering something about court-martials. Silvara's laugh, rich and resonant, broke the tension, echoing through the hub. Well, my heart, that's one way to announce our bond. Korath's hologram materialized beside Silvara's, his red eyes blazing with rage. You dare claim? Oh, I dare, Elias interrupted, his grin sharp as a blade. Turns out humans and Valthar mix just fine. Your priestess is living proof. This is blasphemy, Korath roared, his bronze skin darkening. The Covenant will not tolerate this abomination. No, Silvara countered, her hand resting on her midsection, her voice cutting like crystal. This is divinity. Our child heralds a new era, one your orthodoxy fears. Half my fleet stands with me, Korath. How many answer to you? New signatures lit up the holo display, Valthar ships dropping from hyperspace, their hulls gleaming with Silvara's golden sigils. Elias leaned closer to the screen, his augmented eye scanning the tactical data. Last chance, Korath, he called. Stand down or find out why humans are so damn stubborn. The standoff held for a heartbeat, then Korath's ships powered up their weapons, their bronze hulls glowing with plasma. So be it, he snarled. Silvara's image flickered, her eyes locking onto Elias. Elias Voss, will you aid me in quelling this rebellion? Elias cracked his knuckles, his suit's neural interface humming. Thought you never asked, priestess. The Battle of Epsilon erupted like a cosmic firestorm, Valthar and human ships weaving through the ion storm in a deadly dance. Elias stood on the bridge of Silvara's flagship, Steel Spire, his exosuit interfacing with Valthar systems in ways that made their techs gape. The neural link, amplified by the crystal shard, let him coordinate with both fleets, his human ingenuity meshing with Valthar precision. Your tactics are unorthodox, Silvara observed from her crystalline throne, watching him redirect a salvo of plasma bolts into Korath's flank. Humans don't do predictable, Elias replied, his fingers dancing across a hollow panel. Incoming, the Divine Spire shuddered as Korath's flagship unleashed a barrage of ionic torpedoes. Elias' suit calculated an intercept in milliseconds, rerouting the ship's shields to absorb the blast. The Valthar gunners, initially skeptical of the human, now followed his lead, their plasma cannons tearing through Korath's formation. Not bad for a xenobiologist, Elias quipped, dodging a spark from a damaged console. Silvara's emerald eyes gleamed with something like pride, then she gasped, one hand pressing against her midsection. Elias was at her side in an instant, his suit's biomonitors flashing. Talk to me, he said, his voice steady despite the chaos. The child, Silvara whispered, her golden skin pulsing erratically. It grows too swiftly. Our combined genetics are accelerating its development. A Valthar medic rushed forward, their crystalline scanner humming. Priestess, the energy readings are unprecedented. The hybrid is progressing in hours, not months. Elias' augmented eye scanned the data, his jaw tightening. Medical bay now, Silvara gripped his arm, her strength surprising even through his suit. The battle can wait, Elias said, scooping her up despite their height difference. Her crystalline hair brushed his face as he carried her from the bridge, barking orders to her chief adjutant. You've got command, keep Korath pinned, but don't kill him, he's more useful alive. The adjutant, a wiry Valthar with silver skin, bowed deeply. As you command, Lord Voss. Elias snorted as he carried Silvara down the corridor. Lord, we'll sort titles later, right now I've got a date with a delivery room. Silvara's laugh turned into a groan as another contraction hit, the ship's lights flickering in sync with her bioenergy. You're enjoying this too much, she muttered, her head resting against his shoulder. Says the priestess who scoffed at human mating, Elias teased, though his voice softened. I'm not laughing now. No, she agreed, her emerald eyes meeting his, but our child will shake the stars. The medical bay was a blend of human and Valthar tech, sterile white panels alongside glowing crystal interfaces. The mixed team of medics worked frantically, their scanners registering energy spikes that made the air hum. Elias held Silvara's hand as she lay on a crystalline slab, her golden skin glowing brighter with each contraction. The crystal shard pulsed in his pocket, its energy linking him to her and their child in ways his science couldn't explain. You know, Elias said, brushing a filament of her hair aside, this isn't how I plan to spend my fieldwork. Silvara's smile was tired but radiant. When this is over, I'll make you regret every quip. Promise, he asked, grinning. Her response was cut off by a surge of energy that made every light in the bay flicker. The crystal shard flared, its glow merging with Silvara as the medics shouted readings. The child's bioenergy is rewriting our systems, one cried. Elia's suit beeped, its neural interface struggling to process the data. This is gonna be one hell of a kid, he muttered, squeezing Silvara's hand. The medical bay of the Divine Spire thrummed with an otherworldly energy, its crystalline interfaces pulsing in sync with Silvara's golden glow. The air crackled with static, as if the very fabric of reality was straining under the weight of what was unfolding. Elias Voss stood by the crystalline slab gripping Silvara's hand, his synaptic exosuit's neural interface flashing wildly as it tried to process the unprecedented bioreadings from her and their unborn child. The Valthar medics, their silver skin glinting under the bay's violet lights, worked alongside human doctors in a frenzy, their scanners emitting high-pitched whines as they registered energy spikes that defied every known model. The crystal shard in Elias' pocket burned hot, its pulse merging with Silvara's, linking them in a way that felt both scientific and mystical. Silvara's emerald eyes, glowing brighter than ever, locked onto his, a mix of determination and vulnerability in their depths. This child, she whispered, her voice strained as another contraction rippled through her, making the bay's lights flicker. It is rewriting everything. No kidding, Elias said, his crooked grin steady despite the chaos. His augmented left eye scanned the data streaming across his HUD, bioenergy levels off the charts, cellular growth rates that made his xenobiological training scream impossible. Our kid's already hacking your ship's systems. Gotta say, I'm impressed. Silvara's laugh was cut short by a sharp gasp, her golden skin flaring with luminescent patterns that danced like solar flares. The lead Valthar medic, a lanky figure with translucent eyes, leaned in, their scanner trembling. Priestess, the hybrid's development is accelerating beyond comprehension. It's interfacing with our tech, rewriting protocols in real time. Elia's suit beeped urgently, confirming the medic's words. The child's bioenergy wasn't just growing, it was evolving, sending out pulses that synced with the Divine Spire's crystal circuits. Consoles sparked, screens flickered with unreadable glyphs, and the ship's gravity fluctuated, making Elias brace against the slab. Okay, kid, he muttered, squeezing Silvara's hand, let's not crash Mommy's flagship before you're born. Elias, Silvara said, her voice a mix of amusement and pain, your humor is infuriating. Part of my charm, he shot back, brushing a crystalline filament of her hair from her sweat-slicked forehead. You're doing great, priestess, just hang in there. The human doctor, a wiry woman with gray streaks in her hair, adjusted a portable scanner, her face pale but focused. Dr. Voss, the fetal readings are unlike anything in our database. The hybrid's DNA is fusing human and Valthar markers, creating something new. We're seeing neural complexity that rivals AI cores. Sounds like our kid's gonna be a genius, Elias said, though his chest tightened. The implications were staggering, a child who could bridge species, rewrite tech, maybe even reshape their worlds. He glanced at Silvara, her towering form somehow fragile in this moment. You sure you're okay? Her fangs gleamed in a faint smile. I am divine, Elias Voss, and I am terrified. Join the club, he said softly, his thumb tracing circles on her hand. We've got this. The bay shook as an explosion rocked the Divine Spire, a reminder of the battle raging outside. Elias' HUD flashed with tactical updates. Korath's bronze-hulled warships were hammering Silvara's fleet, their ionic torpedoes cutting through the ion storm with ruthless precision. The human contingent from Outpost Epsilon was holding the line, but barely, their skiffs weaving desperate patterns to counter the Valthar's superior firepower. Elias had left Silvara's adjutant in command, but Korath's forces were relentless, driven by fanatical zeal to purge the abomination they believed Silvara carried. Status report, Elias barked into his comms, his suit relaying to the bridge. The adjutant's voice crackled back, strained but steady. Lord Voss, Korath's flagship has breached our outer defenses. They're attempting to board. We're holding, but we need you. Elias' jaw clenched. I'm not leaving her, he said, glancing at Silvara. Her eyes, though pained, burned with resolve. Go, she said, her voice cutting through the bay's hum. Protect our child. Not happening, Elias replied, his tone firm. You're not facing this alone. Silvara's hand tightened on his, her crystalline nails digging into his suit. Elias, Korath will not stop. If he reaches this bay, she paused, her emerald eyes flickering with fear. He will kill our child. The shard in his pocket flared, and Elias felt a surge of her emotions, fierce protectiveness, unshakable love, and a priestess's unyielding will. He nodded, his grin replaced by a steely determination. Fine, but I'm not going far. He pressed the shard into her hand, its glow intensifying. Keep this, it's our link. She clutched it, her golden skin pulsing in time with the crystal. Be swift, my heart. Elias kissed her fiercely, the taste of ozone and her alien warmth lingering as he pulled away. Hold that thought, priestess, I've got a warden to smack down. The corridor outside the medical bay was a war zone. Valthar loyalists in crystalline armor clashed with Korath's bronze-clad zealots, plasma bolts and ionic blades lighting up the obsidian halls. Elias' suit hummed as he activated its combat protocols, the neural interface amplifying his reflexes. He dove behind a bulkhead as a plasma burst scorched the wall, his stunner snapping up to drop a zealot with a precise pulse to the chest. Attention Divine Spire crew, he broadcast shipwide, his voice cutting through the chaos. This is Elias Voss. We've got uninvited guests trying to crash a very special delivery. Let's show them some human hospitality. The response was immediate. Human Marines from Epsilon, integrated into Silvara's crew, rallied alongside Valthar warriors, their combined tactics catching Korath's forces off guard. Elias moved like a shadow, his suit's stealth mode flickering as he planted micro-explosives along the corridor. The charges weren't lethal, just enough to herd the zealots into a choke point. "Come on, you bronze-plated fanatics," he muttered, detonating the first set. The blast sent Korath's troops scrambling right into a crossfire from the Loyalists. "Impressive," a Valthar officer called, their silver skin glinting as they fired a plasma rifle. "Your tactics are chaotic, Lord Voss." "Chaos is my middle name," Elias quipped, ducking a blade that sang with ionic energy. The crystal shard pulsed, and he felt Silvara's presence, stronger now, laced with urgency. The child was coming, and fast. The ship shuddered again, and Elias' HUD flashed a warning. Korath himself was leading a strike team toward the medical bay via a secondary conduit. "Perfect," Elias growled, sprinting toward the access shaft, "right where I want him." He reached the conduit just as Korath burst through, a towering figure in spiked bronze armor, his red eyes burning with righteous fury. His ionic blade hummed, crackling with enough power to cut through Elias' suit like paper. "Stand aside, human," Korath roared, his voice shaking the walls. "This ends now." Elias raised his stunner, his suit's neural link boosting his speed. "Actually, I think this is where I'm supposed to be. Want to know why?" "Your primitive defiance is futile," Korath snarled, advancing. "The abomination must not be born." "Because," Elias continued, his grin sharp as he activated another set of charges, "my kid about to make one hell of an entrance." The medical bay doors exploded inward in a cascade of violet light, energy surging through the corridor like a tidal wave of starfear. Elias felt it first through the shard's link, a new consciousness raw and powerful, blending human adaptability with Valthar divinity. The crystal shattered in Silvara's hand, its energy merging with the phenomenon, and every system in the corridor went haywire, lights flaring, consoles rebooting, Korath's armor sparking as its circuits fried. When the light faded, Korath stood frozen, his ionic blade dead in his hand. Elias spun toward the bay where Silvara cradled their child, a perfect fusion of human and Valthar. The infant glowed with an inner radiance, its skin a shimmering blend of gold and human tan, its eyes shifting between Elias' gray and Silvara's emerald. Every device in the bay hummed in sync with its presence, screens displaying new patterns that baffled the medics. "Well," Elias said, stepping into the bay, his voice soft with awe, "that's definitely got my smirk." The child cooed, and the ship's systems pulsed in response, upgrading themselves in real time. Silvara, exhausted but radiant, looked up at Elias, her smile triumphant. "This is impossible." "You keep saying that word," Elias teased, quoting her earlier jest. "I don't think it means what you think it means." Korath staggered into the bay, his armor sparking, his red eyes wide with disbelief. "This cannot be." "Oh, it be," Elias said, stepping protectively in front of Silvara and their child. "Meet the future warden, names pending, but I'm leaning towards something badass." Silvara's voice cut through the stunned silence, regal despite her fatigue. "This is Elisra, born of the storm and the stars. She's the Covenant's new divine." The ship's comms activated without input, broadcasting Elisra's image across all frequencies, human and Valthar alike. Her hybrid nature was undeniable, her presence a beacon that silenced both fleets. Korath dropped to one knee, his voice rough with emotion. "Priestess, I was wrong." "Yes," Silvara said, her emerald eyes blazing, "but you may yet redeem yourself. Elisra is not the end of Valthar purity, but the dawn of a greater unity." Elias moved to her side, marveling at their daughter's glowing features. "So about those titles we were dodging early." "Don't push it, Voss," Silvara said, but her smile betrayed her. Elisra burbled, and the bay's lights pulsed again, drawing gasps from the medics. The battle outside dwindled as Korath's forces wavered, their zeal shaken by the broadcast. Silvara's loyalists pressed their advantage, and human skiffs capitalized on the chaos, disabling Korath's flagship with surgical strikes. Elias' HUD showed the tide turning, but his focus remained on Silvara and Elisra. "You know," he said, brushing a finger along Elisra's tiny, glowing hand, "we still need to figure out what to call this moment." Silvara looked at their child, her expression softening. "In Valthar tradition, children of prophecy are named for their birth's significance. And this one?" Elias asked, his grin returning. "The dawn of union," Silvara said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Elisra is our bridge." 3 months later, Elias adjusted the sleek diplomatic tunic tailored to blend human functionality with Valthar aesthetics, its obsidian fabric shimmering under the lights of their private quarters aboard the Divine Spire. The tunic felt alien compared to his exosuit, but the upcoming summit demanded a different kind of armor. He caught his reflection in a crystalline panel, scarred face, gray eyes, one augmented, and a stubborn smirk that hadn't faded despite the galaxy's best efforts. "Struggling with the clasps, my heart." Silvara's resonant voice came from the doorway, laced with amusement. She stood in her full regalia, a vision of golden skin and crystalline hair, Elisra cradled in one arm. Their daughter at 3 months was already a marvel, her growth outpacing human norms but slower than Valthar, her skin a perfect blend of Elias' tan and Silvara's gold, her eyes flickering between gray and emerald. She babbled, and the room's lights pulsed, a tiny light show that made Elias chuckle. "These are designed for giants," he grumbled, fumbling with the tunic's intricate fastenings. "You try looking dignified when your clothes fight back." Silvara glided forward, her free hand expertly adjusting his collar. Such complaints from the man who navigated my sanctum's defenses with ease, she teased, her emerald eyes sparkling. Though I recall you had no trouble with other complexities. Elias grinned, winking at her. That was different. I was highly motivated. Elisra giggled, and a nearby console flickered, displaying a holographic replay of Elias' crash landing, thankfully edited to avoid their more private moments. She's got your sense of drama, Elias said, taking Elisra from Silvara's arms. The infant's touch sent a pulse through his suit's neural link, syncing with her bioenergy in ways that still baffled him. Summit begins soon, Silvara reminded him, her tone shifting to priestess mode. Are you ready to upend the orthodoxy again? Me, you're the one who told the Valthar Council human males are surprisingly versatile, Elias shot back, raising an eyebrow. Pretty sure you scandalized half your suitors. Her laugh sent shivers down his spine, as potent now as it was in the sanctum. I spoke only truth. Besides, the surge in human Valthar pairing requests suggests our union has inspired. Yeah, about that, Elias said, bouncing Elisra gently. Did you have to tell the entire covenant about my stamina? I'm getting knowing looks from your guards. Would you prefer I lied? Silvara asked, her fangs gleaming mischievously. A diplomatic aide's voice crackled through the intercom, carefully timed to avoid interrupting in person, a lesson learned after one too many aides walked in on their discussions. Priestess, Lord Voss, the delegates are arriving. Time to face the galaxy, Elias said, handing Elisra back to Silvara. Ready to show them what the future looks like. With you, Silvara replied, her hand lingering on his shoulder always. The grand diplomatic chamber of the Divine Spire was a masterpiece of Valthar design, obsidian walls inlaid with crystal circuits that pulsed like a living organism, a domed ceiling reflecting the iron storm outside in shimmering patterns. The mixed crew of humans and Valthar worked seamlessly, a sight that still drew stares from the arriving delegates. Elias noted the reactions, admiring glances from Valthar females, curious looks from human diplomats, and barely concealed envy from a few bronze-clad Valthar nobles who hadn't warmed to the new reality. Korath, now a reluctant ally after his defeat, stood at attention near the throne, his red eyes fixed on the crowd. His conversion had been grudging but genuine, spurred by Elisra's undeniable power. Elias caught his eye and nodded, earning a stiff bow in return. Progress, Elias muttered to Silvara. Indeed, she replied, ascending the crystalline throne with Elisra in her arms. Representatives of Earth and the Valthar Covenant, she began, her voice filling the chamber with divine authority, we gather to forge an alliance not of war or necessity, but of unity. Elias stepped forward, his diplomatic tunic feeling less awkward now. And let's be clear, he added, his smirk drawing chuckles, this unity's more than politics, it's personal. He gestured to Elisra, who babbled and sparked a holographic display of the tundra, earning gasps. Silvara's eyes sparkled with mischief. Our compatibility has proven remarkable, as some of you may have heard. The crowd erupted in murmurs, some shocked, some amused. In the 3 months since Elisra's birth, human Valthar pairings had surged, each producing hybrids with unique abilities, enhanced neural interfaces, accelerated learning, and genetic stability that silenced the purists. The old myths about human weakness are done, a Valthar noble declared, their silver skin gleaming. The Covenant evolves. Elias raised an eyebrow at Silvara. Should I be worried about how many of your people are verifying that? Jealous my heart. She teased, her hand brushing his arm, making his tunic feel suddenly too warm. Not a chance, he said, his grin wicked, though I'm pretty sure I set the bar high. The chamber laughed, the tension breaking. Elisra chose that moment to project a holo of her parents' first meeting, a sanitized version that still drew blushes. Our daughter has her father's flair, Silvara said, recovering smoothly, and her mother's divinity. The diplomatic talks that followed were unlike any in galactic history. Human pragmatism clashed and blended with Valthar mysticism, forging agreements that reshaped trade, tech, and borders. Elisra, alternating between human giggles and Valthar chants, became a symbol of what was possible, a child who could rewrite systems with a thought, born of two species daring to defy the impossible. During a recess, Elias leaned close to Silvara, his voice low. When I crashed on your planet, I didn't expect to rewrite the galaxy. You expected to survive the storm, she replied, her crystalline nails tracing his jaw. Instead, you ignited a new one. Korath approached, his bronze armor clanking, a stack of hollow tablets in hand. He stopped short at their intimacy, his red eyes narrowing. Priestess Lord Voss, the Genetic Council's findings are in. Let me guess, Elias said, unfazed. More proof we're awesome together. Korath's jaw twitched, but he pressed on. The success of human Valthar pairings correlates with emotional resonance. Fancy term for chemistry, Silvara said, her smile making Korath visibly struggle to maintain composure. Elisra burbled, sparking another light show that drew every eye. Her powers grew daily, a blend of human adaptability and Valthar energy that promised a future neither species could predict. To think, Silvara murmured, all this because you crashed on my tundra. Best crash ever, Elias said, wrapping an arm around her waist, or as high as he could reach. Though I'm pretty sure you were checking me out before you called me a captive. I was assessing a threat, she said, her tone playful. Is that what we're calling it now? Their banter was cut short by more delegates, eager to expand human Valthar alliances to their systems. The future gleamed bright, charged with the kind of chemistry that had already changed the stars. The grand diplomatic chamber of the Divine Spire hummed with a new energy, its obsidian walls and crystalline circuits pulsing in sync with the presence of Elisra, the hybrid child who had become the galaxy's most improbable beacon. A year had passed since her birth, and the ripples of that moment had reshaped the stars. Elias Voss stood beside Priestess Silvara, his diplomatic tunic now a familiar second skin, its obsidian fabric catching the violet glow of the chamber. His augmented left eye scanned the crowd, human diplomats in sleek uniforms, Valthar nobles in shimmering robes, and hybrid emissaries whose glowing skin marked them as the next generation of a united cosmos. Elisra, now a toddler with a mischievous grin that mirrored Elias and eyes that flickered between gray and emerald, toddled between them, her tiny hands sparking hollow displays with a giggle. "Careful, kiddo," Elias said, scooping her up as a nearby console projected a chaotic swirl of stars, drawing gasps from the delegates. "You're gonna rewrite the galactic map before lunch." Silvara's resonant laugh filled the chamber, her golden skin radiant in her priestess regalia. "She takes after her father's penchant for disruption," she teased, her crystalline hair cascading like a starfield, "though I suspect her mother's divinity guides her hand." "Divinity, huh?" Elias shot back, winking. "Pretty sure that's just my charm rubbing off." Elisra babbled, and the chamber's lights pulsed, dimming and brightening in a playful rhythm that made even the stoic Valthar nobles smile. Her powers had grown exponentially, her hybrid genetics blending human adaptability with Valthar bioenergy, allowing her to interface with technology in ways that baffled both species' scientists. She could rewrite code with a thought, sync with crystal circuits across light years, and even influence emotions, calming tensions with a coup or sparking awe with a wave. The Human-Valthar alliance, once a fragile truce, had solidified into a galactic coalition, with Outpost Epsilon now a thriving hub of cross-species innovation. The past year had been a whirlwind. The Battle of Epsilon had ended with Korath's surrender, his bronze-clad zealots cowed by Elisra's birth and the undeniable proof of her power. The Valthar Covenant, once rigid in its orthodoxy, had fractured and reformed, with Silvara's faction, bolstered by hybrid births, gaining dominance. Human colonies, initially wary, now embraced the partnership, their tech advancing by leaps thanks to Valthar crystal engineering. Elias, no longer just a xenobiologist but a de facto ambassador, had navigated countless summits, his quick wit and stubborn courage earning respect even from those who'd once scoffed at humans. But not all was peaceful. Pockets of resistance lingered, Valthar purists who viewed hybrids as abominations and human skeptics who feared the alliance's rapid evolution. Elias' HUD pinged daily with reports of sabotage, whispered conspiracies, and rogue factions stirring unrest. The crystal shard, now embedded in his suit's neural interface, kept him linked to Silvara and Elisra, its pulse a constant reminder of the stakes. "We've got a galaxy to hold together," he muttered, adjusting Elisra in his arms as a new delegate approached, a human governor with a cautious smile. "Lord Voss, Priestess Silvara," the governor said, bowing slightly, "your daughter's abilities are remarkable. Our colony's proposing a joint research initiative to study hybrid genetics. Could be a game changer." "Game changer's one word for it," Elias replied, his grin sharp. "Just don't expect her to sit still for your scans. She's got places to be." Elisra giggled, sparking a hollow of the governor's face, slightly distorted with a comical mustache. The chamber erupted in laughter, and Silvara's emerald eyes sparkled with mischief. "She has her father's humor," she said, smoothing Elisra's golden-tan curls. "But we welcome collaboration. Our daughter is proof of what's possible." The governor nodded, retreating with a mix of awe and unease. Elias leaned close to Silvara, his voice low. "Think they're ready for what she'll do when she hits puberty?" "Let's survive her toddler years first," Silvara quipped, her crystalline nails brushing his arm, sending a familiar shiver through him. "Though I suspect you'll enjoy the chaos." "Born for it," he said, winking. Their banter was interrupted by a sharp beep from his suit, a priority alert from Outpost Epsilon. He tapped the neural interface, and Captain Maria Reyes' scarred face appeared on a private holo. "Voss, we've got trouble," Reyes said, her voice tight. "Rogue Valthar faction hit one of our outer relays. They're broadcasting anti-hybrid propaganda, and they've got tech we've never seen, looks like modified crystal weapons." Elias' jaw clenched, the shard pulsing in warning. "Korath, no, he's still playing nice," Reyes replied. "This is someone new, calling themselves the Obsidian Veil. They're demanding Silvara step down and Elisra be contained." Silvara's expression darkened, her golden skin flaring. "Contained? My daughter is no threat to be caged." "Tell that to their plasma cannons," Reyes said. "They're massing near the tundra's edge. We need you both here now." Elias exchanged a glance with Silvara, her emerald eyes blazing with a priestess's fury. "We're coming," he said, cutting the feed. He handed Elisra to a trusted Valthar aide, a silver-skinned female who bowed deeply. "Keep her safe," he told her, his tone leaving no room for debate. The divine spire cut through the ion storm with eerie grace, its crystalline hull reflecting the violet lightning as it descended toward Outpost Epsilon. Elias stood on the bridge, his exosuit back in place, its neural link humming as he synced with the ship's systems. Silvara, in her battle regalia, radiated divine authority, her plasma staff crackling at her side. The shard's connection kept them in sync, their emotions a shared current of resolve and protectiveness. "Obsidian Veil," Silvara said, her voice low as she studied the tactical hollow. "A splinter group from the old orthodoxy led by Archon Vale. He was exiled for rejecting my reforms." Sounds like a charmer, Elias said, his augmented eye scanning the enemy fleet's sleek obsidian-hulled ships with crystal weapons that pulsed erratically. Those weapons are juiced up, my suit's picking up unstable energy signatures, they're playing with fire. Then we extinguish it, Silvara said, her fangs gleaming. Elisra's future depends on it. The outpost came into view, its domes bristling with railguns and kinetic barriers. Human skiffs darted through the storm, trading fire with the Veil's ships. Elias took the helm, his suit's neural link letting him outmaneuver the enemy's erratic salvos. Hold on, priestess, he said, banking the divine spire through a lightning strike. This is gonna get bumpy. The battle was chaos incarnate. The Veil's weapons unleashed torrents of crystal energy, each shot destabilizing the outpost's defenses. Elias' tactics, unpredictable and human, kept the divine spire one step ahead, redirecting enemy fire into their own ranks. Silvara's staff flared, amplifying the ship's shields with her bioenergy, a feat that left the Valthar crew in awe. You're stealing my thunder, Elias quipped, dodging a plasma beam. You'll survive, she shot back, her smile fierce. Focus on not crashing again. The shard pulsed, and Elias felt Elisra's presence, safe but agitated, her energy reaching out even from the divine spire's nursery. She knows we're fighting, he said, his voice tight. We need to end this fast. The Veil's flagship, a jagged monstrosity called Ebon Wrath, loomed ahead, its weapons targeting the outpost's core reactor. Elias HUD flagged Archon Veil's biosignature aboard, a Valthar male with jet-black skin and eyes like molten amber. Time to meet the boss, Elias said, plotting an intercept course. Silvara nodded, her staff glowing brighter. Veil will answer for his treason. The divine spire breached the Ebon Wrath's defenses, boarding pods slamming into its hull. Elias led the assault, his suit's stealth mode flickering as he carved through Veil's soldiers with precise stunner shots. Silvara followed, her plasma staff a whirlwind of violet fire, each strike sending enemies reeling. They reached the command deck where Veil stood, his amber eyes burning with fanaticism. You've defiled the Covenant, Veil roared, raising a crystal lance that crackled with unstable energy. Your spawn will unravel our divinity. Elias dodged a lance strike, the energy scorching his suit's shoulder. Buddy, your divinity's looking pretty outdated, he said, planting a micro-explosive at Veil's feet. The blast staggered the Archon, giving Silvara an opening. Her staff met his lance, their energies clashing in a burst that shook the deck. You cannot stop the future, Silvara said, her voice resonating with divine power. Elisra is our strength, not our ruin. The shard flared, and Elias felt Elisra's presence surge, her energy flooding the Ebon Wrath systems. Consoles sparked, weapons powered down, and Veil's lance flickered out. The Archon staggered, his amber eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? That's my daughter, Elias said, his grin sharp as he leveled his stunner. And she's done playing. Veil's forces surrendered as Elisra's influence spread, her hybrid power pacifying the Veil's tech and minds alike. The battle ended in a wave of silence, the iron storm outside calming as if in reverence. Elias and Silvara stood over Veil, who knelt, his defiance broken. The Covenant evolves, he whispered, echoing Silvara's words from months ago. Back on the divine spire, Elias cradled Elisra, her glowing skin warm against his chest. Silvara leaned against him, her crystalline hair brushing his shoulder. She's more powerful than we imagine, Silvara said, her voice soft with awe. Yeah, Elias agreed, watching Elisra spark a tiny hollow of the tundra. But she's got your heart and my stubbornness, we'll keep her grounded. The galaxy shifted in the years that followed. The human-Valthar alliance grew, with hybrid children, each unique in their abilities, becoming ambassadors of a new era. Outpost Epsilon expanded into a bustling metropolis, its domes now laced with crystal circuits that hummed with Elisra's influence. Elias and Silvara, now partners in every sense, balanced diplomacy with parenting, their bond a beacon for others. Elisra at 5 could reshape entire systems with a thought, but her favorite trick was making her father's suit dance during summits, much to the delight of delegates. One evening, as the iron storm painted the tundra in violet hues, Elias and Silvara stood on a balcony overlooking the outpost, Elisra asleep in their quarters. Didn't think crashing here would lead to this, Elias said, his arm around Silvara's waist or as high as he could reach. You expected to survive, she replied, her emerald eyes glinting. Instead, you forge a family and a future. Best crash landing ever, he said, pulling her close. Her laugh echoed across the tundra, a sound that promised more storms and more stars to come.